Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever it is, wherever you are in the world. Hello, it's Guerrilla Cricket, and we're back for day 2 of the 3rd test in Grenada, which is an absolutely stunning island in the West Indies, I have to say.
Beautiful, isn't it?
And a game's broken out, god damn it. England collapsed. They were 67 for 7. Somehow Sajamu got 49 and Leach was 41 not out, and England clawed their way to 204 by the end of the day. Someone missed out to GPL by 1 run, what a shame. Which means it goes on today at £97. And England will come out and bowl this morning, and having got to 200 on this wicket, where the new ball seems to be doing stuff, the cracks are only getting bigger, expect more up and down, a little bit of lateral movement, 2 pretty average batting lineups, and we could have a game that's finally not going to go 5 days. I'm joined this morning by Annie Chave, fresh from her new assignment on the after dinner speaking circuit, and Messy Jez. Good afternoon to you both. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
Wasn't it amazing watching? That was just such brilliant cricket. It's what cricket's all about, watching Leach and he was just. They were both fabulous, weren't they?
They were indeed. It was great. I mean, when Sajamu skipped down a wicket and smashed 6, I was like, wow,
I know,
that was mad. And to get out in such an innocuous way at the end as well, to Jermaine Blackwood of all people, was
on 49 as well. Yeah.
It was funny. But there was a shot by Leach, I was telling you beforehand, an absolute peach of a shot. I mean, he sets up like top order batsman, and okay, he doesn't score very quick. Scored all right yesterday. There was one drive, he just pushed it back past the bowler with superb timing, straight as a die, 4 runs.
He's a good classical batsman.
He's a very good classical batsman, got a very good setup. Jez.
Well, I got a bit of a shock because I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning or something, and England were 110 for 8 or something like that. And I thought, well, West Indies will bat for a whole session and probably be close to England's score by the time I get up. Got up this morning, I looked at it, and it was like the batting order was upside down. The number 10 and the 11 as the 2 highest scorers. I thought, well, bloody hell, this is fun. After the roads we've had for the first 2 tests, it's really nice to see something interesting happening.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it?
The one thing today is this is the first time in this whole series that I think having Woakes as an opening bowler makes some sense.
We knew it would one day.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
So far he's averaging 76 or something in this series, which is,
and that's not his batting.
No, it is not. Like his batting's actually at 40, so he's not doing too bad. But the other thing today, of course, is I've just watched the final day of the series between Australia and Pakistan, and it's been a brilliant series, notwithstanding some really dull pitches.
Good captaincy by Cummings, wasn't it, to
absolutely
declare.
Test cricket is bloody wonderful.
It bloody well is, isn't it?
Well, I mean, how did it? Yeah, because I sort of noticed on the WhatsApp, people going, "Oh, look, 5 down, 6 down," and I know I sort of followed on Cricket Info, and everything happened quite quickly at the end. Was the pitch, or was it just a reverse swing and the extra pace? I mean, you've got to say, Australia's probably got the best bowling attack in the world at the moment, I'd have thought.
They have, and I mean, I don't think Swepson did anything, but apart from him, the fast bowling. I tell you, the 2 real interesting things of this series, apart from the bowling, the traditional bowling attack being very good, is that Usman Khawaja made 496 runs.
Wonderful.
And Cameron Green averaged over 60, I think, for the whole series. And he's just come into being a really full-blown all-rounder.
Oh, great. Just what Australia need then.
Yeah, exactly. Please, that gives everyone in England, makes their hearts warm, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm so delighted. It's just so delighted. I am delighted for Khawaja, though.
It was a test series played in extraordinarily good spirit. I mean, I know the Ashes was played in good spirit, but this was even better. And
Pakistan team are lovely, though, at the moment. Yeah, they're so smiley and enjoy their cricket.
Yeah, the whole thing was a triumph.
Indeed.
Okay, sorry, that's a bit tangential to where we are.
Yeah, you just always bring it back to Australia, don't you, Messi?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, you've got to have a bowling attack to take 20 wickets to win a test match, and if you've got the best one, it all looks good, doesn't it? We should play some jingles because the people are out there. The 2 opening batsmen are this man, the skipper. I roll a spliff in between trying to get on air. It's quite tricky, The other batsman is this guy.
Opening batting, he bowls off breaks as well. He's gonna get you, John will get you. Campbell, John is coming for you. Campbell, he is on his debut. John Campbell. Oh, what's he gonna do?
And the man who we're hoping, with a pitch that offers something, will improve that average today. It's this man.
Woakes is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the team.
And his first ball is pretty innocuous, wide of the off stump, short of a length. And Brathwaite, who was out there for a terminably long time, 600 odd balls in the last test, batted superbly for that, has to be said, but it was a grind to watch.
I enjoyed it.
Well, I enjoyed it in the technical sense, and I think it was a stunning achievement. But yeah, it's had its moments. In that first innings, he only scored off 87 of those 400 odd balls.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ,
wasn't it?
I mean, wow, that's good concentration. That's left alone. Woke's yet to find his radar. It's too wide of the off stump and there is no run.
Yeah. Needs to make them play, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he only had 2 balls. Well, at least he hasn't been hit for 4 yet, which is
We'll let him off.
This has happened in his previous, I think every over he's opened in this test series so far, batsman just got on, latched onto him and smashed him for a couple of 4s. I mean, the last test match he'd gone for 30 in 3 overs. Ended up going for about 50 in 17, but wow, so that leapt a little bit at Brathwaite, dropped the bat, and then it swung in as it went past him down the leg side to the keeper. Strange conditions in Grenada, has to be said. A little bit too short, probably.
They were just told, whatever you do, don't make a wicket like the last 2. That's basically what they're told, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe they just. I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of chat, hasn't there, about all sorts of stuff. Oh, my screen's gone off. That's a bit weird. Fuckly fuck. Sorry, people. One of my screens has disappeared on me, which is a bit annoying.
I hope it's not the cricket screen.
No, I mean, it's all durable. It just means one of the screens has gone down. I'll change it in a bit. That's left alone again by Brathwaite, and it's through to the keeper, and there is no run. After this first over, we shall get who's joining us on the social. Yeah, 1 for 88, none for 22, 1 for 51, and none for 11. Broads. Broads. He should be here. It'd be good if he was here. Wokes' figures in this series so far, not great.
Not great, that's an understatement.
Yeah. And, 5th ball of the over is again not troubling the batsman. Leaves it alone. There's no run. 80 miles an hour, 129 Ks.
That's about all he's bowling these days.
I know. Well, a lot of bowlers in this series have been in the late 120s, early 130s at the best. Occasionally, cranked it up. Wood cranked it up, obviously. Jaden Seals and Azari Joseph yesterday. Left alone, last ball of the over. Through the keeper and there's no run. And Messi, you can introduce people on the socials.
Indeed. Jay Grover says, afternoon all. He also says, mint, all my Mother's Day presents have arrived. And Annie, the last issue of County Cricket Matters were jolly good. It didn't inspire me to own an ism once.
Thank you, Jay.
That's a great treat to start the morning on. Warren says, morning all. As much as I hate saying it, congratulations Australia for a great win, and to both them and Pakistan for a competitive series played in great spirit. Yeah, I'd go along with that. Leah says, hello everyone. What a start to the weekend. Rally round the West Indies. And John Alford says, greetings from Madrid. Looking forward to today's action. Welcome, John. I'll just see if there's anybody with us on YouTube. Indeed, there is. Chad writes here. Said, let's hope it seems like crazy. Dara Azizi, morning from Arizona. And Chad's in Pennsylvania. And Dara Azizi says, India are close to Australia. Well,
yes.
They move.
That's that one. It's the first run of the innings. As Overton is going to open the other end, and his first ball strays onto the leg stump of Campbell. He works it for 1. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
Craig Overton was banned 3 times for saying something that was naughty. Kicked off the pitch was quite an incident.
I've just been watching his brother in Hove bowling at Sussex.
Any good?
Yeah, any good? That's full, and Brathwaite just defends it back down the track. There's no run. There's a little bit of swing in the air, which is good. The ball seems to do a little bit more when it got about 10 overs old yesterday. Although their first 5 overs weren't, or first 5-10 overs weren't that great by the Windies. Bit offline.
Yeah, that's right.
And then it all kind of clicked, and we didn't get anywhere.
And did it click?
And boy, did it click! Yeah. Well, Brathwaite, Overton is into him, and he lets it go outside of the stump, and there is no run. Not really been forced to play it a lot yet, really.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. England aren't a great batting unit, are they? I mean, everyone was getting so excited that we.
Oh no, we got good tail enders.
Yeah, but I mean,
not exactly a great bowling unit either.
Not on this particular tour.
No. Oh dear. Look, there is one other tweet that's not on our timeline, but Crickpaz tweeted that the BCCI has proposed a 6-team women's IPL from 2023, which I think is really
That's interesting. Well, that's hit on the pad of Brathwaite. They think about a review, but I think that's probably going down, isn't it? Yeah, it's down and high.
Quite high.
Yeah, very high. It's on the thigh pad. But I'll give him a little bit of encouragement. I'm trying to get my under for the fall of the first wicket as well. So many things to do at the beginning of the day.
I was going to say you're all over the place, aren't you?
I am all over the place.
You need a secretary.
The IPL women's, it's 6 teams, is it? I can't. Was it 6 teams?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably a good place to start from.
Overton is in, and that's full. Shaping away a little bit. Outside half of the bat, but into the ground by Brathwaite and out to the covers, and there is no run.
I actually think 6 teams is the ideal number for a competition of that sort. Means you can do it all short and sharp, and not
instead of in 2 months.
Yeah, like the BBL and the IPL. And, the PSL's only 6 teams, I think, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. I just don't follow it, I'm afraid. Sorry.
No, exactly.
You're not a fan.
Overton. Outside the off stump, closer to the off stump, but Brathwaite, of course, leaves it through to the keeper, and there is no run. Like all these competitions, there's the BPL's Bangladesh one, isn't there? And there's the CPL, and at least some of these competitions last for no more than a month.
Yeah.
But the ones that go on
and that's fine, and
Well, even that's kind of a bit long. You could do it all in 3 weeks, really.
How about 2 days?
Well, yeah, just have a knockout competition, 8 teams.
Yeah, exactly.
4-2. Well, that'd be 7 games in total.
So, Jay says, for heaven's sake, after Stevenson's rig yesterday, I thought some of you would have made an effort. I'm suited and booted merely out of shame. Well, I've got my bootleg Gorilla Cricket t-shirt, which says on it, GorillaCricket.com, because you like your cricket swearing.
You look really good, Messi. Don't listen to him. And you're lucky I'm here at all. Well, you're probably not lucky I'm here at all. But.
Well, Wokes is in to Campbell. It's straight leg stump, and Campbell might feel he missed out a little bit there. Let's get that across to about middle and off. But at least he hasn't gone for any runs. Started with a maiden, that'll make him feel a little bit better. Wobble seam, didn't catch the seam when it hit the wicket. If you can get it to do so, it tends to go off at a big jag. The school kids are in again, I like that, that's good. Giving away tickets.
They're quite old looking school kids, aren't they?
Well, yeah, they're the older ones, possibly. That's across Campbell, and lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. But it's good, it doesn't look like there's so many tourists there, and God knows why. It looks absolutely stunning.
Oh, there's so much greenery around the ground,
exactly.
isn't there? It's
I mean, they had an
beautiful.
aerial shot yesterday of the ground. It's kind of at the bottom of a sort of valley, and all the houses up the valley going up across, and just green hillsides with trees and jungle and stuff on them. And it's just like, wow, that's amazing. Wokes is in. Oh, wow, that's a good lead by Campbell. That didn't miss his off stump by a lot. And goes through to Folks, and there is no run.
He needs to get some runs, does Campbell?
Sure does.
Yeah, it does. He's one of the few people who hasn't scored any runs in this series. I guess it's between Brathwaite, Bonner and Root as to top scorer in the series. I imagine, I imagine it's still Root.
Brathwaite's had the most time at the crease.
Full and squirted out by Campbell down towards the third man boundary. Is it going to be hauled in by Lees? They'll probably spend about 5 minutes looking upstairs. But it looked like he actually managed to claw that back just before it got to the boundary. They'd run 3 anyway,
He's got quite short legs, Lees.
I hadn't noticed.
Well, he's a little fella.
Is that what it is? That looks okay, doesn't it?
I think that is okay, unless the outside of his finger that stopped the ball actually touched a little bit of the. Well, what turns out they're cardboard Toblerones. I've always called them sponges, but they've got rid of sponges and they're now cardboard Toblerones.
Is that what they're called?
No, that's not, but that's what I'm calling them.
Oh, I see.
Well, they're cardboard and they're shaped like a Toblerone, so it kind of makes sense.
Bloody big Toblerone.
Well,
Yeah.
We'd all love a toe blow on that side. Well, they're looking at this endlessly. Look, his either the outside of his hand touched the
That's
ball
4.
when he was on. I mean,
Yeah.
it probably should be 4.
It's just what you said, Bear.
I can tell you, Bear, that Braithwaite's got 304 runs and Root's got 284.
304, 284. Okay.
And Bonner's only got, must be less than that.
What he got?
Bonner's only got 173.
Yeah,
okay.
rubbish.
Bairstow's got 204.
Oh, okay.
That was in the first game, wasn't
Stokes.
it?
Oh, that's in. The legs are clipped by Brathwaite. Aerially bounces about 2 metres before mid wicket where Alex Lees is fielding, and there is no run. You get to play that shot and the ball moves, you get a nice little snick through to the sort of keeper, won't you? Totally close the face on it, down around his pad. Drop that far short of Lees.
Warren wants to know, Annie. He says, wait a minute, onanism is a selling point of county cricket matters. Only for Jay, I think.
Sorry, what was that?
He says, onanism is a selling point of county cricket matters.
Onanism.
Oh, you know what onanism is. It's what Jay did there with the crossword.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Defended back down the track, last ball of the over by Brathwaite.
I just wanted to keep discussing it, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian Barry says, G'day and Gamora. I want to know if Messi bet that the Aussies would wrap up their win over Pakistan before Buddy Franklin kicked his 1,000th goal in City tonight. In Australian rules, a guy kicked 1,000 goals. His 1,000th goal tonight after 18 years playing, which was a huge deal. 20,000 people at least onto the pitch after he did it. So it took him another half hour to get the game going again.
Brilliant.
O'Neill Harris says, when you want random questions answered, you miss Knackle.
Yeah, well, of course. Knackle's the
Yeah, just don't ask us anything too
exactly.
difficult.
now we're going back to the old tried and tested method, which was relying on Twitter, which is you lot.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, we don't want to take the enjoyment away from it.
I can't use that stats engine. That was just defended by Campbell. First ball of the 4th over. 4 for none, the West Indies.
Another school group coming in then.
Yeah. Again, just a little bit too leg-sidey, and Leach will have to chase that down the square leg, but Saj Mahmood is down there, and they'll get back for 2, and the score moves on to 6. Just got to try and push it a little bit further across and try and get that same movement, or get it to hold its line. It's good shape from Overton.
Yeah.
Still don't reckon he's a test bowler, but he's what we've got.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think he's a test bowler either, and of course, I'm very fond.
You love him greatly.
Yeah.
That's defended back down the track. There's no run. He's a trier. I'll give him that, but he's just not a test bowler. And you can't.
No, he gets a lot of wickets in county
well, exactly.
cricket.
You can't fault him. He deserves a chance. Just doesn't look like the article. That's the thing.
Needs that extra bit of pace. His brother's got more pace than him, but isn't as accurate. And doesn't hold up as well, like any fast bowler, unfortunately.
Overton is in again, and Campbell leaves that one across and through to Folkes, and there is no run.
Unless you're Australian, of course, and they just seem to keep going on forever and ever.
Well, a lot of fast bowlers tend to have injuries early, don't they, in their careers, and then they come back slightly slower. And if they're good, they can still do a reasonable bit of pace, and their actually improves. I mean, you think Phil Cummins, he was a young tearaway, came in and then missed about 5 years of cricket, didn't he? Basically, with various back.
Yeah, you're right. A whole lot. Dennis Lilly did a whole lot of that too.
2 short and 2 leg side, and Campbell has pulled that down to Mahmood at long leg, but they will only get 1. I think Campbell slipped over when he was going back for a second. Probably should have been 2.
Jay says there was a pretty saucy pen pick of Angus Fraser, which tested my resolve.
Jay, calm down.
Oh dear. Oh Jay, you are a bad man.
Yes, that's Overton trying to bowl straight at Brathwaite again. It's on his hip and he works it down. Mahmood's going fine leg to fine leg, or long leg to long leg. and fields that once more. It'll be a single to end the over. Overton has none for 5 off 2. West Indies at 8 for none, of which Campbell has 7 and Brathwaite 1.
Leah says yes, the PSL is 6 teams, using the same mode as the IPL with 4 playoff teams. It was even more ridiculous when it was only 5 teams. The interesting thing I discovered yesterday is the IPL is only going to have 4 teams in the finals this year, which I think is a really good thing. So that there's a real battle to get into the finals rather.
So they're not going to have the playoff games, basically.
Basically, I think that's right. Yeah.
It must be starting pretty soon, doesn't it? I know.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow, 28th. No, Monday. It starts on the last day of this series, I think. That's left alone through the keeping us no run. And Jack and the Cricket Podcast are going to do 1 day a week. We're going to cover the IPL.
Yeah.
IPL Wednesday on Gorilla.
Exactly.
That's every Wednesday.
They're going to do a 1 hour sort of pre-match show where they review the last weeks and the teams playing on the day, and then cover the match on the day.
Who's doing that?
Mainly going to be run by Jack and the boys at the Cricket Podcast, Ross and Max.
We'll be doing it as well.
Yeah, we'll be joining in too. That's left alone.
Well, don't you join in, Bear, because it's always shit when you join in.
Well, that's true. Last year I had a few exciting games.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I had a bit better luck last year. It was the year before.
Oh, right.
It was terrible. Well, actually, the IPL was in 2 halves, wasn't it? So I think the second half I got better luck than the first half. It was dreadful. Every time I came in, it was rubbish. Fortunately, I got to go home early a lot of the time. Woke's in again, and it starts too wide and just goes wider. Went off the seam, but well too wide. Brathwaite's never going to play any of that stuff.
They don't look dangerous enough at the moment, do they?
No, but I kind of thought that about the West Indies when they started off yesterday morning,
true.
and then it all went to hell.
Ball needs to be about 10 overs old, and then it starts doing all sorts.
Yeah. And I think there's a bit of up and down in this pitch. Some balls really kept reasonably low yesterday.
There definitely has been,
Yeah. Big cracks running lengthways along the pitch, which is a good thing. Stopped in his shot there, did Brathwaite, and still managed to force it past extra cover. Shouldn't be anyone down there. Doubt he'll get chased. It might not make it. He's going to get chased down. Stokes chases down after it. They'll get 3.
It's quite a slow outfield, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the quickest. He did stop his shot there, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Crawley. You see Crawley get out yesterday. What a lame shot that was. And that started it all, really.
I didn't see much. I was on a train for a lot of yesterday.
Not watch the highlights. Are there any highlights on BBC? There aren't, are there?
I don't know. I got back too late anyway.
Oh, right, fair enough.
I fell into bed.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Still nursing a hangover.
Yeah, still nursing a hangover.
It still feels a bit delicate, yeah.
Yeah. That's on the pads of Campbell, who works it down to long leg. And there will be a single.
I'm going off to Worcester tomorrow to see some university friends. So,
Crikey.
it's not a good
It's all
plan.
go for Annie.
Oh, tell me about it. Oh, my life.
Oh, God.
You need Exeter to be a bit more central than it is, don't you?
I do. Can you move it for me, Nessie?
Yeah, if you put it in the right repress. Yeah.
Get a bigger house and invite everyone down to you instead.
Yeah. Well, with my after dinner speech fees, I'm going to be.
You'll be a millionaire this time next year. That's
well, they can just fly you in on the car.
Yeah, exactly. Left alone outside the off stump by Brathwaite. Through to Folkes, and Wokes has number 7 off 3, and the West Indies 12 for none. They trail by 192. Go.
Sorry, Jeff Perkins has self-moderated this tweet to make it Platinum FM friendly. He says, "I hate to disagree with Annie Chade, but as far as tail end performances go, Leach and Mahmood completely messed up with their depictions of their role, of this role. Root, Stokes and Bairstow were more convincing as 9, 10 and 11s, which is actually very true.
Yeah, I think we should swap the order around for the second innings, definitely.
Well, Overton is in and gets the outside edge. Does a good ball of Campbell. Looks a bit uncertain while playing.
Yeah,
jabbed at it a bit and was fortunate he didn't get a finer edge. But
wasn't very well balanced, was he?
No.
It looked a bit like. I'm sorry, I was going to say Leach opened against Ireland, didn't he? Or
yes, that's where he got 92. And actually, probably that was the innings that probably won us the match, because we only had a lead of about 130 or 40, didn't we?
So I think there's definitely he's on the cards to open.
Yeah, you see, you'll love this one actually, Annie, because that is a decent full ball. Attempted Yorker maybe by Overton.
He's not bad at full balls. I mean, he's quite a big chap, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's played back to the keeper. Sorry, the bowler, and there's no run. And maybe this is just a fantasy, but I've got a fantasy that Leach is a kind of the British Nathan Lyons.
That is a fantasy.
He's much nicer.
But I mean, and my thoughts are on this. He's a reasonable spinner. That's too short and wide by Overton. Has been cut down to the backward point boundary, and it will be 4 runs. In fact, he's a reasonable spinner.
You're just saying it because he's bald, isn't it?
No, not at all. I just think that, like a finger spinner at test level, to be good if you're in a non-subcontinental, if you like, area where spin doesn't get taken that seriously, it takes time to develop. You've got to keep him in the side, and he's good enough, and if you give him the chance to develop, he could be a reasonably good international spinner. That's worked into the leg side behind square, and there's no run.
And if you actually feel like your captain is supporting you and believes in you, it does help.
It does really help.
Yeah.
It gives you confidence to bowl those, those change balls that you think.
But the reason it's not going to happen is he's not going to get those opportunities while bowling in England because of the English pitches. That's why I can't.
I mean, England would have to start scoring runs at home for him to be used that much. But I mean, I think he should stay in the side. Ooh, fished out a little bit by Campbell through to Folkes, and there's no run. I mean,
Nathan Lyon was amazing today. Took 5 wickets on a pretty dead track.
I mean, when Nathan Lyon started, we all thought it was a bit of a joke.
Yeah.
You know, and they stuck with him, and he's cultivated himself into the GOAT. So if you give someone the time and the confidence, and they can develop their game at this level.
Yeah, but Messi's right. It's tricky with English wickets, isn't it?
Yeah, I do think with Stokes, Overton's going around a wicket into Campbell, arrowing in at the sort of leg stump.
He's doing better bowling fuller, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Jeff Perkins wants to know if you're going to rate the entire squad's legs, Annie.
If I'm what?
Going to rate the entire squad's legs.
Well, I'll see what I can do. It's only because his legs looked a bit short, that's all. The longest legs ever.
Jay Grover says 2 recent points of shame. Hendo started drinking earlier than I did, and the guerrilla cricket commentator being better dressed than me. My reputation as a suzzled dandy suffered. Reputation such as it is, I should say, Jay. I'm sorry. Mayank. Hello, Mayank. I've got 2 Toblerones that size in the fridge, but 10 a.m. is no time for giant Toblerones. I reckon any time's time for a giant Toblerone if you got one.
Chop a little bit off, don't you? They're so big.
You get them at the airport, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
They're like massive, great bloody things, and then you put them on the aeroplane. They must get melty, surely.
Yeah, why you'd want to carry that fucking huge thing on the aeroplane, I don't know.
Yeah. No idea.
That was defended up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Jay Grover says, I miss Knackle. Josie Oak, well, you know what Josie Oak says.
We're all doomed.
We're all doomed. Yeah. They're still 188 runs behind. And that turns Brathwaite around. He gets squared up, jabs his bat at it, gets it down, out to the offside. There is no run.
Oh, Katie's got a great challenge.
Yeah.
I think this is fucking brilliant. She says, if we're going to do an IPL Wednesday, can we have a county championship Monday or something like that?
Where are we going to watch the games, though, Katie?
On live stream. They're on live stream.
That'd be like grandstand for cricket.
Well, only one of them at a time.
I like your thinking.
It's defended into the offside and there's no run. Well, I know nothing about county cricket, so I'm probably no. Basically.
You can just look pretty, all right?
Yeah,
and
I don't
we'll
want to do that
all
for
the
5
work.
days watching county cricket. Jesus Christ! Well, every week we're going to do. It's like
You
a
can be my
full-time.
glamorous
That's like a
assistant,
full-time
okay?
job, and I know what you lot are like. Yeah, we'll do it. And after a couple of days, oh God, I can't do it today. Everyone will be dropping out left, right, and centre, and I'll be left doing it all. Nah,
Yeah.
not happening. That one is left alone outside the off stump by by Brathwaite as Wokes starts his fourth over. No, he's halfway through his fourth over.
Yeah.
Didn't really do much off the seam. Better length, better line, better length, but still Brathwaite refuses to play at it. He's very patient, Brathwaite, in what he'll leave. And he'll be
Yeah, Chandra Paul-esque, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. That's Fuller and aimed in at off stump, but he defends that one out to the covers, and there is no run.
I love watching
Katie,
him.
sorry, Annie, can I ask you, is county cricket natters still a thing? Do you still do the podcast?
Yeah, we're recording one on the 30th, a pre-season one with Mr. Norcross, in fact.
He's bloody everywhere. We're inviting him onto our podcast.
Oh,
I haven't
God.
actually
Oh,
invited
I don't want him anymore then.
He's such a tart, isn't he?
Well, I reckon you should
left
get
alone
Katie
outside off stump,
involved
no
in
run.
that.
Huh?
I'd love to get Katie involved in it. I'll try and persuade her.
We
She's
spoke to
got a-
George actually in Grenada for our podcast this week. You're a patron, aren't you? Anna?
I am.
Yeah. So have you listened to the podcast?
I've listened. I haven't listened to them all.
No.
I've been a tad busy.
Yeah, I know. with your after dinner speaking.
Yeah.
But
I just do that all the time.
yeah, well, exactly. No, we spoke to George DeBell on Tuesday, I think it was,
Brilliant.
in Grenada. It
was really
things to
interesting.
say. Yeah, it was interesting.
It
Well,
is
we have a
interesting.
change in bowling.
It's number 11.
It is number 11. England's highest scorer in the first innings. And it's this man.
We got this guy called Sackett, he mows it really quick. Yeah, we got a guy called Sackett, paces his belly whip. We got a guy named Sackett, goes and gets wickets. We got a guy named Sackett, triple line to say stick it. Sackett Mahmood.
And whilst he warms up, I should remind you the GPL is open. And the pot started at £97 this morning, and you could get it up over £100. And
I will do with that when I'm off air,
and
because I've actually put some money in.
get the century up on the GPL.
I hope you're up with all the money that you've put on the GPL, Messi.
Oh no, it's just a good way of giving money to Gorilla and having fun.
And occasionally he gets a big wad of money put over his way. He's won it about 5 times. That's worked off his hip by Campbell, but not with the bat, so it'll be a leg bye. We're going to have a change, I think, at the end of this over.
Yeah, Tony's making me work hard this morning because I'm staying on.
Oh,
Jeff Perkins says Bear's not going to schedule himself heavily on IPL Wednesdays in anticipation of being called up.
Is that right there?
yeah. No.
Bear reckons he can bowl in the IPL.
I bloody well could, man. That's driven nice and straight, but I think Stokes gets across nicely from short mid-off and managed to cut it off. Yeah, Jono back from the West Indies and refreshed after having what sounds like a hell of a journey back from the airport yesterday with all his luggage. He's probably been living it large in Barbados with his charge, Josh De Silva, for the last Test match.
Brilliant.
And I'm sure he'll tell us all. He'll have some inside stories. And Jackson is a commentary. And Annie, you're going to move on to socials.
Yeah, I know. I've just been seeing that Messi's quite a way behind.
Okay.
That's typical, honestly.
Mahmood, that's an outswinger, but it starts wide and goes wider, and there's no need to play, and there is no run.
Oh dear. Sorry, you do talk too much. We have way too much fun, don't we?
Well, maybe you should get some in between balls, Messi.
Okay, well, Jay Grover says Oh, sorry, that's actually not the next one. That's a
Well,
previous one.
that's not going to get it through.
So hopefully my autistic eyes might be able to understand whether Jack's being sarcastic or not during IPL immersion therapy.
Well, you have to wait and find out, as that one's defended out the offside and there's no run.
Katie says, I think there's definitely a market for county cricket weekly show, although possibly just for me.
I'd be up for it.
Yeah, well, well, Katie, if you want to do one, feel free. We got all the tools for you.
Leah points out the IPL actually starts tomorrow with Chennai and Kolkata.
Oh, there you go, Christ. And it goes on into May, doesn't it, or something stupid like that? Well into May. It's like 2 months, 12 weeks or something.
Yeah.
Or 10 weeks, I don't know, something stupid like that. Starts wide. England really haven't got their lines this morning, have they? There's a lot that, well, Brathwaite doesn't play out a lot anyway, but he's leaving these comfortably. Anything troubling his stumps. All that channel outside is off stump. And Campbell, when they've got to bowl at left hand, they've been 2 legs straight onto the legs really, and allowed to clip too much. Well, the odd good ball, but not too many, I'd say, in its first 7.5 overs. We're going to have a change after 1 ball. Jono will be back
in half an hour.
And
don't you have fun with him? You just read tweets, then, all right?
Okay. Mahmood is in, and the last ball is just blocked square out of point, and there is no run. Right, I'm going to hand you over.
I'll read some tweets, shall I?
Yeah, you get on with some tweets.
Yeah. Hi, Jono.
Hi, Jono.
Hi, Jono and Jack. I'm just going to read some tweets. Jay Graver says, Annie has done more social in the last week than I have in the last decade. Bother. Yeah, well, you see, I'm just a social whirl. Farong says, Wibble from that place, hope everyone is well. 6 for 53 to 204. Well, feck me. Unlucky that Mahmood didn't get 50, so now the bowlers need to do the job with the ball. Won't talk to the bowlers union just yet. Have been advised this chair that he's done a centre picture of should be in the green room, and it's a chair with loads of places to put bottles of wine and beer, so I think Bear would quite like that. Warren says 4 balls. I think Pfizer has a cream for that. And I'll pass you. Who's doing the 4-way ball?
Chris Wokes is in, and it's defended into the leg side. There's probably a single there, but they decided not to take it. Fielded at square leg. I am, not Chris Wokes.
Hello, Jack. Jono, you've got more hair than when I saw you last.
Probably. It's because I've come back from Barbados and I'm freezing.
This is the nicest weather we've had for months.
Yes, it's lovely.
I know, yeah, I can't get my hands warm for love nor money. 18 degrees outside and I'm freezing.
Oh dear, I'm in shorts and everything.
It was so warm I went for a net at lunch. As Wokes comes through full outside off stump, driven well by Campbell, and this is going to race across the outfield through towards the cover boundary. It's a long way out there, and I think it might get reeled in before it reaches the fence.
It's
4 runs.
It's me, Senshi.
Why do you only do nets when it's warm then? Or was it an outdoor net?
Yeah, it was outdoors. So, because I'm not insane is the reason that I'd only do nets when it's warm. Here is Wokes again, wide off stump and left by Campbell. Through to Folks.
So, Jono.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was. I mean, the cricket was turgid until day 5.
But it's amazing, isn't it?
Well, what a place.
I know.
I mean, we'll talk about the rum punch escapades in a minute, but yeah, it's just the most phenomenal place I've ever been to.
Campbell faces up, trigger movement, and leaves one outside off stump. That gets a bit big on Ben Folks, who doesn't take it behind the stump. It's just that kind of an awkward, flappy thing. It bounces off his chest. Keeps it in front of him, though. It's no run. It's your first time in Barbados?
Yes.
Jono.
Yeah. And I didn't heed Michael Holding's advice of taking it too easy on the rum punch. I thought he'd obviously no idea what he was talking about. So there were 2 nights I was in bed by 8:30 in the evening.
Oh dear, that's poor.
Here comes Chris Wokes once again, stabbed towards Point. Who fields? No run.
Yeah, it was just amazing. I mean, one of those occasions, I was so drunk. I was with one of my friends, and we were wandering around in the pitch black, kind of within a kilometre of where we were staying. And there's just nothing about Barbados that's unsafe. Like the locals were coming out saying, "Are you all right? Do you know where you're going?" And we're like, "Oh no."
Probably walking into the sea full of rum punch isn't the best idea there.
No, absolutely not.
Wokes shorts this time, and Campbell plays it kind of awkwardly into the leg side, trying to ride the bounce. Alex Lees does the fielding at square leg, no run. Brings the over to a close. West Indies pick up 4 from that with the boundary, 21 for no loss after 9.
Right, I better do some tweets, sorry, and we'll hear more in a minute. Oxmoor and Hiker says, Chris Wokes, yawn. Craig Overton, yawn. Well, you know, they've stopped bowling now. Jay Graver says, I'm not a believer in the supernatural, but if karma exists, Leach must have been a dead set Bradman in a past life. I've learned to say Bradman now. Jay Graver tries to get me to say the other thing. Katie, I've been planning to do the county cricket thing as a vlog on YouTube.
It is Mahmood. Oh, and a good delivery. Rips past the outside edge of Brathwaite, who was poking awkwardly at that one. Top delivery from Saqib.
She says, but COVID and other commitments have got in the way, but it is still a project I'd like to get off the ground. We'll talk, Katie, because I think that's a great idea.
Where were you staying, Jono, on the island?
Just outside Oistins for a few nights, and then we moved into St. Lawrence Gap.
And were you with De Silva at all? Or?
Yeah, I went to dinner with him and his parents and our friends after the last day. Sat with his parents for pretty much the entire test match.
Did he enjoy himself?
Mahmood in. Campbell finds some grass out towards square leg. Come through for just a single. Quite a lazy running maybe there. Probably was too.
Do you mean with me at dinner, Annie, or do you mean...
Yes, obviously. Did he tell you?
Do you know, what they did say was they were absolutely baffled on the last day at Joe Root's captaincy. They couldn't believe that he declared so late. But as I've said, I think I put in the group, didn't I, that my view was that we were always going to be too scared of a positive declaration to make one, which proved itself to be the case.
Yeah. He could have been braver, as he said.
They bowled too much seam.
Mahmood from round the wicket to the left-handed John Campbell. He hits this away through square leg, very square. Lease will field and they'll come through for a couple of runs.
He said that he was fine. They found it so easy just to face up and down seam that was doing nothing. Whereas they thought, what he did say, that they obviously actively don't watch Dan Lawrence kind of tango up to the crease like a frog in a blender. They just watch the ball come out of the hand. But they said facing the spinners was far more dangerous. They felt in far more trouble that they might lose the wicket. Whereas even Mahmood, he was batting a foot outside of his crease to Mahmood and Stokes. There was just so little in the wicket, which it's not a great advert for Test cricket, but I understand.
Mahmood round the wicket, and Campbell playing away from his body hits that straight to Jack Leach at point. No run.
I think from all the conversations we were having, the 3 Test matches are where they are because they are the 3 islands that were hit most badly by COVID and the lack of tourism.
Which is a good thing, then, that they were there.
Yes, absolutely. But then, they've probably gone too far in making wickets that are going to last 5
Trying
days.
to claw back the money, but
And, you could see it. But it almost had the opposite effect because days 4 and 5 at Bridgetown, there were hardly anyone there because there was nothing really to watch. It started to get busier in the second session of the last day, but other than that.
Mahmood from round the wicket again, trying to get the in-swinger going to Campbell. He's equal to that on the front foot, defending to mid-off.
I also think that this kind of new dawn, if you like, in inverted commas, was kind of, this new batting lineup and people starting to get a little bit excited. Well, that's been absolutely thrown out the window by, on a track yesterday.
Yeah, we're just so reactive, aren't we? I can never understand it.
It's a real shame, and if Mahmood and Leach hadn't have performed as they did, we'd be in a right load of trouble. The West Indies will be devastated about how yesterday went.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mahmood, he comes in to complete his over with a ball outside off stump that's left alone. 3 from it. West Indies up to 24 now, trailing by 180.
Yeah, so I said that Lee's had short short legs and Tony Bishop is doing his dad joke. Well, that's why he feels at short leg. Brian Barish says, my wife bought back 3 giant chocolate bars from one of the hotels in Vegas, and I'm convinced that she just swiped the bricks out of a large building and covered them with chocolate. We were talking about, I'm just catching you up, we were talking about Toblerones. Brian Barish says, replying to Katie, but depending on when it is during the day, he'd be interested in the county cricket thing. Leah says, now that the Ranji season... Oh, did I just miss a ball?
No. There's just with some drumming. Ben Stokes is coming into the attack, so if you're up with the tweets, we could have his jingle.
I'm not up with the tweets because Messi left me far too many.
That's classic Messi, isn't it?
Yeah, Leah. Now that Ranji season is almost over and the game's being streamed on YouTube, I'd volunteer Annie Chave. I have the time. What am I being volunteered for?
Everything.
5-day commentary stints on the county championship, I think. Ben Stokes, the new bowler, is in.
It's only
starts
4
off
days,
a little too straight, and Brathwaite milks him for a couple just behind square on the leg side.
And Warren says Bear is Anthea Redfern to Annie Chave's Bruce Forsyth. Oh, that's a lovely image, isn't it, Bear? Bear's not looking happy. Anyway, I'll leave off tweets for a minute because I feel like I've overloaded on them.
We've got 3 slips, a gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg as Stokes is in. Brathwaite defends at a ball wide of off stump. Not a lot of foot movement there.
I think one of the best things I found about last week was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the locals were in, and the energy that they bring to the stadium is unbelievable. Like, some of the English were getting a bit aggy about it.
It's wonderful energy, and they're quite, they're wonderfully mouthy. Some of the locals.
Yeah, they made some real noise.
Oh God, yeah.
Brathwaite defends one that goes towards gully, sharply fielded by Overton. Looks like that one stung his hands a little bit.
But of course,
Keeps it in front of him though.
The locals work on the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and it's a tourist place, so they're bound to be quite busy. So,
yeah. I think the thing that really impressed me though was an individual really. I mean, Brathwaite's Brathwaite, but the way Jermaine Blackwood played himself that day for that 100 was incredible.
Here's Stokes, goes a bit straight, and Brathwaite doesn't time one, but finds a gap at mid-wicket on the front foot. He'll come through for an easy single, taking his score up to 8.
Who were you supporting, Jono?
I had a real issue with this. I felt really conflicted because obviously Josh is like a little brother to me. I'm so close to him and I've been for a long time now that I was incredibly nervous when he went out to bat in the first innings. And in both innings he had quite an early LBW overturned at the crease.
Here is Stokes staying over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. It hits Campbell's thigh pad and trickles down towards long leg. They'll come through for a leg bye.
How can you tell if a camel's left-handed? That's what I want to know.
Do animals have a preferred paw or hand?
I don't know. That's an interesting question. And how would you know?
Ask them.
Of course. That's silly me.
Ben Stokes comes in to complete his first over of the tests. It's straight, it's well defended by Campbell. Another 4 runs to the West Indies from that one. They're cutting into the deficit slowly but surely here, 28 for no loss now.
Diane Patterson's The Bear is going to be a star in the IPL and I'm going to win the Nobel Prize. Oh, excellent. Jay Graver says, hooray, Jono, glad to see thou Padawan doing well.
Thank you very much, Jay. Pleasure to be back in your company, my friend.
Jeff Perkins is picking up on me complaining about Messi Jez falling behind the tweets. I know, but I'm just trying to make it sound like it's not just me.
You're just telling the truth.
See, this is the thing about Messi Jez. He presents himself as the king of tweets, but every time you follow him, It's a disaster.
Yeah,
15 minutes
absolutely.
behind.
Yeah. Warren says, breaking news, the Bear is up for bid in an auction, just not the IPL auction. He's a relic.
John Campbell will be facing up to start this over from Mahmood. He's into his third. It's a wide delivery, and that's cut away really nicely by Campbell. Finds the space just backward a point, and it runs into the apex triangle of the boundary rope for 4. Really flamboyant shot there from Campbell, up on one leg, slashing at the ball.
Yeah, starting to look a bit more confident. This isn't the start that England would have wanted, really, is it?
Josh said to me just before Barbados, and I questioned him about this at dinner after the test. The groundsman said that Barbados was going to be quick and bouncy, and he says, right, he thought they'd do us in 3.5 days, and they genuinely meant that. But they must be licking their chops at this situation.
Yeah, Mahmood, another short, wide one. That's a long hop, basically, and Campbell makes the most of it, cutting hard. It flies in the air, but safe, and will be another 4 runs. He's climbed into that. That's almost 6.
Oh, was it a 6?
No, it was almost 6. It was one bouncer.
Yeah. Jay Grover says that Jono looks like Mushtaq Ahmed.
Thank you, Jay. As I said, a pleasure to be back in your company once again, my friend. Saqib Mahmood comes in round the wicket again, 2 straight, and Campbell will milk a single this time. So 4-4 single to start the over, not what Mahmood will have wanted.
You're having trouble with your names, aren't you, Jack?
I am at the moment, yeah. I think I'm not the only person that's fallen for the Azam Mahmood.
Yeah, but I think you are the only one. Camel.
I'm the only camel. I think maybe it's Bear's puffer on the go in the background there. Subconsciously I'm thinking, you know what? Camel blue right now in the sun. As Mahmood comes through, outswing a wide of off stump, very full, but Brathwaite decides not to drive, leaves alone. It will be the first dot of the over.
Aidan's complaining that you've just had your first net today. Apparently some of us have been netting outdoors since January. A few jumpers on you and you'll be fine. Don't worry, it'll be 7 degrees next week when the rest will start playing.
I need to get all my practice for the season in now, in this 5-day good window of weather, before I have to hibernate again. 17th of April I'll start this year. That's ridiculous.
2 weeks after me, that.
Is it? Well, you're insane. Mahmood, that's a much better delivery on the stumps that time, and I think if he keeps it there with the movement off the pitch that he has been able to find, he will trouble Brathwaite. Not on that occasion, though.
County cricket starts on the 7th, Jack.
Yeah, but they get paid to play, don't they? I pay.
They don't get paid to play in lots of jumpers. Actually, having said that, it's been bloody gorgeous today, so you never know.
What are the chances of Hackney Council preparing a decent wicket on the 17th of April?
You could have just left the 17th of April out. Still got the chance of Hackney Council preparing a decent wicket, I think.
Someone's going to get hurt. Here is Mahmood, finishes off, Brathwaite defends, end of the over, 37 for no loss, big over for West Indies. And it won't be me, I'll be fielding at first slip where the ball never goes.
You'll get much colder if you're just at slip.
I'll get hand warmers in my pocket.
Oh, okay. Messi just says, and this is kind of my feeling a bit as well, I just don't understand why making the test last 5 days brings in more tourist money. Surely they will have booked for the whole period and they will spend the money elsewhere. You know, that there is a point to that. And Peter Ward says, I'm thinking it's more with an eye on future revenue. 2 or 3 day tests deter future bookings. Possibly.
Maybe. I think the Barbados Cricket Board probably want to sell a whole load of Banks beer, don't they, in their stadium?
The crowd, yeah.
It was counterproductive, though, I think, to
yeah.
Here's Stokes full, and Campbell playing across his front pad knocks that up towards mid-on. No run.
But you don't mind if Test matches are designed to last 5 days. That's why they're scheduled for 5 days play. But you expect the wicket to start
doing a bit,
bending or turning or breaking up a little bit. Maybe second session of day 4, and that just didn't happen. Day 5, it started to do a little bit, but I mean there was nothing in it from the seamers from ball 1 to the last ball.
Yeah, I have to admit I didn't see a lot of days 4 and 5 myself. Watching from the UK, as Campbell plays a well-timed shot. Steered towards point. It's fielded on the half volley by Zach Crawley there.
Well, we know you weren't busy netting anyway.
No, I came down with COVID this week.
Did you?
So yeah.
When you say came down with COVID, did it knock you down?
I didn't feel very well on Monday, Sunday night, Monday, and half of Tuesday, and then it was all right.
It doesn't sound startlingly bad.
I was lucky. As Stokes is through wide off stump and the ball dies on the way through to Folkes, who takes it ankle high. Campbell left that alone.
I said, just to go back to when Annie asked me about how I was supporting and stuff, when Josh was, after he batted the once in the first test, in the first innings, I actually said to the lads I was with, I was like, well, we don't need to come tomorrow now, because I genuinely do not think there's any way he's going to bat again. As it happens, he got 30 out to save the test, but it just, it certainly wasn't expected.
Here's Ben Stokes, full, and a check drive from Campbell goes straight to mid-off. He's starting to find a little bit of timing here, Campbell, which could be a bit ominous for England with the score they have, as low as it is.
He needs a good score. I support. I have to say that I always support the West Indies, whoever they're playing. So I would have been in your camp, Jono.
Yeah, it was probably the first time ever I've not wanted England to win a test.
Stokes wide of off stump, and Campbell bumps and runs. We'll pick up a quick single as it isn't picked up cleanly by Crawley running round at point. That was the penultimate ball of the over, so it'll bring Brathwaite, the right hander, onto strike to finish things off.
I have to say, Stokes, some of those shots here, that 6 hit off Pamal onto the roof, I don't think I've ever seen a ball go 2/3 that far. It went
incredible,
wild.
isn't it?
Here is Stokes, in swinger to Brathwaite, and it almost gets through, finds the inside edge of the bat, squirts into the leg side, and West Indies nip through for a quick single. So it's 2 from that over, 39 for no loss.
Jay Grover says, was Jono staying in his third home in Barbados, or has he just brought the island? Warren has sent a really disturbing picture of Hendo with a load of cats on a bike, superimposed. Can we get a Gorilla Cricket themed Peloton video? I think it will be a nice little earner. P.S. Sorry about the breasts, Hendo. It was the best photo I could find. It is a woman, yes, it is a woman cycling.
It's
probably worth
a lot going on there,
because it's actually quite scary.
England have got a sub on the field. Ollie Pope is out there in his whites as Saqib comes in, defended by Brathwaite, goes to Leach.
Who's he on for?
Good question. One of the fast bowlers, I'd have thought. Chris Wokes just finished a spell.
Probably Stokes, based on the fact that they're now just showing him in bowling in the warm-up. He's had to put in a serious amount of effort in the first 2 test matches.
Definitely.
He got completely overbowled at the back end of the Antigua test. He had to bowl far too much last week as well. One of the things that Josh did say to me that we found quite funny was the amount of shit chat he was getting from around the bat was just horrific. I know you could hear a lot of it through the stump mics as well, but they really need to up the game.
Is Saqib Mahmood. I think there's a little variation from him. Quite full that time. Brathwaite pushes it up towards mid-on. There'll be another dot.
Hey guys, Ravi Nair has answered. Animals have preferred sides. They tend to be like humans, using mainly one paw or hoof first. You can tell by simple observation. I'm going to watch from now on.
There we go.
I didn't know that, Ravi.
Every day's a school day on Guerrilla Cricket.
It really is, isn't it?
We've had a good series, Bratho. We just had his run totals for the 3 matches flashed up on the screen. Obviously, the 160 in Barbados that you saw, Jono, leaves that one alone. Dot ball.
I mean, just on that, the amount of mental strength it must take to bat for, 10 plus hours is just phenomenal. I think he faced over 100 overs in the Test match, which is just phenomenal.
Entire day.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's only ever played Red Bull. He's never played a T20, and I love that about him. He is my favourite new player.
He's got his average up to the mid-30s now, which isn't too bad, given the pitches that normally we see in the West Indies. Saqib Mahmood's in, very full, and Brathwaite knocks it back towards him. Mahmood diving across the pitch, make sure there is no run. It's been a little bit of an anomaly over the last 5 years. I think the pitches we've seen in these 3 tests. When I was in Barbados, I went along to 2018 now to the day-nighter against Sri Lanka, and I saw 18 wickets in 2 sessions.
Way more than Jono saw there.
Yeah, it was absolute carnage.
we might as well have seen 2 wickets in 18 seconds, it seemed like at times.
Mahmood through wide of off stump, another away swing, but started it 2 wide. Left by the batter, taken by Folkes, ankle high. Looks like a beautiful day here in Grenada.
It's beautiful here as well.
Well, freezing here.
So not.
One of the things that you do have to get your head around, though, is the complete distinct difference in the pace in which things are gone about from the UK to the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I know you want that cocktail, and it'll be ready, but it'll be ready when I want to make it. And I'm not quite ready to make it yet, but I may be in 45 minutes. And I
love the rum shacks as well. The little rum shacks on down little streets. Brilliant.
Mahmood finishes off his over. It will be a maiden as Brathwaite defends the last delivery. West Indies stay on 39, and Ben Stokes is back onto the pitch, hobbling a little bit.
Are we due a changeover, or is it next?
I think it's next over.
So Messi's getting a bit of jip now. Jay Graver says, I remember Messers whining nearly as much as I do when his tweets didn't get read out. He says power corrupts. And Jeff Perkins says knives out for Messi. I'm sorry, Messi. It's so unfair. I'm so much worse than you. Madan Mohan Sharma says, good evening everyone from India. Yesterday I couldn't enjoy the 10th wicket partnership because of the time difference. I think this is one of the few occasions when number 10 and 11 have made such a long partnership. Yeah, it was a bit record-breaky, wasn't it? That number 10 and 11 got the highest score. Hadn't been done since 1800s or something.
Yeah, I think it was. It's over 100 years. Stokes starts off with a bit of a freebie, full and outside leg stump. Campbell arguably doesn't make the most of it. He'll only pick up 2 towards that square leg boundary.
Sophie in Kale says, are animals left-handed? Asked Annie. According to this, cats are, and she sent an article saying, is your cat left-handed? And a new study reveals a surprising twist on paw preference. But there you are. You see, it's amazing, isn't it? And Jeff Perkins says, does that batting camel have 1 hump or 2? Jack?
I don't know. I don't know anything about camels. Stokes in wide from around the wicket and wide down the leg side is the result. Good footwork from Folkes to get across to that and take it pretty comfortably. It was a pretty average delivery.
We will really talk about anything on Guerrilla Cricket, won't we? Nothing is off the table.
Don't encourage them.
No, really. Dearie me.
Campbell picks up his bat horizontal to the ground and nudges that towards mid-off. He sets off for a quick single that is sent back by Brathwaite. That would have been pretty close. Wokes, the England fielder, swooping in to pick that up and return it to Ben Folkes at the striker's end. West Indian batters meet in the middle, so punch gloves and discuss what was a pretty average piece of running there from John Campbell, it has to be said. Where was he going?
They'll be pleased with this start, though, won't they?
Well, it couldn't have gone much better, could it? They've scored at an okay run rate. They're closing in on the England score. A lot of the damage from that 10th wicket partnership has sort of been undone at this point. Stokes through, wide of off stump, left alone. And England, look, I don't want to say out of ideas.
Yeah,
I'm not sure they had any ideas in the first place. But I don't know. Where's a wicket going to come from, Jono?
It just looks samey, doesn't it? There's full one, short one. We just can't hold a good length for a consistent period of time in order to create any real amount of pressure.
Here's Stokes from very wide. That delivery, sort of in his approach, the wicket jumped miles out to try and get an angle for Campbell. It didn't really amount to an awful lot. Campbell defended it pretty comfortably.
Stokes' body language is great. I think that left knee, so heavily strapped, is probably beginning to trouble him a bit here. He's had to charge in and really bang away, hasn't he? For the,
Yeah, I mean, he's been England's point of difference in a couple of the tests. Like the only bowler that looks like they're trying something that isn't line and length. Hope for a bit of nibble.
Yeah.
Defended. Last ball of the over is defended. The couple from it. I think we're going to have a little drinks break here. It's 41 for no loss. Messages, you're back on. You can defend yourself.
The slow tweet readers back. So I'm going to leave, having been really fast at my tweet. So
I'm off to Jono. But moving to the summariser's chair after
Jesus
a quick.
Christ! All the fucking internal sledging. I don't know.
I mean, Jez, you're my favourite. You'll notice that I didn't slag you off once, mate. I didn't.
The truth is, the first half hour of the day is always the one where the most tweets come in. Anyhow, I enjoyed it. Jay says, "Leave Jack alone. Let the child net when he wishes." Jeff Perkins says, "Every ground has had the pandemic at least once. You just don't get uncovered pictures anymore." Oh dear.
Very good.
And he says, "I thought Annie had already been closely observing the limbs of the players and should already know which were left-legged and which were right." Jay says, "As I have no ability in cricket, this will never be an issue, but I reckon if I were fielding round the back, I'd get so focused on making a pregnant sledge, I'd miss every catch." And he also says, "Sounds like a challenge, Jono." Jeff Perkins says, "The only way Method Jeds could have been attacked more would have been if he had been nominated for the Supreme Court by the Democrats." And Ravi Nair, this brings us up to date on tweets, believe it or not. "Surely John Camel is a Bactrian who celebrates my humps." And he gives us a link to a YouTube video. There are some on YouTube as well. Ian Forth has joined us. He says, "I do think dogs have a preferred paw when they're trying to gain your attention or playing with a moth or stealing a muffin. Is that a problem in your household? Stolen muffins, Ian?" And "Hello, Jono and Jack. I will go to bed now." Adrian Bourne says, "Who's the blonde on the com?" That's the wonderful Annie Chave, Adrian. And Lockie6 says, "Cats are ambidextrous. They can claw you with either paw." And Stephen Kelk says, "Afternoon grillers." So welcome to all of you. Thank you for being with us. And we're actually up to date on socials now, which is quite amazing. So one thing I think we should take note of is that England actually bowled fairly ordinarily 15 overs in the first hour, which is something to be celebrated.
Yeah, all seam as well.
Yeah. All very mediocre seam.
Yeah,
after the first 15 overs yesterday, England were 29 for 2, so West Indies appear to be doing better. There certainly doesn't seem to be much going on in the pitch or in the air today, does there?
I just don't think we've hit our lines or areas, Jess, to be honest. Same old England. I mean, I was talking to the wife when I got back last night. I mean, Jimmy and Stuart Broad must be well, they're actually at St Andrews, aren't they? So, they must have spent
retirement home.
the first two tests of this series, just looking at each other or on the phone, just going, well, this couldn't have really gone much better for us, could it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, Chris Wokes, I think in the second, did he bowl 4 overs in the second dig at the Barbados test? Like, you know, as the leader of the attack. Now, I'm a big Chris Wokes fan, but you know, this next wave of potential replacements for Jimmy and Brody. I don't know what you think, Jack, but you know, they've not really been shining a great light on themselves, have they?
No, I think some of these players, if we're being honest, aren't even in England's second best 11. Though you've got to remember, like Robinson's out, Archer's out, Ollie Stone's out. All three of those are better bowlers than the two here. Anderson and Broad, already talked about them. Sam Curran's probably a better bowler. So we've got 6 seamers that are better than probably any of these players in away conditions. Although I have been impressed by Mahmood in what I've seen. I will say that.
Overton in now to Craig Brathwaite. I think that's probably hit him on the back of the boot, but it'll race away down to the straight fan leg boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's sort of illustrative of the whole conversation, though, isn't it? I mean, what is that delivery? How are you expecting to... It's a 128 mile an hour ball. Are you expecting to get through him for pace with a Yorker there? That can't be the plan. So what are you doing? It's
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the updated bowling averages show that Wokes' bowling average in this series is now 91.5.
Brathwaite just turns down a single there as he works it into the mid-wicket gap, but fielded well by Johnny Bairstow.
And Overton's is 58.5, so that's a sort of really challenging pair of openers, aren't they?
Yeah, it doesn't seem... Yeah, this new dawn's a new dark, isn't it? One of a better phrase. That was dreadful from me. Sorry, I'm not sure I'm switched back into gear quite yet. Overton in again now, and that's left alone. Well left, in fact, in the channel by Craig Brathwaite. So right, rum punch.
yes.
Is unbelievable stuff.
What's in it? What's apart from
Fuck
rum?
knows.
Rum mainly.
Rum and
It's a clue in the name.
rum and some stuff that colours it red. I think we later found out is bitters. Well, bitters is also alcoholic. So
Yes, yeah, hugely.
basically shit show in a bottle. That's what they should call it. Overton in again now, and that's just defended off the hip. But into deep backward square leg, and they're going to come through for 2 as Bairstow calls off his run, as I think Leach will come round from fine leg and back into Ben Folkes. It's basically shit show in a glass. We decided that we didn't want to drink any until like 3 o'clock each day, and then, which was fine, but by 7 o'clock we didn't know our own names, where we lived, or where we were going to It's just absolute madness, but great fun. Overton in again now, worked again back into the same deep backward square leg area by Craig Brathwaite. Oh, it's Alex Lee's fielding down there, but they'll come through for another 2. I want to stay down on him a little bit. I think there has been maybe a little hint of variable bounce, Jack.
Yeah, for sure. In England's innings.
Yeah,
There was a bit of deviation. I think because England are quite one-dimensional here, they haven't really got somebody who's tall and can maybe exploit the fact that it's coming up and staying a bit low. They're all sort of putting it on or around a length, but from no great height, so it's not too troubling, I'd say.
49 for without loss now. West Indies have moved in onto as Brathwaite defends back up the pitch to Overton. You'd say that, I mean, and maybe this is why Stokes is the one that has looked even vaguely dangerous. He is the one that will hit kind of heavy length, will bowl bumpers, and can probably extract the most out of the wicket. The others all seem a bit skiddy, don't they? They kind of kiss the stick, whereas he'll bowl into it. But yeah, West Indies now 49 without loss from 16 overs, trailing by 155. Anything for us, Jess?
Yeah, Jay Grover says, I retract everything I've said, Jeremy. Annie is a far worse tweet reader than you, but if you don't read my next splenetic diatribe, I will sue. Madam Han Sharma says, I've observed that when Root scores big runs, England scores big. other batters support him, but when he fails, others also don't score runs.
John Campbell just defending that into the leg side, and starts with a new Ben Stokes over.
And thus England finds itself in a miserable condition. There's certainly some truth to that.
Yeah, he is absolutely the way he batted. Obviously, he scored 106. No, was it 130 odd he got? Just allowed Stokes to come in and bat the way he did. But then, arguably, Kamal didn't settle on a length and bowled too full or just too short. Campbell onto the back foot, kind of square cuts that to cover Johnny Bairstow. Will cut it off. But I mean, the only thing I could liken Stokes' innings last week to was I was lucky enough to be there to watch him and Johnny Bairstow on the second morning at Cape Town in 2016. And Morné Morkel's absolutely charging in, hitting the back of a length hard, and Stokes is just standing on the back foot and just twatting him over long off for six repeatedly. And you can just sense he has that day in him sometimes, doesn't he? That it's just unbelievable. He's in again now. That is a Yorker. Quite well directed in towards middle and leg stump, but well worked away down to fine leg by Brathwaite to come through for one. Campbell, rather, forgive me.
One question about Permal. Is he any better live? Because he looks like he'd probably be in most second teams in club cricket in the UK.
You know those funny actions where he kind of gets through all of it, and then all of a sudden his arm's like a slingshot. It just comes over at the last minute. But yeah, it looks like he travels through the crease, so he doesn't really pivot. There's no real kind of strength at the crease in order to kind of really rip it over the top. But when he bowled floaty, Stokes just tracked him and whacked him, and then occasionally Stokes made him bowl to him, bowled this odd short when he sat back and waited for it, and then plonked him into the stands then as well. So Stokes in again now, defended into the offside by Craig Brathwaite. Well, looking like it might beginning to shape a little bit. That's kind of started to slide in towards Brathwaite, but from the hand a little bit rather than late, which is probably what England are looking for.
Big news, the GPL has reached the century. So you can get your guesses in anytime up until the lunch break. And if you pick the right number of runs for the day and nobody else does, you'll get the £100 jackpot.
As Stokes in and just defended into the offside by Brathwaite. About the only thing that involved with England or England cricket in any way, shape or form that will reach a century during this test, I would like to think.
There's probably a few people's bowling figures that are in line.
I was just going to say.
It looks like it stayed a little bit low. It's almost hit right on the end of the bat. It's looking to. So I mean, it doesn't bode well for England in the second innings.
That's out.
That is out.
That's a shocking ball.
Extremely low from probably just what you'd call back of length at best from Ben Stokes, but it clatters Brathwaite's front pad as he kind of almost goes back based on length, but then tries to stab down it. He's hit him on the back pad right in the middle. He looks forlornly at the umpire. Ben Stokes hardly even celebrates.
He's not well.
No, well, not well. Or I think I
think it was just such a shocking delivery. I mean, that ball should be passing 1.5 foot over the stumps, and it's going to hit the bottom third. Brathwaite literally walks. He's not. He even waits the umpire's decision. He's just off.
But I think there'll be a part of the England lads going, well, if that's happening now on day two, then what's it going to be like next time we come to bat? I feel a bit sorry for Brathwaite. He was an absolute. He was an absolute mountain of a man for the West Indies last week. He's got to be tired. The amount of time he spent on the field during those 5 days. I think did he have like 4 overs not on the field? Something crazy like that. So that's a real shame. Shamar Brooks coming out to take up the number 3 berth as Ben Stokes leaves the field again. Not a great sign for England.
They were showing some footage of him practicing early on with a really heavily bandaged leg. His knee is clearly giving him a lot of pain.
Yeah. That's his bad knee, isn't it? The one that's been operated on before as well. So that might be the last we see of Ben for a little bit of time, considering he was off when Jack was doing ball by ball as well. He was off the time off the field then as well. I mean, that's hitting halfway up middle stump, and it's pitched at that back of length. And
It's absolute.
It's on its way down again when it's how bad that is.
To be fair, it's normally Joe Root who receives those sorts of balls.
Well, yeah.
It's you don't see that very often in Test cricket, do you? Kind of.
Well, they were saying because it's been a bit soft yesterday, it will create indentation, so you will get a little bit of variable bounce. Sorry, Jez, carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Bear's probably going to give us a jingle.
Who's coming up next? And is he any good? Well, he's not bad. Shamar, you know him. Not really. He ain't bad. He ain't bad. Shamar, you know him. Shamar Brooks.
Shamar Brooks now on to strike after John Campbell takes a quick single off the first ball of the 5th Overton over. Overton now 0 for 18 off 4.1, bringing Shamar Brooks onto strike. What do we think of Brooks? He hasn't really done anything this series so far. I think Bonner's the one that really impressed me in Antigua, but then he had a really quiet match at Bridgetown. As did Jason Holder with a bat, really disappointing on his home ground in Barbados. Didn't get even anything looking remotely like a score at Bridgetown. Overton in now to Brooks' first ball, and that's solidly defended back up the pitch for no run.
It's okay, isn't he? No, I haven't seen anything that makes me think, oh, Shamar Brooks is batting, better turn on the TV, for example. It's,
Well, to be fair, there's not a lot.
I don't know, to be fair, actually, I mean, I don't know if you'd say Bonner's on the TV, I'd turn it on. It's
attritional. Overton in again now to Shamar Brooks, and again just blocked back up the pitch. Mahmood collects mid-off and throws back into Ben Folkes.
On the question of Root, Jeff Perkins says almost everyone in the side seems to be scheduled to get one good score to justify not being dropped. Presumably their batting is the main reason for no Anderson and Broad. And in relation to the 5-day tests, Diana Patterson says, well, the economy as a whole on the small island may do well, but the ground itself will lose on inflated drinks income, which is a good point.
As Brooks blocks back up the pitch again to Overton, fourth ball of the over down. I mean, as I say, it almost became counterproductive because days, from the afternoon of day 3, you could really start to see that the ground wasn't as full. Look, day 1's always hectic, right? Everybody wants to go in there for the start playing, some cues and what have you. But after that, they're trying to make sure that people are there to spend, but they're almost driving people away from the test match itself. That's tried to be blocked by Brooks. A thick inside edge down to Alex Lees at fine leg. Overton with hands on head. Probably thought there was a chance for an LBW there, but they come through for a single.
Quite a lot going on in Barbados as well, isn't there? So if the cricket is dull, you've got beaches, you've got the north of the island, which is quite beautiful. You can go inland, go to a rum distillery. It's not the only show in town.
I mean,
I'm getting very jealous now.
The only the thing that I would say was what we learned. Anybody, if you're ever going to plan to go out there, book restaurants, find restaurants and book them before you go, because to walk into anywhere was absolutely no chance. Oh my word! That's a short one from Craig Overton. He runs down to John Campbell to ask if he's all right. That has hit him flush in the grill. Overton apologising. Don't know what for. You're you bowl Meadows, but you've just got one to the league. But as is customary, you go down and you say, "All right, mate. I definitely banged that in short on purpose, but sorry, even though you don't mean it."
Well, you want him to be all right though, because you're going to take it personally if he's seriously injured. So I guess you've shaken him, but not really hurt him badly, and that's basically what you want, isn't it?
Crikey! I mean, he's taken his eye off it. He's ducked into it, but that isn't that short. So in the last over, we see one from Stokes that's back of length that hits Brathwaite halfway up his shin in front of all 3, and then Craig called one again that's not bumper length. That is it Campbell's square on the lid. It doesn't. it's more exciting to watch than the first two tests, but again, arguably not a great test match wicket.
You don't necessarily want to see it on day 2, do you? If it's a bit like this, like you were saying earlier, late in day 4, day 5, you're a little bit more accepting because you want there to be a result. It's supposed to be hard to bat on day 4 and 5. That's the trajectory of the game. This is the first innings for West Indies. Like you don't want a pea shooter followed by one that badges you. It's
yeah. Have you got anything for us on socials, Jeff?
I have. Jeff Perkins says, must be mysterious to England why they aren't performing as well as Australia when they have modelled themselves on Australia by being foul-mouthed around the bat and having a ball spinner. Jay says, I now want rum punch. My hamper cannot come fast enough. Mayank says rum punch sounds a lot like jungle juice, which is usually very cheap, disgusting vodka mixed with an assortment of juices to completely hide the alcohol tastes and smell, and gets you absolutely shit-faced beyond recognition. Very popular with university students here and the world over, I suspect.
Yes,
Jeff Perkins
says. Right.
Jeff Perkins says, I thought at least messages would try to pretend that GPL entries were prediction based on informed analysis rather than guesses. There's a reasonable amount of informed analysis. I usually get somewhere close, but then I usually spread my predictions around 50 runs or so there's a good chance of being in the zone. Jay Grover says, I'm putting all my non-fungible assets on the GPL. Only have one, but when it becomes fungible, it'll break the market. Don't start me on NFTs. And Farron's looked at my GPL picks and says, the threes have it. To which Jeff Perkins says, when will a 3 win again? When will the Messi's Jessie's done? When the match is drawn, tied or won?
Humble now.
And Jay,
again.
We're still waiting, aren't we? Jay Grover says, just to be positive for a fleeting moment, can we observe how Jono can do BBB, ball by ball, while making comments and asking questions? You don't need to talk over people like a gobshite. Who's that a dig at me?
We've got a good guest on coming up at lunch. Samuel Badgery, World Cup winner from the West Indies 2016 side. Former number 1 bowler in that format.
And good commentator now, actually. That's Mood in... played at, I think, by Brooks. My screen kind of did that slow down and then do everything at 100 miles an hour thing, so I didn't get the delivery properly. He's watching a replay of it now. Yeah, he's straightened a little bit. He has genuinely played at that, but he's probably missed the bat by a centimetre. It's thrown through to Ben Stokes for a dot ball.
Well, do stay tuned for that.
Yeah, good commentator now, Samuel Badgery. I mean, there's plenty of bad uns out there, so it's nice when one of the ex-pros actually learns how to do it properly. Far be it for me to make judgment, as it were. That's probably a back-a-length ball that's just stayed low, but Brooks manages to defend that into the leg side. That jungle juice thing you were talking about, Jez, that sounds very, very similar to my experience, because I spent most of last week absolutely sausaged from about 5 o'clock in the afternoon for 5 days.
Well, I mean, there's something to be said for it putting you in bed by 9 o'clock because you actually get time to recover.
I never felt bad the next morning because I'd had about a solid 12 hours sleep, to be fair.
Yeah, there you go.
Mahmood again now to Brooks. That's probably a delivery that would bounce as expected from length, but just blocked into the offside. The one day where I didn't get involved in rum punch, because the 4 previous days would have suggested that I just shouldn't anyway, but I went for dinner with Josh and his parents and the lads that I was there with. So I just drank water all day, and then I had a few glasses of wine with dinner, but I wasn't going to pass up on the opportunity to sit with one of my best mates and chew the fat for a few hours after the match. But that was a lovely experience to have dinner with him after so long. We went to an amazing restaurant called Champers. Please definitely go there if you out in Barbados. It's a phenomenal place. As Mahmood lets go one down leg side that is missed by Brooks, and it goes through to Folks for no run.
Yeah, that one kept a little bit low as well. It'll be interesting. Maybe when the ball gets slightly softer, 10-15 overs from now, we might go through a more placid spell as we saw in the England innings. But certainly at the end that Mahmood's bowling at now, there's some variable bounce that England might be able to exploit.
Yeah, when did it start to get easier overs wise for the West Indies, for England rather, yesterday? I know we lost so many wickets early that. Playing a miss by Shamar Brooks from Mahmood goes through to Stokes, but there will be no run.
It was about 50 overs when they were 8 down, wasn't it?
Yeah, that'd be right.
Or 9 down, yeah, and then Leach and Mahmood batted literally as well as they are capable of batting, I think. And in Mahmood's case, better than he's ever shown that he could bat at a lower level. But,
I read a comment from him yesterday, whereas when he got to 12 and he was like, right, I'm at my average, so now I'm enjoying it.
I love that bowler's mindset.
Is that man Mahmood now approaches the crease, last ball of his 5th over, and that's blocked hard, but just out into the offside to complete the 19th. England 52 for 1.
Jay Grover says, not being funny, but hasn't Jack's accent just become more Peckham today? Love it. I think it's a post-COVID accent. And he says, yes, Jeremy, total dig at you. You'll be hearing from my lawyers after we get the CCTV from the Groucho Club. Varong sends a picture of some shoes called Four Skins, which was brought out in Australia some years ago. Maybe the fours could be the go from here in. And over on YouTube, we've got Yahweh say England will easily get 350 in their second innings, so the draw is actually very likely. Yeah, keep your fingers crossed about that, Yahweh.
Overton he's just done John Campbell again. He's just ducked into another one that's probably not got up. This one's arguably not got up as much as it would have been expected. This one's a short ball. So this is going to be the second change of helmet for John Campbell in the space of 3 deliveries. Oh, he's turned his head away from it. That is dangerous. He's hitting.
I think they should take him off.
Lid. Yeah, but what do you do in this situation? I mean, if he passes all the COVID, all the protocols, he's shut his eyes. Yeah, and he's just taking his eye off it.
You can't let someone just keep doing that. I mean, it's fucking dangerous.
It's a well-directed short ball, that, to be fair, but it's not. If he's not feeling great, maybe he does need to go off and have a glass of water and a sit down for half an hour or so. It's not worth the risk associated with it, is it? But yeah, I mean, that one arguably should have bounced higher, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think basically what's happened is that delivery that got Brathwaite has meant that the West Indians now don't trust the pitch, and so when the short ball comes in, their first instinct is to get the fuck out of there, and they're not watching the ball, and this is sort of the result. The pitch is a little bit dangerous, and if you once you've been hit once, it sort of the effect multiplies, doesn't it? Because you really don't want to be hit again. He's played that last delivery there. He hasn't played it, has he? He's not made an attempt to get out of the way of it, duck it, sway out the way, or hit it. He's just sort of stood there and hoped for the best, and it's kind of lucky, I think. It's a bit more of a glancing blow than the first one. I think it sort of went away towards fine leg, but could have been nasty.
Yeah, they did come through for one leg by, even though it had been basically on the back of the Swede. You'd think now that, I mean, look, Campbell is naturally a very aggressive opening batsman at Test cricket level anyway, so I don't know whether they start now offering him a few full ones outside off stumps, hoping he throw his hands at one that he's not quite concentrating, and maybe it's a plan that then can look to have worked from an England perspective. I don't know, but it will. He certainly won't be feeling comfortable. That is well played. Shamar Brooks, full straight by Overton over pitch, and that is worked away for 4 runs through straight mid wicket.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, that's a poor delivery. That is a long half volley that is well worked away by Shamar Brooks. The one thing that I guess one company that may be happy about the advertising is the helmet company, Missouri, who are now frantically having to make replenishment helmets for on Campbell as he's going through at a rate of knots. That's blocked out into the offside by Shamar Brooks, and there will be no run.
Did Woodstock not sell helmets?
No, we don't produce them. I mean, the red tape around safety guidelines and measures for that. The investment required is just unbelievable. So we'll let the boys that play at that and do it well continue to play at that, to be honest.
We were speculating last week as to whether Josh De Silva's gloves were from Woodstock as well.
They indeed are, yeah. Oh my God. No, well, this is Shamar Brooks this time. But it's weird, it's jabbed back from quite a long way outside off stump. Again, he's trying to hit hard length here, and they're bowling a lot of cross-seam balls, but that's missed everything. That's missed gloves, that's missed bat, and it's just hit him squarely in the ribs. It looks really uncomfortable. Just taking his eye off it, they don't trust this wicket.
Yeah, I actually don't think that one did much wrong. It seemed to go roughly where it was supposed to go, but he has basically bottled it.
But mentally, once you don't trust a wicket, it's very difficult then to get in line and just. This time, that's a fuller ball from Overton, and Brooks gets in line and works that away down to fine leg. Leeds comes round and they will come through for a single. Very incredibly difficult once you don't trust a wicket, that you know the occasional one's going to spit, to actually just force yourself into getting in line and stuff. Where was it? It'll be probably a bit before our time, Jez, but that test match that got called off, or we were certainly very young, was it Jamaica?
No, I don't think
Park, it was.
Oh, was it? Oh, right, that's right, yeah.
And they called it off eventually. I mean, I'm not saying...
Yeah, it was incredibly dangerous.
Like that. Yeah. That one's a fuller ball this time to John Campbell by Overton. Almost as if he was feeling a bit sorry for him. He didn't want to prang him 3 times out of 3. That completes England's 20th over. It is time for a change. That is me done for the day. So I will see you the other side of the weekend. But enjoy all. I look forward to seeing you on Monday.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jono.
Well, I'll see you after lunch.
And we will see you after lunch. Welcome back, Vernon. Good to see you.
It's a lovely morning, and I just want to take some time out on behalf of GorillaCricket.com and for all the folks around the region to just apologize for that swear word just a while ago there. That's really beyond our control, and we make sure that we will be able to clean that up, and so we don't have any more of that. But a little bad technique here from the West Indian batters.
The mood is in, and Brooks tickles this away towards mid-wicket. They'll get 2. Throw comes back in from Ollie Pope is out there. So I'm not quite sure who's gone off, Vernon.
Is it Stokes again?
Oh, is it Stokes again? Poor old Ben is with his knee, stroke back, stroke elbow, whatever's ailing him at any particular time. 60 without one. Just the 1 wicket has gone down so far today. That of Craig Brathwaite.
They are getting battered a bit, aren't they?
2 slips go down. That one's short again, and Brooks can duck underneath it. And Folkes has to fling himself away to his left. Tidy work, as ever, from Ben Folkes. It's exactly what you would expect from him. Brathwaite, LBW to Stokes. So he did do his bit before having to disappear for a lie down. He went, of course, for 17. Excellent take, as we say, as we come to expect now from Ben Folkes.
Just want to say hello to Tony and to Vernon. Hello, you two.
Hello, Annie. Always a pleasure. I know you've been in Brighton. We can talk a little bit about that. This one again is our Brighton bell. As this one again is slightly short by Mahmood, who's looking, I think, to try, and they've given Campbell a bit of a working over Vernon. Looks like they're also seem to think short pitch bowling's the way to go here against Campbell against Brooks as well.
I'll just see that the West Indian batters are not looking at the ball. And that has to be the fundamental reason when you're playing a short ball. If a ball is bouncing above your stumps, you can't do anything. So you have to keep looking at the ball. They're taking their eyes off of the ball. That is really my technical aspect in looking at both Brooks and Campbell.
Well, I have another question for you on that as the 2 slips go down. This one's fuller and sort of rather outside edgily away towards gully. There is no run. I mean, it seems to me, and we saw it in the first innings, you know, you've got a sort of a window when the ball is doing most, and it tended to be certainly when, you know, the West Indies, when actually some of the early shine had come off it. Do you want to waste it by dropping the ball short and allowing a batsman just to duck under it on a regular basis? That seems to me not necessarily the best way to get wickets. And if you've only got 200 on the board, you do rather need wickets.
Well, I think both bowlers have to learn to bowl a lot more fuller, especially on this track here in Grenada.
In comes Mood again. This one is left, big high lift, periscope leave from.
If you look through Annie and Tony of the England innings before the 91 wicket partnership of the last pair, where the West Indies lost focus, you will see that the West Indian got batters either LBW or bowled, which means that you have to bowl a fuller length, more or less a 2 meter length on this track here.
And straight.
And that's what you have to do, especially with the new ball, because the breeze is so strong that you'll be able to get late swing into the batters.
2 runs from this over so far. 2 slips, a gully, short mid wicket, and forward comes Brooks. Pushes it towards mid on. There'll be no run. Chris Wokes does the fielding. Much maligned Chris Wokes.
Yeah, well,
Came into the series with an average of over 80 with the ball, didn't he? And
his average isn't helping him not to be maligned. Let's face it, Tony.
But who have we got, Annie?
We've got Mayak, who says, luckily Campbell is facing Overton's military medium style bowling, so it won't hurt his head as much. It's true. It's not a lightning speed. O'Neill Harris apologises for the swear words. It's a struggle. And Jay Grover says, "Hooray, Vernon! There were more than on swear words, and Annie's a proper filth mouth." That's not true, Jay. How can you say that? And Rebel Scum says Hove. Actually, I haven't been to Brighton. I've been to Hove.
Oh, well, okay, just up the seafront. As this one is Overton in, tickled off his legs by Campbell to mid wicket. He choose to just take the one. There might have been a second one there, I thought, Vernon, but they're probably thinking they don't really need to push it that hard.
That's the issue that I've been having, Tony. The urgency in the running. The rotation is a strike. What I find sometimes with the West Indian batters is that you either get a boundary or you get a block ball, and I'm saying that they have to be able to turn ones into twos, especially on a track of this nature. Got to be looking to run every run.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, remember England were 60 odd for 7 or something, weren't they?
So
the West Indies are doing rather better.
Yeah.
This is left by Brooks outside of the off stump. Through it goes to Ben Folkes. Again, no run.
Yeah, but can the West Indies number 10 and 11 make the score that are 10 and 11 made?
The same as our Taunton Tendulkar.
We won't get to 10 and 11, Annie.
You won't. That's fighting talk, Vernon.
Fighting talk. Well, they're going very nicely at the moment.
We won't get to 10 and 11.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Good.
Overton's going to be in again to Shamar Brooks, who drives this very sweetly
Lovely.
indeed. That's an off drive that I'd pay good money to watch time and again. And if we had the bear, here he is. It's going to be a 4 jingle. How quickly can he get there? Oh my, seamless.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There it was. That's the fastest I've seen him move for a while, I have to say.
Faster
Overton,
than the
bear.
West Indians between the wickets, eh?
Oh, that was a lovely shot. I mean,
it was a lovely shot, and what nice about it is that he got into the perfect position.
He did. In comes Overton again. Brooks just waits and clips this, and the good throw's going to come in. They had to be sharp about the running there, Vernon. That was a
because Campbell is not backing up. You're talking about game awareness. You have to be able to rotate the strike. He's just contented to just go on the non-strikers and just sit there on his bat, and he was caught.
Hey, Vernon, he's tired. He's been in longer than he's used to.
Yeah, it's not been a great series for him. Well, 35 and 22 was sort of middling returns, I think you'd say, in Antigua. Obviously, less impressive in Barbados. Ben Stokes looks like he's might be back with us, although I wouldn't say watching him hobble down those steps. He's moving with a huge degree of freedom. As Overton comes around the wicket, that shot pulled by Campbell, real authority, but there is a man down there at deep mid wicket. They're going to have to hurry again. Now that must be close. It was actually swept onto the stumps by Overton at the bowling end, and I think that, Vernon, I think he might just be home.
I think he's in.
But it's worth a look. What do you reckon?
Vernon won't be happy.
The thing about it,
he's
in,
well in.
but my issue is that why is he so late? That's what I'm talking about. The ball went at least about a good 40 meters out onto the leg side, So, why is he struggling to get in? I wonder if he's mentally, if he's still worrying about those hits on the helmet.
Well, he may be. Round the wicket again comes over. So this is pulled again by Campbell. He misses though, and it's taken down the leg side by Folks. We've had 7 from this over. 8 over from this over. 68 for 1, trailing by 136. The West Indies. Annie, who have you got on our various platforms?
Jay Grover's worried that I'm drinking a goblet of gin and tonic, but no, it is actually hot water, Jay Grover. This is my hangover cure. And Jeff Perkins says, given the wicket hits on the batsman, is this mostly technique, or does this suggest that the pitch could get rather dangerous?
A bit early for that, I think. I mean, it's got lift, it's got bounce, it's got life, it's got something for the bowlers. I'm not sure I'd say dangerous.
Mercy just says, just up the seafront, sounds like a carry-on flick full of double entendres. Well, you know me, Mercy, I don't deal in double entendres.
Well, I've walked from Hove to the centre of Brighton in about 7 or 8 minutes on many occasions, so I've got.
And that's not a euphemism, is it?
No, well, it's not. No, it's not. I do love going to Hove. I have to say, it is one of my favourite grounds to go and watch cricket.
I've never been. It was delightful. Absolutely. I mean, the weather helped. It was absolute glorious weather, and it was lovely to see a bit of county cricket.
Indeed, it's 68 for 1. The mood is going to continue. I would say possibly the most dangerous looking of the England attack so far. I know Stokes has got the wicket, but Mahmood has got some lift, bounce, bit of movement. And this time Brooks waits nicely, dabs to backward point. There will be no run. 68 for 1. Yeah, Mahmood I think has been, I wouldn't say a star turn, but I think he's justified, even if you go down that pecking order and look at the fast bowlers who aren't here. 2 for 58, 2 for 21, 49 with the bat here. He's acquitted himself more than admirably, I would say.
Well, it was interesting what Jono was saying, that the West Indians far preferred playing the seamers than the spin.
Yeah, well, in some ways not surprised. And that one has got Brooks bang in front, and up goes the umpire's finger. That looked pretty out to me. What was your take, Vernon?
I think he came right across his stumps, and he was hit right in front simply because he fell over again. And he turned him right around. You could have seen his leg stump, but I think it was a good decision. But
he decided not to review.
No, you can't review. He missed a straight one. Just looked at it. Looked at the way his head is. And I just wanted to talk a little bit, Annie and Tony, about the technique. And that's simply because of the fear factor of the short balls. Here was Brooks now, his head all the way over onto the line of the off stump and missed a straight delivery, because that's a straight delivery which he's basically supposed to be able to even get a tickle on and turn down to fine leg.
Well, I think England lost 3 wickets on the first morning, having been put in before the Calypso commenced fairly swiftly into the afternoon session, and then was rescued, of course, by Leach and Mahmood. But Mahmood has got himself amongst the wickets here. It's 2 down for the West Indies. They have lost Brooks, who, as Vernon rightly said, stepped across his stumps, didn't really consider review, and the wicket's fallen. Did you jingle that, Bear? Hard to
Look
say.
at the grace.
Well, having been doing studio duty for a fair bit. Oh, here it is on your bike. I can tell you that you hear them loud and clear in the studio. You don't always hear them when you're operating remotely, as the 3 of us are. I think he'll be disappointed with that shot, Vernon.
Well, that's a length ball,
Yep.
and he was automatically playing around his pads and wasn't staying side on at all to the delivery, and it's kind of pretty unfortunate. I think somebody on Annie's Gorilla Media chat, they were talking a little bit about techniques are going to be exposed here, and you're going to see the various batsmen coming in, and especially Ben Stokes. Once he's fit, he's going to be rare and coming with those short balls at the West Indian batters.
Well, you're saying once he's fit. as if you're expecting to be. Whether that will be this test, I think we have to wait and see. Let's hope he is. I mean, I think it's good for the game whenever he is.
Bits of him are left anyway.
There were 2 slips. There were 3 men on the onside for Bonner, who's going to face Mahmood. This will be his first ball. The 2 slips go down. It's left, and in fact, it's almost a Steve Smith Romanus Labuschagne lead. Not quite the lightsaber. Not quite the lightsaber, but it was a flamboyant-ish leave. He's not gone full Smith. There's no doubt. But there was a hint of it, perhaps. 1 for 14 for Mahmood. He'll be really happy. What a fine effort he's putting in a real shift this test, trying to carve his name onto the new managing director's coaches. Cement his place. Yeah. Well, everything's up for grabs with the summer coming up, and we're waiting to see who's in the chair for England, as this one is left by Bonner. Through it goes to Ben Foakes. Again, there is no run.
He's learning. You could see that he's learning his craft, and that's what I like about Mahmood. He's been able to adjust his lengths. Automatically, the England team, they would have certain plans, bowling plans, and he's not afraid to be able to, fire up himself and get himself going. He seems to be the young engine, and I hope England can continue to invest in him.
There's a shortish backward square. There's a very short mid wicket, and there's a mid on the on side, and so this one is neatly just a shade outside of off. And once again, Bonner is comfortable enough to leave it. Last wicket, of course, Shamar Brooks, he went for 30 in LBW to Saqib Mahmood, who is operating from that Darboe end. Bowling.
It's actually quite rare to see LBW these days that isn't reviewed. It's quite unusual.
Well, I think you have to. I mean, Vernon, I think I'd be very interested to. We'll wait till after this ball, and then I'll ask Vernon's point of view on that one as the 2 slips go down. That one's full and straight and well met by Bonner with the full maker's name presented to Mahmood, and it goes back to him. I just wonder if there it was, as you said, he played across a straight one. It looked bang central. He had a quick chat with his partner, who immediately said, "You're salmon trout, mate," and off he went. Do you think players review too much?
Yes, to try and put the doubt in the umpire's mind. But sometimes if you're on the non-striker's end and you're looking, you more or less could be able to say to Annie, "Hey, Annie, that's dead. I could have seen your leg stump." In fact, from the time he got struck there, we saw the leg stump. So we know that Shamar Brooks really would have missed a straight length delivery. And like I said, he almost squared him around. And because he squared him around, that's why he missed that. Because he wasn't really side on enough to the ball.
Well, indeed. Wise words. 136 is what the West Indies trail by. 68 for 2 they are.
I'm going to try and do some tweets so I don't get as behind as Messi does normally.
Don't do that.
Jay Grover says, when Brooks comes on, I'm going to go as sweary as all flip with the consultation of my lawyers.
Well, I hope your lawyers are well tuned or well briefed, as this one is outside of the left-hander's off stump. Through it goes to Foakes. There is no run. You'd have been very proud of your man Jack. Oh, it's given us a wide.
I was very proud of Jack Lees.
By Joel Wilson.
Wide.
Messi's claiming he was up to date, but we'll see. Yes, you'd be very proud of your man. Second longest 10th wicket partnership for England this century. Did you know that?
It was really. No, I didn't know that. I mean, they broke the record for the number 10 and 11 scoring the.
As round the wicket comes Overton, and that's down leg again, and there's a shout for a strangled down leg.
Foakes is pretty sure, isn't he?
Umpire. Overton seems pretty sure. Foakes is straight up into the ear of Joe Root, and the review has been made. So this, I think, may be of some interest. I don't think Campbell looks concerned.
That was definitely out. No.
I think a third wicket, and England would feel that they're squarely in this game. We're going to have a look. I think there's some glove there, Vernon. What did you think?
I think it passed the glove. If we look back there, came off at the tie pad. I think that was a race to the review.
Well, we're seeing two slightly different things. We'll look at Ultra Edge. Is it my young eyes, Vernon?
Yes, you're right.
My young eyes, my young 62-year-old eyes have gone. That's out.
So that's a brilliant catch there. That's a brilliant catch by folks. Good review by England.
Wasn't it?
They were very sure, weren't they?
Yeah, well, it was close. It was either the bat or the tide pad.
That is the third wicket of the morning. Campbell has gone. He's been strangled down the leg side of the bowl. Overton has his wicket, having bowled a fairly filthy wide. He has now got Campbell strangled down leg, just enough hint of glove. And folks, as you rightly say, was I think what made that catch was the anticipation. You have to be in the right position to catch those. And
not only the right position, the frame of mind of Campbell. Remember, he would have been bowled a short ball before, which he would have also took his eye off of the ball. And his woes as an opening batsman for the West Indies continues. 35 from 54.
Well, yeah, he has gone. It's 69 for 3. The West Indies, of course, still trailing by 135. And England will feel that they're banging the game now. 3 wickets to fall. That's what England lost on their first morning.
It's this sort
and
of
Jermaine Blackwood will come to
time period of the game, isn't it?
Who's the Jamaican guy that's never lived up to expectations with batter ball? Who's the guy who will get out when the ball's moving about? You're damn right.
Got a good record against England, of course, does Blackwood. Very likes to attack. Offside dominant to a degree. Campbell went for 35 or 54, as you heard Vernon tell you. We're going to see that again, just in case the Overton family had forgot to record it the 7th or 8th time. It can get it this time around. Yeah, do you know, sometimes you look at those, Vernon, and it was interesting how we were looking at the same thing. Just people do see different things. To me, I just thought, that does look like a bit of glove to me. But I could equally see how it would be so easy not to have seen it. Next time around, I'm sure I might well miss something and you'd go, that's out. The GPR, you got 10 minutes, by the way. 10 minutes left on the GPR, GorillaCricket.com/competition. There is £100 in the pot. That's about
how many have we got in?
Whatever makes up 100 times. I don't know how
We've
many
got
people.
6.
6 people have come in this morning. That's fantastic. All you got to do is remember, you register GorillaCricket.com/competition. Register, guess the number of runs to be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you win that pot. As this one is guided down towards third man very tidily by Blackwood, and that will get him off the mark with a very carefully chosen, well selected, well judged, angled little glide down to third man. Yep, that's 360 Caribbean dollars, there or thereabouts. Don't hold me to. I might have rounded up or slightly down, but it's there. I think that's about there or thereabouts, isn't it, Vernon? £100.
I normally round it out, just for the devil's advocate, to 5 EC dollars. That's what I do.
Well, how did I get to 360 then? £100.
Not very good at maths?
Well, I actually went on to a foreign exchange site. So
but that's, like I said, to make life easy, I just round it up to 5. To make life sometimes easy.
Well, as we wait for Overton, and that one, he has a swing and a miss, does Bonner, and my word, he was looking to pull that away backward a square. Didn't really get anything on it. Not sure that missed by much.
Tony, is there such thing as a foreign exchange site, is there?
Well,
there is.
Well, of course, there's loads of them.
Oh, right. Oh,
you could go fx.com for a start. There are plenty available.
I'm so naive.
Well, no, I don't know if that's naive, Benny. It's just if you don't.
And it's,
well, where do you go when you want to know the value of your travel dollar? Sorry, Benny.
The reason for that is that when you're betting, especially between sterling and the US dollars and the euros, so you always have to keep checking.
Oh yeah, you do.
I just don't go abroad often enough. I don't need to look.
But Tony and Annie, just coming back to the field placing here. Give me your thought process on this field placing here, Tony.
Well, hold on one second. Well, I think the forward short leg, especially with 2 new men at the crease, as this one is played down towards that man at forward short leg.
No, I'm talking about the there's no first, no second slip. Did you not pick that up?
I didn't. but I'm glad you did. That is surprising to me. That was
which means that Joe Root has asked his bowlers now to bowl more body line.
I was going to say, going for the hook a bit.
Well, I was going to the same direction as you in a way, and that I was going to talk about the fact that I think that would suggest short pitch bowling is the way to go. Personally, I'm really not sure.
I prefer a full ball myself.
Especially on this track.
Yeah.
And how England, that's my major concern.
There is no slip, you're absolutely right. That one's down leg by Overton, and the right-handed Bonner can watch that bar.
You know, Annie and Tony, this is almost something which plays with bowlers' minds. You see grass on the wicket, but at the same time, because you see grass on the wicket, doesn't mean that you're running and you're banging the ball. So both teams have been guilty of banging in the ball rather than being consistent and putting the ball in the right areas where you can get wickets consistently.
Well, hold that thought for a second as we wait for Overton to come over the wicket, and this one is pulled by Bonner to backward square. Stokes is the man at deep backward square. We'll get him a run. Stokes fires in the throw. You wouldn't. Really
I have to do some tweets, Tony.
Just 3 off the over, Annie.
Surely, Jeff Perkins says, surely Stokes would use up less energy staying on the field rather than going off and back every second over. Or is this a bladder issue? We won't go there, Jeff. The Jersey Jingler, I can empathise with Vernon, re the expletive, listening on my lunch break. Though with the Guerrilla Cricket reset, I'd be safe to have a student in for a guitar lesson at the same time. Whoops. Brian Barish says, one of the best things about listening to county matches from Hove, aside from Adrian Harms, is hearing the seagulls and faint sound of the ocean backing the commentary. Also love that it's seemingly a courtyard for an apartment complex. Would love to go there one day. Yeah, it was wonderful.
It's got a little slope on it as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
2 slips though for Mahmood, who still digs it in a little bit short onto the hips of Bonner, who one-handed kind of steers it down on the 45 to the short fine leg, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting what you're saying about the short pitch approach, Vernon, because neither of these bowlers are express pace. Indeed,
no, exactly.
We don't have Stone, we don't have Archer, even who else am I thinking of? Or Wood. Robinson. Robinson's not really express pace at all. We don't have Mark Wood. So your 3 probably quickest English bowlers aren't here. So it seems to be an odd choice of weapons without necessarily the right
tools,
as it were. As this one's guided by Bonner towards point, no run.
It's a psychological effect also, so you have to take that into consideration. West Indies have 50, they lost their first wicket 68-69, and Joe Root would be
3 for 19, haven't they?
Yeah, so Joe Root would be playing a little mind games to recognize what happened yesterday when the West Indies were bowling against England. And so psychologically, you don't want to, more or less intimidate the West Indian batters, especially Blackwood, who is really going to be playing his natural game. But this is going to be a critical period, just a couple of overs before lunch.
We're going to wait for Mahmood. He's had his success this morning. Not only did he get that 49, I'm sure, I recall him throwing his head back in anguish and frustration.
Yeah, he really
didn't quite get to that 50. Highest ever first class score. And forward comes Bonner, just nudges this away towards cover, and there is no run.
This new ball for England is going into its 25th over, which shows you that if you can survive this period, which would maybe be another 5-10 overs, everything should be smooth sailing. So I think that the England attack will certainly have to know. Yeah.
Well, yes, but the question still remains: is the best approach to try and bounce the West Indies out, or is the best approach to go stumps to stump and continue to make them play? I suppose the proof will be in the pudding. 2 slips and the forward short leg are down and ready, and Bonner is forward to just nudge this away towards mid-on.
Well, Mahmood's bowling a bit of a fuller ball there.
Just a reminder, David Brooks going to be jamming at lunchtime with yourself, Vernon, with Ayana, and I believe Sam Badri is going to be on with you. So that will be interesting listening, I am sure.
I hope you do listen.
Well, why would we not? Why would we not? Mahmood is going to be over the wicket, and it's left by Bonner. Through it goes to Folks, who kind of takes that on one leg, and while still flamingo-like on one leg, releases the ball and throws it at the stumps. I'm not quite sure.
Can we say
why.
David Shepherd-like rather
as
than
opposed to flamingo-like?
Yeah.
Well, if I look at Ben Folks, who's kind of whippet thin, and I look at David Shepherd,
You wouldn't say David Shepherd.
I'm not sure. I get the one standing on one
Hang
leg.
on. He was quite slim at one point.
We all were at one point, Annie.
Speak for yourself.
The irresistible march of time can do that to a man. As we wait for Mahmood, and that's past the outside edge, beautifully taken by Folks. What a ball that was! That's probably the best ball he's bowled, including the one that got the wicket. To be honest,
lovely.
And, well taken as well by Ben Folks.
That's the link, Annie and Tony, that you would want to be hitting consistently, and rather than banging in the ball short, which means that the ball is going to get, as we would say, older. Just quickly, Annie and Bishop and Tony, just to give the listeners.
I don't mind being Bishop, Tony.
Bishop.
Bless you, Vernon. I can live with that.
Just folks at lunch. West Indies are 71 for 3. Craig Brathwaite was LBW to Ben Stokes for 17. He faced 56 balls with 1 boundary. John Campbell caught brilliantly by Ben Folks for 35, faced 54 balls, 4 boundaries. And Shamar Brooks was LBW to Mahmood for 13, 25 balls faced with 2 boundaries. Bonner and Blackwood are not out and 1 apiece. The bowling figure so far for England, they have used 4 bowlers for the day's play. Chris Wilkes, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 11 runs, no wickets, pretty ordinary. Craig Overton, 8 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. Sabi Mohammed was bowled impressively so far, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 14 runs, 1 wicket. Ben Stokes, 4 overs, no maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. No Jack Leach as yet, Annie.
No, I know. No, I was surprised actually. I'd have expected them to put him on for a couple, but hey.
It's a pace. It's pace time, so maybe they don't.
It definitely is pace time, yeah.
I don't know if you saw the message, Annie, but David is asking you if you could stay on for the luncheon conversation.
I can stay very briefly. Unfortunately, I can't stay the whole time. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I don't think Ayana can make it, so I think he wants to make sure he has some balance. Right? You don't want to be gender biased.
I can stay for a little bit, David, but I have to go very soon.
So, at lunch, on the second day's play of the third Apex Test, the West Indies trailing by 133. They're 71 for 3, and all of a sudden, the game looks different. Tony.
Tony's gone.
Tony's disappeared. We've got there now.
So is David there as yet?
David's in the waiting room, but and Stevens has just shown up. But David, as always, when he's supposed to be there, manages not to be.
I am here, Bear. I just sent a message saying, "Can you fill for 5 minutes?" Now I've got to say it on air.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Obviously.
No.
All right. So Annie, Annie, maybe we can have a little chit chat so far. I was talking about England's tactics of trying to bang the ball into the pitch rather than, if you look how they would have picked up the wickets this morning and how the West Indians would have picked up the wickets. In fact, if we go back to the England bowling lineup, you would have seen that Alex Lees was caught de Silva, which is the wicketkeeper. Zach Bradley was caught at cover. Joe Root was caught by Joshua de Silva of the keeper. Dan Lawrence, LBW. Ben Stokes caught and bowled Azari Joseph. And then we had Johnny Bairstow caught wicketkeeper de Silva. Ben Folks was bowled by Seals. Chris Wilkes was bowled by Seals. Craig Overton was bowled by Roach. And Mahmood was bowled by Blackwood. So the ploy and the tactics of trying to see if we can be able to, and I'm not saying that you can't bowl a short ball now and again, but I'm just saying on this track you can tend to get carried away by banging in the ball.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the best of tactics. Unfortunately I didn't see much play yesterday, so which is a shame, but I did see some there were some full balls. Didn't Mayers bowl quite full at one point?
Yes, well at one time in fact his spell was 10 overs, 7 maidens, 13 runs, 2 wickets. And then you had Jaden Seal 17 overs, 4 maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets. Azari Joseph 18 overs, 6 maidens, 32 runs, 2 wickets. And Kemar Roach 18 overs, 4 maidens, 41 runs, 2 wickets, until Jermaine Blackwood became the saviour of the West Indies team to break that partnership. I thought the West Indies, to be fair, went to sleep when you look at it. For 90.
The ball got softer, didn't it? And the ball got softer, and then they just they didn't. They didn't. You're right. It did feel a bit like they'd gone to sleep, but they kind of lost a bit of.
And Annie, let me not give. I don't want to discredit the performance by Leach and Mahmood, because they're playing a cricket game, and the West Indies fell asleep and they capitalised.
Oh, absolutely. But again, I think it is. This is part of. I wonder whether England are trying to bowl short by getting the ball banged in and damaging it a little bit to get it.
I'm going to say I think that it was actually quite a valid tactic. I kind of disagree. Yeah, I think that John Campbell looked a bit discombobulated. He got hit twice in a couple of overs, and Shamar Brooks got hit in the chest. And I think part of the reason that Shamar Brooks got caught out was I think they kind of lost faith in temporarily they lost faith in the bounce in the wicket. And the reason they were pitching it short was because but it was poor technique. But both him and Brathwaite got done by pretty grubbers. I mean, they didn't get up as high as they were, and they're obviously playing what they think the ball should do. And if it misbehaves, they are going to get squared up, and they're generally going to be.
It begs the question. Suppose they were facing Archer, and they would be in the hospital.
If they were throwing, I think they'd be quite scared if they'd have been facing Archer. Yeah, I mean, if the pitch is inconsistent bounce, it's hard for the batter to trust the wicket, and therefore you've got. I mean, the thing is, as a batter, you kind of watch the ball come out of the hand, and you play the line, and you play the height that you would think it would be, and if it deviates from that sharply, it can get you in all sorts of trouble. You'll either get hit.
But the reason why I said poor technique is because they were not watching the ball long enough. Once the ball was banged in, they took their eyes off the ball, which means that they turned their head rather than looking at the ball. That's what I was talking about in terms of poor technique. If you look at how Campbell got hit, he automatically turned his head rather than looking at the ball. He didn't look at the ball long enough.
It's such a dangerous thing to do as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is such a dangerous thing to do. But I think when they saw that, precisely, that's why they carried on bowling short. If you see someone doing that, then you kind of think they might be scared. And if I keep banging it in and eventually I get the full one up, then I either get an LBW.
It's like everyone does it Broad all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what Broad gets the whole time. When Broad got hit in the head in 2015 by Varun Aaron, and it went through his visor on his helmet and split his nose, and for the next 2 years people just bowled short of him, and eventually they either got him LBW or they bowled him middle stump with Yorkers, because he was always hanging back.
He lost his confidence.
He completely lost his confidence.
But if you guys also would remember, before we get David in here, you remember when Virat Kohli went to Australia, he got bounced out. But Virat Kohli went back to the nets, and the next time he went to Australia, those same deliveries, he was hitting them out of the ground. Because every batsman, you have to go and work on your game. I mean, once people find you out with all these video analysts around the world, they're coming after you. So it means that you have to be able to, more or less go back to the nets and work on your weaknesses, which is, if you can't play short bowling, you got to go on the bowling machine and work and get that sorted out.
Well, especially if you're an opening batsman or a top order batsman, which Broad isn't, let's face it. So, you should have your technique a little better.
All right, is David there? Babbling with David. Come on, David.
He's queued up.
I'm waiting for our music.
Oh, here it comes, David.
We're jamming. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, yeah. And I hope you like jamming too.
That's right, everyone. We are jamming this lunchtime and every lunchtime during this test match, with, of course, my partner in crime, Vernon Springer, and with us, we persuaded her to stay on.
Only
We're
for a
going to be
little bit.
talking
Dave.
about county cricket in the first part of this programme, Annie, and then we'll let you go in 10 minutes' time. We know you've got somewhere more important to go to. Is it a rival network?
Not at all. It's family things,
Oh,
David.
sorry,
It's much more mundane.
Annie. Stop giving David so much information about you. You have to stick to your guns.
What I would
He's
like,
a terror, Vernon. He's an absolute terror.
what I would like to
I will
know.
guard you, Annie, so that he doesn't terrorize
Thank
you
you.
anymore.
Well, what I would like to know, Annie, is how you got on your last visit to Hove for Sussex County Cricket Club. You addressed their supporters association, and I believe you're going back to deliver the after-dinner speech today. Is that right, Annie?
No, I've done my speech. I did my speech.
Oh.
And they were a delight. All of them were a delight, David, and it was a brilliant day.
That was at Sussex County Cricket Club.
Yeah,
of course.
and it's the first time I'd been to Hove, and it's beautiful. It's a bit of a building site at the moment, but it's beautiful.
So it's not so beautiful. It was beautiful before the current regime got their hands on it. Let's hope they have better results off the field than they're having on the field. Sussex County champions 3 times in a row, Vernon, at the start of the century, 2003, 2005 and 2006. Now, wooden spoon is all they have to hold. Bottom of Division 2.
And no captain.
And tell us about that. They were bottom of Division 2 last year, and they sacked their captain, Ben Brown, who's now moved to Hampshire, and they replaced him with Travis Head. Are you telling me that Travis Head has other more important
He's playing in Australia at the moment.
So they could have foreseen that one. So in other words, they only gave him the captaincy on the basis that they didn't think he would make the Australian Test match team. Well, that's typical of the planning we're seeing from the coaches down there and the management team. Rob Andrew, the chief executive. Let's call them out. Ian Salisbury and
I think there's lots of concern, David, for what is happening. They've lost Luke Wright as the T20 captain, and now they the season starts next week.
Not only have they lost Luke Wright, Vernon, this would interest you, and indeed Stevenson, who I'm delighted to see has joined us from Grenada, the man in position there. They've lost Luke Wright, who's decided to pursue other avenues as T20 captain, yet they passed over the opportunity to appoint their England player who's been a fixture of the T20 team for the last 10 years, Chris Jordan. Wasn't offered the captaincy, and I put it to you, Vernon, that reflects a deep malaise in county cricket and a failure to give West Indies players the responsibility and recognition that they deserve.
Chris Jordan is English, eh? So don't ever forget that.
Right, you got me there. Okay, I wonder if he hadn't learned his trade. I just wonder if he hadn't learned his trade in Barbados, and let me call it out, it wasn't for the colour of his skin, whether he would have been made the captain of Sussex. He's an England player, he's represented England in all formats, as you say. He's played test matches.
But you don't know, David, maybe a discussion took place and Chris Jordan maybe was not interested.
Chris Jordan was not offered the captaincy. He stood in for Luke Wright last year as vice-captain. He wasn't offered the captaincy. Should have been offered it well before that. And no less a name than Alex Stewart, who'll be familiar to you, Stevenson, for all his exploits and wonderful performances, took the opportunity as director of cricket at Surrey to leap in and grab Chris Jordan. And guess the first thing he did was to appoint him as their T20 last captain.
Well, I'm sure Jordan will be delighted to be captain now.
No, of course, but it's Sussex's loss.
Oh, absolutely. I think that I know the people I spoke to are very, very sad to see the end, the back of Jordan.
Well, I hope that the Sussex members a fairly placid lot, but we did raise our game once in the 90s when we had to stage a revolution. I was one of the people at the meeting at the Grand Hotel where the whole committee was overthrown, led by Tony Pygott, former England pacer. We were so dismayed by the performances on the field that we flooded the annual general meeting and we voted out the entire committee. We appointed Peter Moores as coach, Chris Adams as captain, and the rest is history.
It was a mutiny by the sound of it. I was with John Philby, who knows you well, I think, David.
Yes, John is a terrific guy.
Yes, he was great.
In case he's listening, is he listening?
No, he's at the museum.
He's working at the museum. If he was listening, I'd say the same thing to him. He knows that I don't pull any punches. But just interested, Annie, what's your take on the differences between the Sussex members and your own county of Somerset?
Well, to be fair, it was only a practice game, wasn't it? And so there wasn't a huge crowd there. And
The feel from the members in the forum that you attended, I mean.
the people that they
Yeah.
were the Cricket Society,
Yeah.
and so they're generally a lot older than most people. So they were an older generation, I would say,
Well-
but they were delightful, absolutely delightful.
Oh, yeah, they are.
But anyway, I do have to go now. I'm going to leave you with Vernon and Stevenson. It was lovely to be on with Vernon, and lovely to see you, David.
Thank you very much indeed, Annie, and
Okay.
wonderful work you're doing on. The reason I wanted Annie to stay just to talk about county cricket was to give a gratuitous plug to Annie's magazine, County Cricket Matters, which
Thank
is
you.
available, I think. Do you send to overseas? Would you send it to
I
our
do
listeners
send
in
it to
Jamaica?
overseas. Yeah.
And if Stevenson wanted one, would we be able to get one to him in Grenada?
Of course. You just let me know. Okay.
And, yeah, well, that would be great. And the Taunton Tendulkar, Jack Leach, before you go, Annie, a word about the Taunton Tendulkar. You weren't surprised to see him top scoring for England?
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, he got 90 odd, wasn't it, against Ireland, and opened the batting then. He's a classic, he plays classic strokes. He's not, he's no bunny.
Right, Bear, thank you very much, Annie.
Okay.
I've got to send an urgent production message to
Bye-bye.
Bear, because in the waiting room, waiting to join us, is the man they call Sam Badri, who's been known to people as West Indies T20 specialist and World Cup winner. But did you know all about his other lives? You'll know him as probably the most influential of the current crop of broadcasters on our TV and radio. He's the busiest man on the ground, but he's found time to join us. Sam Badri, are you there and can you hear us?
Yes, mate, I'm here and I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Well, I always work on the basis, Samuel, that if you want a job done, ask the busiest guy on the ground to do it.
Yeah, I just hustled back from the pitch there, did a pitch report during lunch and interval, and about to do some links for highlights. So yeah, you got a few minutes of my time.
Right, we won't take up too much of them, and we're grateful. I'm sure you will know alongside me, your very good friend Vernon Springer from Antigua, of course, and I don't know whether you've met Stevenson Warm from Grenada, the parson?
Yeah, I'm familiar with both of these gentlemen, goodly gentlemen.
I would put you all in the same category, if I may, as fantastic voices of the Caribbean that we haven't heard too much of until recently, and I think it's time for change. We all know the famous broadcasters that we have heard, but since the passing of Tony Cozier, I don't think anyone's really put their hand up to replace him until you came along, Samuel. And I want to say that your broadcasts on both radio and TV have really illuminated my enjoyment of West Indies cricket. And I'm sure I speak for many, many other people. So thank you very much, Sam, for everything you're doing in the commentary box.
Thank you for your kind words. Much appreciated, David.
Your educational background, some of our listeners may not be familiar with. Of course, you've got your, we know that you're a teacher. That's what they call you, a teacher. Teacher Sam Badri, when you played in the World Cup final, teacher Sam Badri. But actually, Sam, your educational background goes a bit deeper than that. As you told me yourself, you had a teacher's diploma, yes, at the local college in Trinidad and Tobago, but you've also got a BSc in education with an American university and a master's in sports management at the local University of Trinidad and Tobago. And aside from doing a certification course at University of West Indies St. Augustine, I'm hoping to persuade you, Samuel, to join me and do a joint PhD at the University of West Indies Cave Hill campus.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer on lifelong learning and continually trying to improve upon yourself and your knowledge. So it's something that I've wanted to do, and yeah, maybe we can do it together.
Could we do it in Santiago without having to go to Barbados? Because I'm trying to get away from the Barbados mafia, you see, who have dominated West Indies broadcasting for too long, especially on the radio.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I understand what you're saying. Anyway, anywhere we can get it done, let's get it done.
Samuel, the reason I invited you on, and I'm delighted that you're here, is because Vernon, at the end of the last game on GuerrillaCricket.com, broadcasting across the Caribbean region as an alternative service, made an impassioned plea for action rather than words as far as West Indies cricket was concerned. And it really made my hair on my neck stand up, realizing that the time for debate is over and that we need to take action now. And Vernon unveiled his main concern, which I don't want to praise you now, because this is your slot, Sam. But you have got, I think, an idea that would fit into that, alongside talking to ICC and getting equality of representation and finance, of course, at the top level. But we're talking about a level further down in first-class cricket. And I heard you articulate this idea on Mason and Guests as part of the Barbados Mafia 5 years ago. Of course, being Barbados Mafia 4, it didn't get any further than that. So we've revived it, we're dusting it off. And Sam, I'd like you to talk about your 6 balls. I'll give you 6 balls, please. Your 6-ball solution to fix West Indies cricket, starting with your idea about the county championship in England.
Yeah, I think one of the things that has hampered West Indian cricket and its development over the last 2 decades, and even going further, is the lack of experiences in overseas condition, and something that we did quite well when we were successful. Many of our players plied their trade in the UK county circuit, and they were quite exemplary, and that aided their not only cricketing skill development, but also their levels of responsibility and maturity. And when they're playing in our regional setup season after season, tournaments that isn't of the best standard, isn't of the best quality, it isn't necessarily good for development and progress. And I think that if we can have our players featuring in the county circuit once again, not necessarily at the top tier, even the levels below, the experiences and that responsibility and that everything that goes with it will go a long way in having our players develop quite quickly. What we've seen is that original players take more than a decade in our first class setup to get to international standard. You see the likes of Shamar Brooks and Nkrumah Bonner. They've been around for a long time, and they're now reaping that rewards at the international level, and Nkrumah Bonner in particular. And it has taken them well over a decade to nurture their skills to get up to this standard. And I'm saying that if we can fast track that, and if we can have our players getting quality cricket regularly, much greater than what they're exposed to here in the region, it will fast track that development and allow them to be of international standard much more quickly than what we are getting presently. So from that standpoint, I think a West Indian team, a representative team in that circuit across there, will give them that experience, will give them that developmental opportunity, and we'll see them becoming better players in a shorter time frame. So certainly something that should be explored, and as was the case way back when.
Well, I think it definitely will be explored now, Sam, because you put it onto our airwaves, and we have very active listeners, and they will have responded in their droves to Vernon Springer. Since Vernon's come on, we've had a fantastic reaction to what Vernon's been doing on our airwaves, and people were looking for solutions. And a West Indies twos, let's call it, in Division 2 of the county championship, let's say in the 2023 season, funded by the ECB, who owe West Indies big time because West Indies came over during COVID and played that test series, would address the issue of quantity of cricket. Because I enjoyed my regional cricket. I was a commentator on the circuit for 2 or 3 years, commentating Jamaica matches. But it's the quantity that's missing. How many first-class cricket matches are played in a season, and how many have been played in the last 2 years?
Yeah, and in addition to that, not only the quantity, David, I also think the quality. And the quality of our regional cricket leaves a lot to be desired. So I think exposure to different levels of competition in different conditions will aid our development. And like I say, fast-track our development. West Indies twos and in the county system, I think that's an ideal platform for our players. Something that we've also spoken about is an increased level of A-team tours. And even if we have to decrease the number of first-class cricket in the region to facilitate A-team tours, or something like a West Indies A-team, or as you mentioned, a twos participating in that competition, I think that is something that will give us greater benefit to what currently obtains.
I know
go ahead.
I know we've got very limited time with you, Samuel, so I'm going to, Vernon, if you hold your horses, I can see you're waiting to come back. I'm going to come to you in 5 minutes, because Samuel's only with us for 5 minutes. So West Indies twos to play in Division 2 of the county championship, funded by the ACB. They can bring a squad of 16, 17 over, change the squad, rotate it if players have franchise commitments. Imagine Puran playing some county cricket for West Indies twos in that county championship. The regularity, playing 16 games a season, 4-day cricket, and the nets and the professionalisation of that game would be wonderful. Of course, West Indies twos could also play in the not so Super 50 over competition in England, which is called the Royal London, or was last year, which has been denuded. They are deluded too, but it's been denuded of its best players who have been taken by this new 100-ball franchise competition. So the opportunity for West Indies players to participate either as a team or by supplying 2 or 3 to every county would raise the interest and the level of quality in the 50-over competition. And we also covered off something that I know Vernon will be thrilled that we've included in this list of demands, which is home office visas to be sorted out so that West Indies club cricketers can ply their trade as players, coaches and player coaches in club cricket, which has produced so many great relationships. This relationship between West Indies and England is a very precious one, but it's been destroyed by Theresa May in the last government with this onerous visa restrictions, which prevent young West Indian cricketers from coming here. We've got any number of South African players escaping from the quota system in our clubs, any number of Australians, yet West Indians are finding it more difficult because of the visa restrictions. This has got to change, and I'm singing Vernon's song. You had another one, Samuel, with your background in education, your 5th ball, I think, of your 6, was to do with education and grassroots cricket and getting cricket inculcated into the classroom. Tell us about that and your perspective on that, Sam.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. You want to have more children, more kids involved in the game. We've seen a tremendous downturn with regards to that, particularly since the pandemic has hit. But even long before that, the interest levels has waned here in the region for cricket in particular. So I think this is an ideal opportunity to get back cricket within those grassroots setups, within the education system. I think the schools are the best target audience for any sort of program that has to be implemented. Catch them while they're young. If we miss them at that age group, 11, 12 years, we miss them for life. And I think whatever program we have to filter it down to capture the interest of these children. It has to be fun. It has to be developmental. It has to be inclusive. So we include boys and girls at a very young age. And once we capture their interest and we expose them to the sport, it is hoped that they will develop an affinity to it, and of their own volition, they'll want to continue into that as they grow into adulthood. But if we miss them at that formative age, we're going to miss them for life. So grassroots cricket, developmental cricket, especially at the primary school level, is something that has to be factored in and something that has to be inextricably linked to any program that we put on offer.
And I'm going to provide you with a final ball, and I'm going to offer you one here. It's a half volley outside the off stump. The other point in which we lose players is those difficult years, 16 to 24, when people are becoming adults, the Generation Z, we call them in the marketing world. And we've got a representative of that group who speaks a lot. Over 20,000 West Indies cricket supporters follow the West Indies Cricket Supporters Association, West Indies Cricket Supporters 2020 group. And we've got with us, he's not actually 16 to 24, let's say it's 16 to 35. Look, it's that next group up. He has 17,000 people following this broadcast at the moment, being distributed in Jamaica and across the Caribbean on West Indies Supporters 2020 group. I just want to introduce you to Mr. Junior Codling. Meet Sam Badri, Junior. What would you like to say to Sam?
Well, Samuel, we appreciate you moving into commentary. I actually think you're better than your former captain, Darren Gough.
Yeah, I do. I agree. I totally agree with that.
So we appreciate you, and but one of the things that we would love for you to push for us is for us to not be dependent on England, but seem to fix the system here in the Caribbean. So we don't always want to export players to England, but let us come home and let us put all the minds together and try to fix our system here in the Caribbean. Why I want you to question the higher powers and ask them why we have so many businesses here in the Caribbean, yet still none of them want to sponsor West Indies cricket. Scotiabank pull out of the kiddie cricket, which is a big embarrassment at the grassroots level. Why are so many companies, Grace Kennedy, so many in Trinidad, in Jamaica, in Guyana, which is now a superpower where oil is concerned? Why are they not sponsoring?
Junior, you need to give me just about 30 seconds. I have something to do, just to link some highlights, and I'll be back with you in 30 seconds. But you guys can continue. David, can you give me 30 seconds?
Of course.
Something to come back.
Take 60. Take 60. Take as long as you need. That's a good point, Junior. Vernon, I'm going to bring you in. You've been waiting, I know, to come in. Thank you for your patience, Vernon.
You know, it is interesting to hear Samuel Badre, and I know Junior raised a couple of issues there. But I want to get a little broader, David, and, you know, people get uncomfortable when you talk the truth. The mastermind on the undermining of West Indies cricket started a long time ago, because while the English county circuit was the finishing school for West Indian cricketers, the folks in the boardroom orchestrated to shut down the West Indies from 1980 to 1995 when we dominated the world. We had 43 players from the West Indies who played in 16 different counties. And the folks who were in the boardroom for the England and Wales Cricket Board, who was in control of ICC, along with Australia, decided that they were going to start a mafia movement against a dominant team. And if you look back in history, David, any team that has been dominant, the press writes excellent about them. But the English press took an attack against a West Indies team for whatever particular reason. This was orchestrated, and we can't run away from that. In 1991, when the International Cricket Council introduced the one bouncer per batsman per over, this was orchestrated to stop the West Indian attack. In fact, from 1976 to 1995, we had bowlers like Ian Bishop, the late Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner, Michael Holland, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Colin Croft, Courtney Walsh, Winston Benjamin, Sir Andy Roberts, and Patrick Patterson, all picking up 50 test wickets between that period of time. That was 10 West Indian bowlers. The officials sat down in their boardroom and figured out, how are we going to stop the Clive Lloyd team? Remember, you know, we got battered in Australia 5-1, and Clive Lloyd came back after that and decided, hey, I'm going to form an army, I'm going to get some quick bowlers, and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to challenge the world. Meantime, because we weren't strong in the boardroom, meaning we in the West Indies, they plotted against us and decided that they were going to try to see how they're going to be able to minimize us. So they have marginalized us, they have trampled on us, along with the assistance of the government of England.
Yes. Just
like how they treated our forefathers and grandmothers with the Windrush generation. Yes. So to tell you, for me too, I listened to Samuel Badre about going over to England to play. I want to support what Junior is saying. Charity begins at home, and we should not be beggars. As it stands right now, we're almost like beggars. We're begging England to go to England to play cricket. No, the English is supposed to be begging us to come to the West Indies to play, right? Because they're begging the Australians to go there and play Sheffield Shield cricket, which means that the standard of English county cricket is poor.
Well, I cannot do anything other than agree with you, Vernon. I suppose I'm talking to you, if we were having this conversation in the Caribbean, in Antigua, Barbuda, on Point TV, and I was being interviewed by you in the street. I know you do that show where you go around and talk to people on the street, get the stories and reactions from people. It'd probably be an entirely different conversation. I think I'm guilty perhaps of sitting here in Oxford at Oxford Brookes University and seeing things from a UK perspective. But I just remember that, and I'm trying to think, as the first thing I said to Junior was, the only rule on jamming and babbling is that we've got to concentrate on the solutions, not the problems. Now, and that drives me towards things that I can change myself. We can all change different pieces of this. One thing I know that I can change and help to mobilize with the support of Guerrilla Cricket listeners and contributors is to really make a pitch to the English and Wales Cricket Board to say, you promised to help West Indies cricket. West Indies Cricket did you a big favour, saved you 35 to 40 million pounds by fulfilling their obligations during COVID, and you've done what in response? One extra test match crammed into this 3-week period without even proper rest schedule. That's all you've done. Oh, let me go back a bit to the last regime of the ECB. They were much better, weren't they? Under Giles Clarke, his contribution, along with Julian Hunt, who has to share culpability as the president of West Indies Cricket Board at the time, because his signature was on this agreement too, they threw in Adam Stanford in a helicopter full of cash as the most disgraceful scene I've ever witnessed. And that was justified on the grounds that it was going to help West Indies first-class cricket. Well, Mikey Holdings saw through that. He was one of the few legends who did not take the shilling and stood back from it. Said all along that that was not going to help West Indies grassroots cricket. However, Stanford did help the smaller islands get back into cricket. So it's like Kerry Packer. It's not all bad. So to answer your question, Vernon, yeah, of course, and the point that Junior made, and welcome back, Sam. Sam, 4 jobs, Badri. 6 jobs, Badri. We're here with Vernon Springer from Antigua Barbuda. We're here with Junior from the West Indies, from Jamaica West Indies Supporters 2020 group. And our special guest today, Samuel Badri, commenting on BT Sport in the UK and Talk Sport in the UK. He's doing a lot of the match officiation as well, I think, in terms of, I heard your interview this morning with Phil Simmons, and I'd love to come back to that in a moment and I'm sure our listeners are very interested to know your take on the next session. But before that, Sam, Vernon and Junior both made the point that this process has to start in the West Indies. The process of fixing these issues needs to start in the West Indies and the Caribbean region. What would you say, Sam, would be the next steps that would need to happen to affect change? You are one of the few people who are free to speak. You don't have one paymaster. Because of your background in education, it gives you a unique perspective. You're not in the pay, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not in the pay of the West Indies Cricket Board, Cricket West Indies, and therefore you're one of the few people who is free to speak and also able to speak. Because I agree with Junior. You've seen off Darren Gough, and now you're going to see off Ian Bishop as well.
Yeah, I agree with Junior in terms of having that self-sustainability in the region. That's something that's so important. We can't be reliant on an external body for our own progress. We have to be self-sufficient and be able to sustain ourselves. So from that standpoint, Junior, I absolutely agree. And we need to get back the sponsors on board. And for whatever reasons they would have left, whether it be because of lack of accountability, whether it be because of the performances on the field, but for whatever reason, we need to get our sponsors back on board, because all of this is driven, of course, by sponsorship, by funding, by finances. And if we don't have that, then we can't go forward. So I think Cricket West Indies have made the step in the right direction in terms of that emerging players academy. It's something that we haven't had in the region for a long, long time. And when you look at all of the great cricketing nations, it's something that is consistent throughout. An academy, a place where players can go and hone their skills. Not only the junior players coming through.
Samuel, I hate to interrupt you, but I know time is short. You're talking about this Cricket West Indies administration, are the administration that killed off the High Performance Centre at the Cave Hill campus in Barbados that produced Jason Holder, Craig Brathwaite, Jerome Blackwood. Why did they kill it off? It was so good.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to every time we start to see progress, every time we start to see development, someone comes in with their own agenda and they just undo everything that's been done. And every time we have to keep starting back from scratch. We have to be, trying to reinvent the wheel every single time. And it's part and parcel of the politics of the region. It's something that we need to find a way to get past and to really have everyone pulling in the same direction.
Well, Sam, absolutely. Sam, I hope we can persuade you to pop back and join us before the end of this test match, because we found this fascinating. I know you've got to get back to your duties, and we have to get back to ours on GorillaCricket.com, on Point FM, Platinum FM Antigua and Barbuda, and Wave FM St. Lucia, and carrying us for the first time, Radio Jamaica and also our friends at the West Indies Cricket Supporters 2020, Samuel Badri. Thank you very much for being our lunchtime guest.
My pleasure, mate.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure, guys.
See you again. Will you come back and join us before the end of the match?
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try my very best.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Great stuff from Samuel Badri. It's 71 for 3. The players are back on the field. I think Vernon is probably going to be taking over the ball by ball. Bono on 1, Blackwood on 1. I'm going to pass over to Hendo, the voice of Guerrilla Cricket. I hope you enjoyed that fascinating lunchtime discussion. And here's Hendo to take you through this afternoon session.
Thanks very much, Dave. First ball of the afternoon session is going to be bowled by Chris Wokes into Blackwood. He gets in behind a good length delivery, and there is no run. Now, I think we're welcoming Messi Jez back to the tweet chair, but I think we're also welcoming Stevenson Warm. Is that right? Stevenson Warm, who I understand is in Grenada and knows all about Grenada cricket and that part of the West Indies. So I'm hoping that he is going to demute himself and say hello. I think we're just about to get that. Extraordinary little session of play in the 40 minutes before lunch, where England have discovered that actually bowling daisy cutters will win them this game. It really is difficult for batsmen out there. There doesn't seem to be so much in terms of movement that we saw yesterday from the West Indies bowlers, but it's the ball being low from the middle of the pitch, which is the dangerous one. Wokes in again, 2 slips, bowls, and that's a good ball. Comes back a little bit, well judged by Blackwood, who allows it to pass over the top of his stumps. You've got to be brave to let that go on a pitch that is behaving in this way. Anyway, he's got away with it. It's cleared the stumps by probably about 6 inches in the end. So Messi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. It was interesting, Campbell, who'd been struggling in this series a fair bit, he made 27 from his 32 balls, so basically running ball. And then he just was finding it really hard to score after that, made 8 from his next 22.
Wokes down the leg side, leaping appeal for a catch, in fact, from Wokes, who did incredibly well to get away to his left to take that one-handed. I thought that was just thigh pad. I don't think there was anything more in that. The timer is running down. I don't think. Oh, he is going to. He was just checking Joe Root to see how many reviews he got left, and so he is going to review that one. We wait to see whether Blackwood has got a little edge down the leg side. But let's say hello to Stevenson. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I think for the first time. I think this is the first time we've had you along. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your connection with cricket in Grenada.
Well, not the first time. This is day 2. So
sorry, I missed you yesterday. I thought I was giving the big welcome, thinking you were coming on for the first time. My mistake.
Not really. Was on yesterday.
Right.
And my association, I did in fact play youth cricket for Grenada. Back then, I was a 16-year-old kid at the time. Back in 1980, so that should give you an idea of how old I am.
Yes, that sounds about my sort of age group. Actually, you're sounding right. Yes, the 1980s.
A youngster to me, Stevenson.
Yeah. Messi Jez is very, very old man. Anyway, the result of that review has come back, and it's not out. So England have wasted a review, so they have 2 remaining. West Indies have 3. And Blackwood and Bonner both on a single each, as Wokes comes in again, trying to do something about this overseas record, which is not very impressive. This is turned away off his legs down to long leg. I think that might be Overton coming in to do the fielding there. And so he moves to 2 and the score to 72 for 3. Stevenson, what did you make of that last half an hour, 40 minutes before the lunch break? Were we expecting this pitch to be so up and down?
Absolutely not. In fact, having spoken to the chief groundman before the actual match, he showed me that the pitch is going to be lively on the first day, and the second day is going to even out. Traditionally, as I said yesterday, the second day is expected to be the best batting day for the pitch. But we've seen some strange things happening. The ball has been keeping low. A couple of them have jumped. So it's not the best and most even pitch you can bat on. But again, this is going to be a test of character, and it's going to be a test of skill. How well these players are going to bat on this, and whether they've got gumption and acumen. That's going to be very interesting. Let's look and see what happens.
Woke spells a full delivery, he's driven into the ground and then back into his hands. He spills it up towards mid-off, where Stokes fields. I felt a little bit sorry for. I felt a bit sorry for Brathwaite. I wouldn't say I felt that sorry for him because he's made England suffer over the last few days. But also Shamar Brooks, who played a couple of really gorgeous shots when he came in, and then got trapped on the back foot, really, or on his crease. He's such a delightful batsman to watch, and I was kind of torn between wanting England to get a wicket and watching him bat. Wokes is in again, full ball, again, very straight, defended by Bonner, up to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 72 for 3. Messi, have you got some tweets for us?
Yes, a couple. Neil Harris, who was listening at lunchtime, said I could hear the bear laughing at Brooks in the background. Jay Grover says, thank you very much. The latter part of that interview was fascinating.
I agree.
He was shocked you saw what Junior looked like because he sounds about 86. It turns out he looks younger than me, although I do look about 86, 98 myself.
It's a lot younger than you, to be honest, Messi.
Yeah, sorry. He's also very disappointed that Stevenson isn't suited up today the way he was yesterday, which put him to shame.
Well, it's great. It's great to have all this this connection, isn't it, with the West Indies? And you're absolutely right about that. That little chat. I only came in for the last 10 minutes of it, and it really was fascinating. Certainly, what Vernon was talking about, the way that he felt the West Indies have been treated and held down, I suppose, by the one bouncer and overall, which is a fascinating insight, really. Ben Stokes is going to come into the attack, and he's got a jingle that goes like this.
Ben Stokes.
He started the mini collapse with the wicket of Brathwaite. He's in again. He bowls a horrible big full toss, which Blackwood tries to drive down the ground basically with his top hand, bottom hand coming off the bat. So he doesn't really get the timing, doesn't really get the power, and it goes straight to mid-off. There is no run. How nice is this ground? I mean, it looks quite a big ground, Stevenson, to me. Is that sort of misleading on television?
No, it's not misleading at all. In fact, you can get as many as about 17,000 packed in there. 17,000 thereabout is a pretty big ground. And the entire area, that's Blackwood driving down the ground. Lovely shot that.
Yep.
In fact, the ground has a great history behind it, you see, Nigel. This ground was given by one Miss Lucy Darbo, and that's where you have the Darbo Hills. You know, you've got the Darbo end. Lucy Darbo owned that property and donated it to the people and the government of Grenada for recreational purposes. So it's got a pretty rich history behind it.
So it's got a sort of statement on it that it can never be used for anything else, hopefully.
Well, what she did say was solely for recreational purposes.
Stokes in again. Let me cut you off just for a moment. Blackwood comes forward, defends towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So recreational use, yeah, we've seen that with sports grounds in England that have been supposedly recreational ground usage, but every now and again someone manages to find a legal loophole and build housing on it. I mean, that's the last thing we'd want to see on Grenada. It looks such a great ground nestled in at the bottom of the hills or in the valley. It looks like a beautiful place to go. Stokes once again got a short leg and two slips. He bowls and that's clipped by Blackwood quite nicely through square leg. Jack Leach is making ground. He's having to put the strides in. He's an ungainly runner, is Jack Leach, but actually faster than you think. They get back for a second. The score moves on to 78 for 3. Blackwood has 8.
Yes, but there used to be quite a lot of kite flying. A bit of golf was played many years ago. Horse racing.
Oh, right.
That was done at the Queen's Park back then, back in the 50s and 60s. So quite a lot of recreational activities took place back then.
Was this one of the grounds that got a sort of bit of a makeover for the World Cup in 2007?
Yes, actually it's the same location. People tend to dub it as the New Queen's Park. Well, it's not the New Queen's Park. It's actually the same ground. But of course, you've got refurbishment and development. Basically, that's all.
Yes. It doesn't look like they've got sort of room to sort of have trotting horses round like they do at the back of the Wacker Stadium, as Messi Jez will know well. In comes Stokes again. Bowls full. Lovely drive by Blackwood. Perhaps didn't get it right in the middle of the bat. Saqib Mahmood moves to his left to do the fielding at mid-off. And there is no run. I don't know how the rest of you feel about this, but I think first innings lead is absolutely crucial in this match. If England can get it through a few more wickets, get lucky with the bounce perhaps, and keep West Indies down to, I don't know, a maximum lead of 20, but I think anything of 50 upwards could be quite important. Stokes in again, wide of the off stump this time. Needs to be aiming at the stumps, I have to say, just because you want him to take advantage of that variable bounce. It's the end of the over, 78 for 3. Bonner has a single, Blackwood 8, and Messi Jez has more people on social media.
I do indeed, although your mention of the Wacker means I do have to crow about one thing. Western Australia beat Victoria by an innings today, and as a result we'll be playing the Sheffield Shield final at the Wacker next week, which I'll be going to if it's not raining.
Brilliant.
It's great. On YouTube we've got several people in there. Yahweh mentioning how great a film Fire in Babylon is. Lockie's a bit sad that Bear's been a little less vociferous than normal. Steve Kelk says, great catch, my folks. In any case, it was a fantastic piece of wicket keeping there.
Full ball as Woke starts a new over, and this is punched up to mid-on, and there is no run. Messi?
And Yahweh says the next half hour will be, says tepid, but I think he means vital.
It could be tepid or it could be vital. We shall wait and see. We'll decide. At the end of this half hour, we'll decide whether it's been tepid or vital. Anyway, Wokes is bowling 7th over. I came in after about an hour's play today, and they weren't overly flattering about Wokes' bowling. This is down the leg side again. Folks thinks he's taken the catch, and he has, says the umpire. Anyway, Bonner a little less sure. It seems as if he's walking down the pitch to consult with Jermaine Blackwood, but Folks is very keen on that. Is this going to be the first court Folks bowled Wokes we've had, or did we have one of those?
Oh.
Could be, couldn't it? Anyway, we're going to have a look at this. Third umpire is Leslie Reifer. Ooh, I think maybe just the shoulder of the bat there. As he tries to turn the bat, just closing the face. Looks to me as if it's got something on that. Let's see. Ooh. Well, maybe not. It's actually the thigh where we get the bigger noise. So I think he's probably going to get away. There's a very minor disturbance as the ball passes the bat, but I think the umpire's got that one wrong again. He's going to have to change his tune, as it were, and Wokes goes sadly, from his point of view, wicketless yet again. So Bonner survives. He's on 1. He's faced 18 deliveries. We know that he's a man who likes to spend time at the crease. But, as a batsman, you hate to see that kind of wicket, really. Even if we know it wasn't a wicket, but the down the leg side wickets are just, it's not really fair, is it? Defended on the front foot by Bonner. It is. It's a waste of a batsman. I felt for Campbell as well. I mean, he just got that tiny bit of glove on that one that Overton sprayed down the leg side. That said, Overton was getting the ball to do some very strange things in regard to bounce. He hit him twice on the helmet, didn't he, in the space of an over or two. So we had quite a little bit of juncture where there was no play. Wokes in again, bowls to Bonner. This time he does get bad on it, flicks the way very nicely indeed, down to long leg. Lees, I think it is, who does the fielding, and they take a single. Bonner moves to 2. Blackwood has 8.
We get the impression here that Bonner would want to play a very long, durable innings. He's 2 of 20, something in the mold of his captain.
Yeah.
And I think if he can stay there and really weather the storm, because it is a stormy path now for the West Indian batsmen, and you have to think about getting up to a good lead.
Yep, Wokes bowls again onto the back foot. Blackwood tries to force, but doesn't time the ball, hits it into the ground, and it rolls towards extra cover. Yeah, I mean, I think these balls that keep low are the dangerous ones, I think.
Yes.
And if that happens a lot, then I would expect England might get a very small lead or keep the West Indies lead to something quite manageable. But if this pitch is going to do this on day 2 and then gets lower again, England could be in all sorts of trouble if they conceded too much of a lead. This is tickled away by Blackwood past the man at square leg, and they'll come through for a single. So they've batted pretty well so far in the 2 or 3 overs since lunch. Bonner is on 2, Blackwood is on 9. It's 80 for 3. We have more social media.
We do indeed. Jay says, "Hooray, Hendo!" He says the job offer still stands.
Job offer?
For yeah, I don't know, between you two. Farong says, 4 sessions completed, 13 wickets. Be all over sometime on Sunday, methinks. A pair is on the cards for Root or Bester. I'll consult the tea leaves later. And he also says, for those who've forgotten what a candle is used for, it's a blackout again. He's sent a photo of him, his candle on. Oh, he gets a few of those in Dhaka. Leah says, having to poor Samuel being verbally violated by Dave was a bit painful.
Stokes in again to start a new over. Bowls to Blackwood, angled into his ribs. He jumps as he plays this down into the onside, and there is no run. It's I did hear a lot of David when when I turned it on, and I was wondering when anyone else was going to say something, but it was actually really was a fascinating chat, and it's really nice to have all this input from the Caribbean. Really is from our perspective. Stokes in again, 1 for 14 bowls, looking for that one that will skirt through low. It's straight, it's defended by Blackwood, looking for the single. We won't get it as it runs up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was quite a bit of discussion, Nigel, about what has taken place over the years. I think referring to the demise of West Indies cricket, I don't think I really like the word demise, but we're certainly not as strong as before. Let's get back to that delivery.
Oh yes, Stokes bowls wide-ish, fullish. Blackwood might have been tempted in another guise to take a big booming drive to it, but on this occasion just lets it go through to the keeper. It declined. Maybe not. It's certainly not demise.
But it certainly has been something of a symbiotic relationship between the West Indies and England for so many years. I think West Indians benefited from playing in England, and England benefited from having so many West Indians coming to their shores and play. I think
for sure.
Countries learned.
For sure, and it wasn't just in the county championship. Down the leg side, there goes Folks rolling away to his left, spectacular as ever, and doing the job, stopping it running away for 4 byes. I mean, there were a lot of those guys who then went on to play county cricket, played in the leagues, didn't they? Up north, they made their names to some extent in those places, sort of Burnley and various adjuncts to that. I would love to see more overseas players in English county cricket anyway. I think it's time again. This is a short one which Blackwood can duck under. We've gone so long without having... what we get nowadays is people popping in for sort of 5 weeks of the Blast or 4 weeks of the 100. Or, no, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, isn't it? It's supposed to be done in 3 weeks. And I think as a supporter of a county, or if you are a supporter of a county, you don't feel that you get that sense of loyalty and belonging with a player. I think in the past, you had characters who were synonymous with particular counties. Onto the back foot goes Blackwood, tries to force, but straight back to the bowler. There is no run. I mean, Clive Lloyd was always, a Lancastrian as far as we were concerned. Malcolm Marshall at Hampshire. These various players. Gary Sobers at Nottinghamshire, wasn't it? You had
Viv at Somerset.
Viv at Somerset, absolutely, and Joel, of course. Let's not forget Joel. So I would love to see. I mean, I've been a proponent. I've suggested that to help the developments of those nations that are maybe struggling a little bit, or trying to get better. We really should have a Bangladeshi player with each county championship side and West Indies player with each championship side. I don't buy this notion that it's going to keep out some incredibly talented English player. I really don't. And I think counties and being synonymous with players being synonymous with counties was all too good in the strength of the county game.
I'll just let you know, I've had a tweet from Armchair Cricket Podcast to let people know that he's going to be coming on to commentate with us for the first time in about 10 minutes' time. So look forward to Ajit coming in. I had a lovely interview with him the other day.
Oh, right, okay. Wokes in to start a new over, bowls outside the off stump. Good carry through to wicketkeeper Folks as Bonner decides not to offer a shot. Do you see any hope of that, Stevenson? That we might see more younger players coming over and being made synonymous with a county, or is it just simply that they're going to, if they are any good and they are showing promise, they're just going to be picked up for all the franchise cricket?
Yeah, that looks more to me now franchise recognition rather than English county.
Yeah, Wokes bowls defended, straight one this time, but all the way back to the bowler, there is no run. Yeah, and I think, is that going to help their long-term game, or is it just going to be good for them financially? I mean, we hope it'll be good for them financially. Obviously, that's important that players can make a living. But actually, in terms of if we're looking at the 5-day format, we want to see a stronger team built up. I mean, it's strange that we talk about the strength of the West Indies because it actually seems stronger than England at the moment. You look at the Test Championship table, outside the off stump again, left alone by Bonner, who has now occupied 22 balls for his 2, and not a lot happening since lunch, I wouldn't say. Not too much movement, and those
not too much variation in bounce either. I think
not too much. No, not at the moment. So maybe this is an encouraging sign for the West Indies, who are 80 for 3. Wokes in again. 2 slips waiting for anything that comes off the outside edge. It comes off the outside portion of the bat, this shot, but it's a defensive one and it runs square to cover. And again, there is no run.
Well, over the last season or two, Nigel, what we've seen happening, the lower half of the West Indies, they've been scoring many more runs than the top order. Someone said quite interestingly some time ago, and why not just reverse the order? Let the lower order bat at the top and the other bat at the bottom.
That's a question for England after yesterday as well, isn't it? Outside the off-stump again from Wokes, 2 wide, not making him play. Bonner leaves it, and through it goes to Folks. 83 were.
Full credit to Bonner. I don't think if you look at him, you would say that he's a naturally gifted cricketer per se. What he has to be accredited for is his hard work. He sticks to it. He believes in fighting. He believes in struggling, and that's some of the great characteristics he has.
Ooh, now that one did just seem to nip in a little bit, kept a bit lower, but Bonner was being very proficient there. He got right onto the front foot, so even had that hit him on the pad, he might have had a chance. It's squeezed away behind square for a single. It's the end of the over, just the 1 run from it, 81 for 3.
Jeff Perkin points out that Court Folks bowled Wokes was a hoax.
Very good.
Dave Wood says, I have very fearful memories of playing against Fawn Walsh in the Leicestershire leagues in the 90s. Obviously below county level, but the same argument could be applied. I was interested after Warner died, watching an interview with him. He spent a full year just playing club cricket in England before going back and playing for Victoria. And he said the experience was just invaluable, playing 4 days a week, different games. You don't have to be a high-class professional outfit to do it, do you?
No. Stoke in again, bowls. Bonner's onto the front foot this time, covering up well. Ball runs into the covers, and there is no run. It's got to benefit you, hasn't it? There's so much protection of players in the sense that, they're playing too much. I think we go too far the other way, and players end up playing not enough. I mean, if you go on a tour, and your first innings of that tour is a test match, you really haven't got any leeway to fail whatsoever, have you? And find your feet in unfamiliar conditions. This is pulled by Bonner. I don't think he got hold of it properly. It's only going to be one, as it's chased, I think, by Johnny Bairstow. And I thought he could hold of it a little better than that, but he hadn't, so just the one. 82 for 3. Ben Stokes seems to be grimacing, and we know that he's been off for an injury problem. He's got his is it his right thigh that he's got strapped up? I think it is. But he looked as if he was in some anguish as he walked back to his mark, and England have really had all sorts of problems with injuries to bowlers, and they can ill afford any more. Here comes Stokes again, 2 slips in the gully, bowls, nice drive by Blackwood, pleasant, but stopped by Woakes at mid-on. Again, no run.
He has this tendency, Blackwood, to play inside the line of the ball. He's not a great on-driver, but he does like to get more inside the line and put the ball through back past the ball, or maybe through extra cover, backward point, as the case may be. It's just one of those little batting characteristics he has.
Yeah, an idiosyncrasy, really. Short ball doesn't really get up, but Blackwood shows good flexibility, bending out of the way of that one, and through it goes to Folkes again.
Farong's advice is his electricity's come back on.
Hey!
A planned outage to recognise the Liberation War, tomorrow's Liberation Day in Bangladesh. Interesting way of celebrating.
Yeah. Well, it looks like there's a few more people have come into the ground in Grenada. Again, Blackwood bends backwards out of the way of that one. Another short one from Stokes. I'm wondering whether he's bowling that short one, hoping that it won't bounce actually at all, and might pick up an LBW or a bowl that way. When you think about it, I mean, Grenada is not a big place. I think the population's about 110, 112,000. So filling a ground of 17,000 is not going to be easy, is it really? Stokes in, bowls, onto the back foot goes Blackwood and clips it towards mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. Again, just a single from it. Bonner has 4, Blackwood has 9, and the West Indies, trailing by 122, are 82 for 3. One more over and there'll be a change.
Yeah, the thing is, sorry, just commented, Nigel, about the vastness of the stadium in comparison, of course, to the populace here, which is relatively small, just over 100,000 people. Okay. And in addition to that, we must also recognize that there are also territories in Vincent and the Grenadines, in Lucia, Dominica. They're just a couple of 100 miles away. So you would have many spectators or lovers of the game coming from these small territories and converging at the Queen's Park. So I think that was one of the rationales for such a huge stadium.
That's good to know. Woakes in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Bonner. I can. Well, now I'll go back. Many people on Gorilla Cricket will have heard me talk about my time working in Bermuda, and there used to be a charter flight down for the Barbados Test whenever England were playing the West Indies, because there were no direct flights between Bermuda and the rest of the Caribbean, but you had to get yourself a charter down. But you would get a good 200, 250 people going down on that. So Bermuda, not technically part of the Caribbean, but certainly has the sort of feeling of it. Onto the back foot as Bonner defends back up the pitch, and Woakes does the fielding. Woakes, what do we think? I mean, could this be his last overseas test? He's got to do something special, hasn't he, to be selected again? He's a lovely player. He's a very good player, but it just doesn't happen for him overseas as a bowler anyway.
2 for 184, that's all I'd say.
Yes, well, there you go. Woakes in again. Can he pick up a wicket? He bowls a bouncer, which has surprised Bonner, who's gone down in some form of collapse and has left his bat up, and I think it has flicked the bat, and Woakes, as if to, I don't know, just put the palm into my face, says, "Take that, Hendo, I have a wicket."
Well, what a dismissal. Periscopic. Let's look. Yeah. Might have taken. What does it look like? Does it look more like the glove?
I think it looks more like the glove, Stevenson. Yeah, I think so. He'd gone down. He started to fall over, but he still had his bat up. But it looks like it must have been the glove that it flicked. And so Bonner, after 31 balls of defiance, has gone for a disappointing 4 for him. And again, this match takes another turn. It's getting absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Yesterday, when England, I think, had slipped to 67 for 7, I feared this was going to be over before the weekend. In fact, to be honest, will we get even bigger crowds at the weekend? Should this game still be going strong, Stevenson?
I think more likely than not, you'd have some good crowd. I would not say bumper crowd, but more likely than not, you'd have a much bigger crowd. I would think tomorrow or the weekend, Sunday, than we've seen for yesterday and of course today.
Right, that'll be good. New man coming to the crease is none other than the former West Indies captain, Jason Holder. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
Jason Holder. Jason
Yeah, I suppose what you can say is that Bonner actually took his eye off that one. So if he had managed to keep his eye on it, he might have been able to get the gloves down in time. But I'm not sure that he would have. It almost knocked him over. It surprised him. So Wokes, the man you equate with swing and seam, gets one with a short one. Surprising. 82 for 4 is the score. Wherever you're listening to us in the Caribbean, welcome along. If this is your first experience of guerrilla cricket, we're delighted to have you, and hope you will come back. We do all England international matches plus all the main tournaments and other tests as we see fit. Of course, the IPL, if you're all also interested. On to the back foot goes Holder and defends square, and there is no run.
And we're wondering where is the old-fashioned pulling the bottom hand away and dropping that hand rather than leaving the bat like a periscope. Those are little details that top-class cricketers got to be aware of. That sense of awareness. Drop the bottom hand.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's probably the fact that he was overbalancing that didn't help him. Wokes is in again, wider on the crease, bowls to Holder. It's a straight one, and Holder gets everything behind that and defends solidly up towards mid-on. There is no run. One ball from now, and we will have a change in the... Well, I mean, it's like a commentary box. It's a virtual commentary box that stretches from southwest London, southeast London to Grenada and to Perth in Western Australia. Extraordinary, isn't it, really? What we can do for you by technology. In he comes again. Balls on the short one. It's gone up in the air. Oh, no, I don't think it's going to carry to anyone. Yes, it is. It's Johnny Bairstow is underneath it at deep backwards square. There was a man at long leg. There was a man running back from orthodox mid-wicket, but it was Johnny Bairstow coming in from deep backwards square, came laterally into the picture, takes the catch, and Jason Holder has been done by a second Wokes bouncer, and Wokes is Wokes has responded so well to my ribbing that I feel that I can do nothing more than... I really should stay on if England wants to do anything here. 82 for 5, and Jason Holder has gone second ball. Extraordinary stuff. Wokes has 2 wickets.
Thanks, Ed. I'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, Jezza. Cheers, Jez. It was 3 balls, in fact, that Jason Holder lasted. It is the end of the over. The new batsman will be Carl Mayers. It's 82 for 5. The deficit is 122. And taking over in the ball-by-ball chair is... Who is it?
It's me, Hendo.
It's Tony.
It is me, indeed.
What an exciting little session that was.
Well done you.
Yeah, loved it. And thanks to Stevenson. I enjoyed hearing from him as well.
Well, Chris Wokes started the day with an average in this series of 2 wickets and at an average of over 82. The player that many people say they'd most like to take home to meet their mum has just bounced out. Jason Holder and Nkrumah Bonner. Would you believe it? One rather periscoped, one pulled down to deep backward square where he was caught by Bairstow. And who'd have thought it? A warm welcome. We should have Jason. If we don't have Jason, we do. Hello, Jason. Good to see you. That halo around your pate, as ever. And we should have Arjit as well from the first appearance from Arjit from the Armchair Cricket podcast. But he seems to have disappeared on us. So, Bear, can you slide into that seat simultaneously?
No, he's there, mate. You're going blind.
He's just on quiet.
He's just gone quiet. Well, Arjit, say hello.
Well,
welcome to you. I can see a picture of San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge behind you. But is that where you are?
No. Well, that's just a facade behind me, and it's not a green screen. It's what Zoom
Ben
provides.
Stokes is back into the attack. He's holding some Mayers, who works this off his hip down to long leg. Jack Leach in his floppy sun hat does the fielding. They will take a single.
Hello.
Mayers should be off and running. Hello, Arjit. Great to have you with us. We are followers of the Armchair Cricket podcast. Your debut on Guerrilla Cricket. Tell us a little bit about how long have you been listening to us? There's a question. I mean, I don't mean today. I mean generally.
No, okay. I've been listening to Guerrilla Cricket even from its previous iteration, as it was called, Test Match Sofa.
Oh my word! You're a lifer.
Yeah, something like that. So, what do they say? Long time listener, first time caller, first time participant.
So on all the best radio shows, they do indeed. You're getting a round of applause from the Bear.
So
Stokes is going to be in. Oh, and that one is short at Blackwood. Now, we were having a conversation earlier. I was with Vernon. We were debating the rights and wrongs and the whys and wherefores of shorter pitch bowling. But England have managed to bounce out their last 2 wickets, not to mention a couple of leg side strangles. So I was actually saying, and I've got to hold my hands up and say I didn't think it was a great strategy, but the fact is it's accounted for 5 West Indies wickets here, and they are in a spot of bother as we wait for Stokes, who's in, and that's nicely played by Blackwood, just dabbed into the offside. They're going to take a sharp single. Ran well, I thought, there, Ajit.
Indeed. No, I think this is going to be a very active play between these two, because both Myers and Blackwood will look to play their strokes. You know, the glue that would hold them together, Bonner, has just been dismissed. Well, in a slightly weird sort of a way. But I expect plenty of action in the upcoming period. Both of these they're well-known stroke makers, aren't they?
Well, they are indeed. There's plenty of food for thought for West Indies. Ben Stokes has been off the field a fair bit, but he's back on now, and he's got his eyes set on Carl Myers, but Myers plays this very tidily indeed away into the offside, relatively untroubled, the man from Barbados.
Well,
travelled to England as a reserve back in 2020, and before making his T20 debut against New Zealand that year, did Myers. Sorry, Ajit.
Now, I was just saying, the longer this pair lasts, the more runs they would add, because they both will be stroke makers, and we know Kyle Myers has the steel, nurse of steel, right? He's made a double hundred in the 4th innings.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Myers, who just eases this away towards cover, and again there is no run.
You know, you would normally consider England a bit ahead at this stage. 84 for 5 against most sides.
Yeah, I think so.
In this condition, I say, because they bat a bit deep. You would have Kimar Roach coming in at 10, right? Mm-hmm. So plenty of people who can at least hold a bat, maybe even occupy one end, and that means, you know, Alzari can bat. And
look at how that England tail wagged, of course, as this one's pulled backward of square by Mayers. Leach again, armed with his floppy hat and a strong right arm throw, and there was just 3 runs from that over, and we'll go to Jason. You are the man in the social seat, Jason.
I am, yes. Aidan says, I think it would be good to have allow a second overseas county championship. They have to be for a lower ranked top associate side, e.g. well, he puts West Indies in there, which I think might be a bit harsh and might generate some discussion amongst our audience. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghan, Ireland, etc. And also Jago says the Boris Karloff Hollywood 11 is looking increasingly germane as England bowlers have become Frankenstein's monsters. No, they're big and lurchy and scary at the moment.
Germain, not as in Blackwood, I imagine.
Yes, Germain is still German with an A.
That's rather what I thought you might have meant. Because Jermaine Blackwood is on 10 of 25. The West Indies are 85 for 5. They lost 3 wickets in fairly rapid order this morning, I think for 19, and they've just lost a flurry now as Wokes is in wide of the off stump of the left-handed Myers, taken tidily behind the stumps by Ben Foakes. I mean, I guess Ajit, tidily and Foakes tend to go together like, horse and carriage, don't they?
Absolutely. Look, from this pair, Blackwood has already sort of set his stall out, 25 balls. Myers is still new at the crease. But what I like is the approach from England over the last, let's say, the spell between these two. The short balls.
Well, 2 slips already. Wokes is Wokes is in. Myers again is onto the back foot, away towards cover. Once more, it's another dot ball. Well, has Wokes found an extra yard of pace? Is it just the extra bounce? I mean, he hadn't really looked much this morning. He looked the least threatening by far of the England attack, and I don't think the opening bowler stroke enforcer mantle sits well with him. But he seems to have come out fairly fired up after lunch.
It's a surprise factor. Nobody expects him to do it.
When he comes, that one's a ball on a length though. Myers is well tucked in behind it to nudge it into the onside this time. Once more, there's no run.
Look, we've always said, right, there's always this threat that anybody with a decent amount of pace, even 130k and more, can generate. It looks like at least Overton is warming up. I don't know if he would really fit the role of an enforcer, but I also saw, I think they were also showing the other bowler. So I think they're just trying to concentrate, the cameraman, to let us know maybe some of the other bowlers are warming up.
Well, I think Joe Root's thinking about mixing and matching his attack onto the back foot, because Myers, he gets a bit of an inside edge there. I think he was, the bat and the pad were not entirely in concert, and he left a bit of a gap. He inside edged some way from the stumps as it went, but it's the sort of ball hopping onto his toes, bat away from his body, that can easily find its way back onto your off stump, Ajit. I think he got away with one a little bit there, which is why they use an arse from England.
Look, his bat comes at an angle, so that basically means he's always a candidate for played ons or maybe caught off the inside edge.
And he comes again over the wicket. Sure, there he is again, dropping one short, but it's and in fact it's been given as a wide by umpire. Is that Joel Wilson? That in? I think it is. And he spreads his wings like a giant condor to say that was pretty wide.
This is definitely a tactic. I mean, 3 bouncers in 2 overs from Chris Wokes. You wouldn't go a day without seeing that some other games.
That's right. He's line length and nibble are his 3 main weapons. No, his 4th weapon as well. But
and
surprise. As that one is left alone outside of the off stump by Myers. Yes, line length, nibble, surprise. 4 main weapons. Played well by Myers by just leaving it.
Plenty of effort there from Wokes as well as Stokes. I think he took a break just to get his knees and back sort of supple, loose. And this is a very, very impactful spell. I'm thinking not just the wickets that have been taken, but also, look, they realize this is let's say the engine room here for West Indies. If they let them get on with it, even a score of 200 is not enough.
Slips go down. It's a bit more of a ball on a length, doesn't really get up, sort of fenced away towards point by Myers, and there is no run. It's the end of that over. 2 for 16 for Wokes, 86 for 5. They trail by 118 to the Windies. And Jason, who's with us on any of our platforms.
Annie Chaves with us, says it's brilliant to see the wonderful Hendo, and I'm with you all the way on your overseas players' thoughts. Dave Wood reminds people that we also do men's major overseas world competitions as well as just England games.
We do indeed.
Brian Barr says, Calypso, fall down so.
Yes. We're also going to do the IPL, don't forget. We have a weekly IPL show. Sorry, it's not quite as frequent as last year. I think we did 2-3 games a week last year. But we are going to turn it into a weekly magazine show, of which the Wednesday game, which is the day we're going to do it, will be the centrepiece. So if you want your IPL guerrilla style, it will definitely be there with you, just on a weekly basis.
I'll slot in a few more tweets.
In comes Saqib Mahmood to Blackwood, who pushes him away. There's I think it's a half-hearted shot. Was that a chance now, Ajit? Did I miss something there? Lawrence seems to take it on.
Did not carry. I think he did not carry. Pretty much like what we were expecting. Mahmood was being showed, and he was sort of, giving a hint to his captain. This guy, I think, would fit the role of an enforcer much better.
Well, it was rather uppish. Now we're going to have another look at that. Does it drop short? It does. Dan Lawrence was that man at short mid-wicket. A lot of excitement in the England ranks. Arms were raised, but it just dropped short of Lawrence. He's a fairly tall man, so he's quite a long way to fall, but I think that would have evaded most fielders. This one's Fuller, a bit on leg, and Blackwood says thank you very much, and with great style steers it away off his pads towards mid-wicket. They will take 2 on this occasion. Moves that score on and that deficit down as far as the West Indies is concerned. 88 for 5, 116 deficit. Remember, England somehow scrambled their way with that 90-run 10th wicket partnership. Second longest 10th wicket partnership for England this century. Up 218 balls. Do you recall, gentlemen, which the longest partnership this century will have been for England at the 10th wicket?
Would it also involve Jack Leach by any chance?
No, it wouldn't.
Precisely.
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. As onto the back foot goes Blackwood. Pushed
Would
towards
it
mid-on.
involve
There is no run.
James Anderson? And
Yes, it would.
And Joe Root?
Yes, it would.
Precisely. Yeah.
Yes, it would. When, where, and for how long? Do you know that one, Jason?
2014.
Oh, very good.
Nottingham.
Oh, against
India, I thought.
Ding, ding, ding! Full house. Jason Hiscox, you are absolutely a walking cricket encyclopedia, or you're looking at Wikipedia, one of the two. As this one is steered nicely off his legs by Blackwood. Jack Leach, sun hat, proudly atop of his balding pate, comes scrambling around. 2 more to the West Indies total. Not finding the boundaries yet, but they are running better. I know Vernon was quite frustrated with the running that he was seeing earlier. It was all a little bit hesitant. Yes, no, after you. Possibly a little nervy, not wanting to turn the ones into twos, but they seem to have picked up their game on that. Probably sensing, Ajit, that it's maybe there's the ball with your name on it, and there isn't time to hang around.
That too, and I think this ball has been this over has been a bit foolish. As he targets the body.
Yeah, he does there a little bit too, and Blackwood turns it off his hip. No run on this occasion, goes straight to Johnny Bairstow. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but to me, Johnny Bairstow's either been working hard in the gym or at the buffet. And I've got a sneaky feeling it might be more buffet than gym, because he's definitely looking a tad more solid these days, I reckon, is Johnny B.
Combination, I would say. Combination of the two.
Combination of the two, indeed.
Enough at the buffet and then a lot of weights, potentially.
Well, could be. The one slip is in place for Mahmood, and that's rather.
What happened there?
Oh, that's a very good question. Well, I think he may just have got an unintentional edge. I think he was trying to withdraw the bat, and it may have been a drop. It was definitely a dive to his right by Folks. We'd love to see a replay of that.
I think what happened was that
we're about to. Hang on 1 second. No. Oh, I think it was a leave. But I think it may just have grazed the periscoped bat, didn't it? Or did it swing? Here we go. We'll see from this one, Jason. Yes, it was a genuine edge. And Folks, I'm afraid, has shelled one that, to be honest, was extremely catchable.
Oh, yeah.
England may live to regret that. If that was Joss Butler, can you imagine Jason Hiscox? He'd be utterly pilloried now. And we'd be going, where's Ben Folks? Where's Ben Folks? No one's going, where's Joss Butler, though, are they?
It's a bit tough. It's a bit of a tough job. Hot day out there in the sun all day, and occasionally, what I think he was flummoxed by was that the edge. It took the ball suddenly lower than he had expected. He was supposed to take the ball up near his chest,
and the fact
suddenly it went to his knee and below. And
well, very much so, and also that Myers was, or rather Blackwood was very clearly withdrawing the bat. Anyways, Wokes is going to be back into the attack. He'll be bowling from that river end, and Myers
I think
steers him away where it's fielded by Mahmood.
They take a single into the
and
course.
They will indeed take a single. Now we're going to look at that again. Yeah, it was actually, I'm not sure, he wasn't drawing the bat away, and yet neither did he really look like he was trying to play a shot. It's almost he had the bat away from the body. That was the thing that possibly confused. He was trying to lift the bat out of the way, and in doing so made it look like half a shot. And I'm afraid, whichever way you view it, that's a legitimate 100% drop by the normally tidy and highly effective Ben Folkes.
What we saw, the leg side field was always a bit more crowded for
two
Mahmood.
slips. Ooh, and that forces Blackwood back.
This one, at least the way he played, it looks like it stayed low. But for me, I think the leg side, they have a leg trap set. You have Johnny Bairstow close to the square leg fielder.
They do.
Then you have a short mid wicket, which is Dan Lawrence, to whom he nearly hit last over, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see if this plan will come good. I think Mahmood has that pace, and he can hurry the batsman a little bit more than Wokes. So I'm more curious there. But then you see they've still kept the slips.
In comes Wokes again. That's edged, and it's edged past Gully, and it's going to go all the way down to third man. I was going to say for one of these, but the bear has headed off. No, he's returned. Gosh, he's quick. He's like lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4. I was about to sing my own version of the third man theme, because it was steered down towards third man, and then the bear. Just a blur of movement was back in the chair.
All of these shots are sort of the culmination of the pressure that they're bringing about, the England bowlers. The short ball barrage that's coming.
Well, that's two chances. That was Overton, I think, there. As that one again, big shout from Wokes. Given! He's third time lucky for England. That looked high and possibly going down leg. Jermaine Blackwood immediately reviews. I'm not sure he even bothered to have a conversation with Kyle Myers. England, well, they look happy enough, but without actually being ecstatic, I would say. I think we are going to have to post replay.
It looked to be high to the naked eye. But then, one ball in this over has already kept low, and Blackwood is not particularly very tall.
Given out. Blackwood's not very tall. It takes him on the top of his front leg.
Looks like umpire's call. Corner of middle and leg, umpire's call. That's what I think.
Well, the first thing is whether there's any ultra edge. Oh, let's see. I think he's got his bat tucked behind his pad, though. That's
it's away. It's away. Fairly far away.
Okay, we'll have a look. It pitches outside off. Impact is in line. Wickets umpire's call. And even though it's only just grazing the top of that stump, it's going to be 6 down for the West Indies. Blackwood has to go. He's gone for 18. England right in amongst the wickets again. Wokes has another one. He's got 3 now for 21. Goodness me.
Absolutely.
Now you're gone.
So wonderful bowling. I think the Englishmen, they received a rocket in their ear, as they say. The break.
Let me just get through some socials about that. Jeff Perkins says, Header seems to fire up Wokes, to which Jay Grover responds, I want Wokes to succeed, so only so Header can fail.
Oh, harsh.
Yeah. He also says, respect to the old school sofa boys, as Ajit has named himself, and as I am too. Long time sofa listener before I became one of the people on the other side of the microphone. O'Neill Harris says, has no protection, no arm guard, no chest guard. No wonder he's scared to death when the short ball comes in. I think we're talking about Nkrumah Bonner here. Pad up and wear one, man. And with that, it's back to the live crickets.
Well, it is. A new man at the crease. We'll jingle him up. It's the old Wimbledonian's finest.
Rolling listeners, watch him hit a bounty again. See the runs, Josh the Silver's counting, yeah. See the runs, Josh the Silver's counting, yeah.
Well, we were hearing about Jono's exploits with Josh and that Woodstock bat this morning. This one's full, and he meets that very squarely.
Well, I dare say he's more equipped to handle this sort of bowling. He looks more compact at the crease.
Well, he does, and I mean he's been paths of West Indian rear guards before. Made his debut in Wellington 2020.
Indeed. As long as Myers is on
rear
the other
guard
end.
there with Holder.
Yeah.
In comes Wokes. 2 slips go down. Short. Pulled off his hip. Down past square leg. Will get himself off the mark with a single. In fact, he'll keep the strike as well. 6 runs, but I don't think Chris Wokes is going to worry about those 6 runs. He has got himself a wicket as well. It's 3 for 22 for him. It's 96 for 6. The West Indies. Jason.
Jago asked the question, do we need an enforcer role? The concept confuses me. I mean, to me, the enforcer is basically a tall, fast bowler who can bowl short. Because you need to bounce up into the rib cage and around the head area to unsettle a batsman.
Well, yeah. 3 for Myers, 1 for De Silva. With plenty on YouTube, I did notice quite a lot of friendly faces and hellos and people listening to us over on Cricket Tracker India as well. If you get the chance to swing over there, if Twitter's just aflame, then we'll just say a general hi. Mahmood's going to continue. Just the 1 slip now, and well, it's interesting, very interesting field placings. This is just pushed into the onside. The 1 slip. There's the forward short leg. There is the sort of shortish mid-on, and short mid-wicket. So I think what you were saying, Ajit, they're still thinking that those ones are going to be those pop up and offer catches away on the leg side there, aren't they?
Or you're looking at one that the batsman would drive, the one that's pitched up, inviting a drive. Potentially, it would go to one of those 2 catching mid wickets, or the man just behind square.
A beautiful blue sky with white fluffy clouds at the Darbo end over that players' pavilion. As Mahmood is in, and Josh De Silva steers to square leg. And again, there is no run. 108 the deficit. 4 wickets England need. The back of their minds, they'll be thinking, well, hang on though, if Jack Leach, the Taunton Tendulkar, can stay there, if Mahmood can get his highest first-class score. What was impressive, I think, about that, apart from its length and the 90 runs they made, was they did quite a bit of it against the new ball. And I think that possibly was the surprise as we wait for Mahmood, who's in, Josh De Silva, who likes nothing more than to make Jono's day by showing the Woodstock logo back to the bowler, which is precisely what he does there. It's a 15% discount, isn't it, Bear, on Woodstock gear? If you go to our website, you'll find a link to Woodstock Cricket. As a Gorilla Cricket listener, if you want any of the fabulous cricket equipment, including the types of bat that our Jono personally delivered to Barbados for Josh De Silva, who is a user of Woodstock Cricket, you get a 15% discount. Just quote the code GC Radio. This one is played off his legs by De Silva. 2 short mid-wicket. 2 fielders converged, but that was because they were pretty close together to start with, in that theory that England have, Ajit, that its leg side is the way to go. And there's no run.
He looks a little bit more settled at the crease. There is no cat on the hot tin roof about him. The way he's, the way he's moving about, you could sense a bit of that when Blackwood was at the crease.
Well, I like a bit of Tennessee Williams. We're all for that. Gary Naylor is all over that. I think I'm right. Tennessee Williams, am I right, Jason? We'll hold that thought for a second. As this one's forward by De Silva.
That's why I said brother man.
Well, there we go. There you are. Push back to the bowler. And again, there's no run. We're watching highlights of Leach and Mahmood yesterday. Who, it was extraordinary. And Mahmood clearing his leg and launching 6s. Well, I mean, that was about as unexpected as, I don't know, snow in Africa this Christmas.
I must say I was a bit unlucky to have missed this period of play. I was busy with something else, and
it was box office stuff. Just because it was so unexpected, I think. Mahmood's got 1 ball left, 1 for 18 for him, or 1 ball left of his 10th over. De Silva, who really does like a solid defensive shot, just gets right behind that. And it's the end of the over. There's no run. 96 for 6, 108 the deficit.
Ravinair says, please can we use the term folk up when every time folks should catch one but doesn't? It's a far more frequent than we'd like. And our own Nigel Henderson, having been has been back out of the virtual green room and said, "See how my castigation of Wokes has done the trick with immediate effect. Just call me Mr. Motivator." There's a frightening thought. And add me to the shortlist for England coach.
Right. 96 for 6. 108 the deficit.
You know, this 108 runs, it actually looks very far away until one of these two can get their eye in. And
Wow.
if you're looking to bat out time,
They're both capable of it. Round the wicket comes Wokes, and that's just played wide of Gully. I think it's going to make it all the way down to third man. Yes, it is. For one of these, once again, Overton was not quite there in time.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bear, I keep waiting for the third man jingle when they go down there. No, he doesn't want to play it.
No.
He likes the old tried and trusted ones.
but you know, England
want a
won't
bit of
mind
Anton
these
Karat.
shots. England won't mind these shots. When the
No, I
ball is
think
still
it's
going, sort of it stays in the air, the longer it does. The previous one, the one with Blackwood, it was just missed. It just missed Overton's hands, I think, by just a few feet. This one, the next one might go in.
As we wait for Wokes, who's going to be into Carl Myers, who taking a leaf out the Silver playbook. Gets a big high elbow and a forward defensive and plays that nicely. Want to say hello to you if you are on Platinum FM or platinumfm.ag, Wave FM in St Lucia, Radio Jamaica or Radio Dominica or anywhere else. Message us. David was saying there's at least 17,000 of you. Say hello. Let us know you're there. Let us know what you're thinking. How's the cricket going? We want to hear from you as forward comes Myers, pushes into the onside this time, and there is no run. Wokes the enforcer, Wokes the destroyer, Wokes the bowler of short pitch bowling. Who thought we'd be saying that? Good lord.
Now, from what I've seen of Kyle Myers in his short international career so far, he looks a bit happier on the back foot. So he's actually already camping on his back foot looking for those short balls, and he might take on more of them than let them go.
100's up for the West Indies, 100 for 6. Oh, and that one's dropped short by Wokes, and Myers, who, as you rightly says, not that tall, and he dives underneath it. Nearly brushed the top of his head, which it didn't get up that high for a bouncer, and I think it may just have grazed his shoulder as he went down.
He had up
once
periscope
again,
as well.
though, Folkes does not take it cleanly. Jason, you spent a lot of time watching Ben Folkes. What's going wrong? This is not the Ben Folkes we were sold. What's happening?
It's not. I'm a bit bemused because every time I see me, Surrey, he's been immaculate.
In comes Folkes round the wicket. Myers very tidily forward. Big, strong arms. Myers got amongst the wickets early. Got Joe Root. Absolute corker of a ball that got Joe Root. He may have had a bit of luck with his first wicket, but the ball that got Root was a superb delivery. I think, Bear, would you a change at the end of this over? Can you let me know? Am I right? Have I got my timings right? I have got my timings right. As in comes Wokes again to Myers, who pulls him high. Has he got enough on it? Oh, he has. Yes.
As I was anticipating, he'll take on more. That's gone. We're still waiting, right?
Well, I think we're waiting just to check it travelled the distance. It definitely didn't find a fielder. We are just waiting for the acknowledgement that whether it's cleared the boundary or bounced on the way. As indeed are our graduate trainee intern captioners, because they don't seem to have any idea as well. Be very useful to know. I personally think it did clear the boundary. We're going to have a look. Myers picked it up beautifully. Wow. Up high it went. And where does it drop?
On the Toblerone. That's a 6.
Did it hit the Toblerone?
Yeah. Hit the Toblerone on the full.
It hits the Toblerone on the full. You're absolutely right, Ajit. 6 runs. And then indeed up go the umpire's arms. Anna Forsyth is the next tweet. Your next voices are going to be Stevenson. I think I'm staying on. Ajit, it's a very assured debut. Great to have you, and we're going to be hearing from you later.
Thank you. Looking forward to the next stint. Thanks all. Bye-bye.
As we await Stevenson. Stevenson, are you there? Come and join us. And Bennett.
Hello there, good evening Tony, how are you today?
I'm very well, and I'm thoroughly enjoying what I'm seeing here cricket-wise. We wanted a livelier wicket. We wanted a competition, and we seem to have it, don't we?
It looks like there's definitely a stiff competition, a tussle between bat and ball out there, and it's good to see the game swaying from one side to another, isn't it? And you're on your toes.
Well, it does. Stevenson, you are back with us.
Yeah, I'm back. Of course, the trickle. Actually, the wickets are falling with alarming regularity. Of course, if you're a West Indian. And for the Englishmen, well, they thought they had a paltry total on the board. Now that 204 looks more than workable.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? We promised a spicier wicket on the island of spice, and so it seems to be. Anyway, Stevenson, it's all going to be over to you to guide us through the next half hour or so. So we're looking forward to that. And I will call up our messages.
Hello, Stevenson. How are you?
Very well, thank you. In the land of spice, where everything is nice, as we say.
Sugar and spice and all things nice. Guess it's sweeter than wine.
Yeah. So of course, there's so many good shots of and their lovely aerial view of this wonderful country called Grenada.
Ooh,
so.
Hello.
Bonner,
and it works his wickets.
Yeah, he certainly didn't play the sort of role that he played, let's say, for example, the first test at Bonner. And you don't always get to score heavily. And I think Joe Root would attest to that. You've got your good days and you've got your unlucky days.
Very true.
Absolutely, Stevenson. I mean, do you think he was lacking in a little bit of confidence in the last innings as well? He was sort of not playing the long innings that we know he's capable of.
Well, he's got a good power of concentration. That's one of the things that Bonner has going for him. The ability to stay long there, like Craig Bradley, can concentrate. As I said earlier on, he's not what you may call a naturally gifted cricketer. It's not like a Bran Lara that you know is just naturally talented and gifted. He's the kind of player who's a workman-like individual who would stick to it and with this limitation try to be as simple as possible, and that's how he has garnered and gleaned his runs over the years.
Well, why don't I get some messages in very quickly?
He plays well within himself, isn't he? He knows.
Oh, Stevenson.
So here is a delivery outside the off stump. De Silva just leaves it alone. Good judicious decision rather to leave it alone. The total remains on 106 for 6. So the West Indies they trail by 98.
Sakib Mahmood has been very impressive, Stevenson, hasn't he?
He certainly has been. I think by and large they've come up with greater purpose, the English bowlers, and realizing that they can sneak through this West Indies batting lineup. 106 for 6. Here he is once more in and bowls, and De Silva is coming forward rather stylishly, pushes the ball up to mid-on. He is on 10 deliveries in his face so far. Mayers looks on, who's the much more aggressive player of the two. Kyle Mayers doesn't like to hit the ball and doesn't like to be bogged down at all. Remembering all the time, England 204.
Batting out of his.
Yeah, once more.
This was batting out of his crease, Stevenson. I don't know if you noticed that. It's just put it out of his crease.
Yes. Well, I don't know if it is about trying to cut back on the amount of swing, but we haven't had any great sense of swing bowling from the English bowlers. Very often when the ball is moving around, players might be advised just to abate the swing, just come forward a little bit, and it cuts down on the prodigious swing that a bowler can get. So Mayers looks on from the non-strikers. He's 13. De Silva is 1. Taps over the crease. As here wants is Mahmood in. and will bowl to De Silva, who to this delivery is turning it just in front of square on the leg side. Thought about a single for a fleeting moment. Decided against it, maybe wisely sent back by Mayers. Total remains on 106 for 6. This has got to be a very important partnership by these two, Mayers and De Silva. And of course, the West Indies have produced some very good wicketkeeper batsmen over the years. And we're going to look at some of those who serve the West Indies with distinction. Here we've got another one who would want to do very well. He's off to the backward and pulls the ball just in front of square, who picks up. And there is no run, still 106 for 6. So of course we've got in the olden days, Franz Alexander, Derek Murray, David Murray from Barbados. So we've had 3 Murrays who kept wicket for the West Indies, Derek, David and Junior Murray.
Well, Junior
the trio.
Lived a lot of his career in the shadow of Jeffrey Dujon, though, didn't he?
Dujon,
yeah,
that's correct. Mahmood once more.
Dujon was a very...
Moves in now to bowl to De Silva. De Silva is coming forward. Ball takes the outer half of the bat, goes down to gully, and that completes the over. So at the end of the over, Mayers remains on 13. He'll be taking strike. De Silva is on 1, and a lot will depend upon these two.
Lots of action and discussion over on YouTube. Josh Cooper's saying both batting lineups struggling to get through tricky periods. Dan De Castro saying maybe the West Indies do the same thing as England. Target 114 for 9 and then start playing. Josh Cooper said with England's record at seeing off the tail, there's every chance of that. Yes, there is. Hello to Yahweh. About this time yesterday the ball went dead. Quite right, it did seem to rather do that. Josh says that last wicket partnership is looking more and more valuable. And Andrew Williamson says up yours Wokesists. Well, I think that's probably true. He's showing us all wrong. Nigel Henderson, our own Nigel Henderson, says see how my castigation of Wokes has done the trick with immediate effect. Just call me Mr. Motivator and add me to the shortlist for England coach.
Overton comes in, the ball is played up to forward square by Mayers, and there is no run. So Overton, who, beg your pardon about this, I'm sorry about that. My phone just decided it was going to ring.
I hope that doesn't happen when you're officiating weddings, Stevenson. I name you two, and then suddenly your phone goes off.
Very sorry about that. Here he is once more, moving in Overton, and bowls to Mayers, who is looking to turn that up on the onside. He got himself in a bit of a tangle. The good thing is, though, that he was seeking to get over the top of the ball, and didn't really cue that well. So we're into over number 40. Mayers is 13 of 19 deliveries. De Silva is 1 of 14, 106 for 6. And of course the West Indies trail by 98. How important these last 4 wickets would be for both teams. Must be a great rear guard action by Mayers and De Silva and the other batsmen to come if they're going to take the West Indies out of this rut. They're certainly in a big rut here. Delivery that brings Mayers forward, pushes it out on the offside, will get a comfortable single in the end. I think he looked up and said to De Silva, hey, let's go. And De Silva responded quickly. Total moves by 1 to 107 for 6. And it brings De Silva down to strike. Tarut will be very meticulous, making sure that all his players are positioned exactly where he wants them. It's been a very good morning for England. I'm sure the skipper, Tarut, and of course the staff and everyone would be very, very happy with the performance of the Englishmen. Overton is in again, and this time balls to De Silva, the right-handed batsman who turns it up on the outside. Thought about a single, made a few exploratory steps, but quite rightly was sent back there by Mayers. The West Indies running and not being very purposeful. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that they've lost a few wickets does create hesitancy. De Silva faces up to Overton, and he is looking maybe just to turn that out on the onside. So he's got a fine opportunity here, De Silva, to do something very, very special for himself and also for the West Indies. And we talk about Jeff Dujan, who served the West Indies with distinction at the end of his career at a batting average of about 34-35. De Silva faces up to Overton, who is pushing him onto the back foot, but he had to jump into a back defensive push. As you could see that Mahmood was Overton was really bending his back into that one. So the over completed, 40 overs gone, Overton 1 for 36, and the West Indies 176.
Jay says, finally my pathetic love of Wokes is vindicated. Anna Forsyth, the wonderful Anna Forsyth, says Jono's exploits with Josh De Silva. Bish, you could make Daily Star headlines with that. Hello, Anna. I'm going to the Middlesex Press Day next week, Anna. I'll report back to you, whatever I find. Kate Holdsworth says, any good at PowerPoint presentations? No, I didn't think so. I'm not quite sure what the context of that is. Leah points out that what part of Africa, I think, having said there won't be rain in Africa, she says Mount Kilimanjaro is in permafrost zone. Yeah, I think they said that about the song as well. I realise it's technically inaccurate. I'll hand back to you guys.
Mahmood, 1 for 18, is in from around the wicket, and both the Mares base comes forward and pushes the ball out on the offside, and both took for a very quick swing. Had to really scamper, had to scurry, and the return didn't hit the stumps at the keeper's end. So Mares, just looking at the replay here, he had to really stride, and the throw was a little way off, but if it were on target, it would have been a very close one. A little bit of hesitation there, especially by Mares, and just managed to scamper home. But if that had hit, he would have been gone, maybe just about a foot and a half outside. Total has gone to 108 for 6. Silva comes in to strike. He's still on 117 deliveries. He's faced to get one. Mahmood is in and bowls. He is coming forward, the ball takes the inner portion of the bat and goes out on the outside. He certainly didn't cue that very well. Might have been a bit of inward movement there too from Mahmood. So we've got to be careful. So many times players come and rather playing the natural flowing game can find themselves in a bit of a rut, trying to be too careful, too tentative. It's about having the right balance. Play everything on its merit. That's important. Here he is once more, Mahmood, with just about passing the umpire now and bowls. And again, he's coming forward. No aggressive intention there on the part of De Silva. So it calls for a great deal of concentration. Clean, pristine day here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Undulating hills, absolute spectrum. It's a beautiful ground and almost surrounded by hills. And some of the houses at the Darbo end seem to be perched precariously there as Mahmood moves in again to bowl to De Silva. And De Silva is looking to turn that out on the outside, and in fact succeed in doing that just behind square on the left side, but still can't score. Total remains on 108 for 6, and De Silva remains on 1 of 20. Such a glorious day, resplendent, ethereal. This is the classic Caribbean day. And for people who are out there in the cold, well, fine weather in the Caribbean, you certainly should come to one of these wonderful little territories. Mahmood again is in now and bowls to De Silva, who comes forward. He's studiously forward, bat and bat close together, almost in an old-fashioned manner, pushes the ball out, short extra cover, and there is no run.
Only ever 3 test matches, am I right? They're at the National Stadium in Grenada. England, of course, played one of them. which they won by 9 wickets. In fact, I think that was the last one, if I'm right. That was back in 2015, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but very few test matches being played here. We have quite a number of one internationals and a lot of first-class cricket on the ground. Mahmood again is in, goes to De Silva. De Silva comes forward and pushes the ball out on the offside. Just crouching very low, making sure that he gets back and pad right in behind the ball, pushes it out on the offside. The over comes to an end, and after 41 overs, Mayers will be taking strike. He's on 15, 1 to De Silva. It's 108 for 6.
A question to you from Jay Stevenson. What is Pastor Stevenson's denomination?
Oh, we're Pentecostal.
Pentecostal.
That's correct.
Okay. O'Neill Harris says, looks like the Bear is going to get a day off. No way this is going to day 5. I think it's unlikely. Warren says, I think the Bear is confusing the IPL with an IPA. Possibly. India Pale Ale or India Premier League. Ridley Jacobs were a proper underrated player, says Jay.
Delivery that is belted down the ground. That's going to go all the way for 4. One that was short. I'm not sure whether Kyle Mayers really wanted to hit that straight. I think he sort of slapped it down the ground. Yes, he was looking to pull that, but maybe was a little early into the shot and slapped it back past the bowler, and it went very quickly for 4. And I think he was maybe aiming towards the onside. Brave shot that. He's gone to 19. The total has gone to 112 for 6. Here's Overton again, bowls. And oh, that was a short rising one. Beautiful delivery. Just had him looking a little awkward, a little ungainly. And there's a little wry smile coming on. Calvez maybe bemused about it. And the bowler must have said something to him. Just ribbed him a bit. I love to see those old fashioned contests where batsman has to be sand dancing, fast bowler coming in, bouncing.
Did you say sand dancing?
Yes, it's an old-fashioned Tony Cozy word. Here's a delivery that is pushed out to point, rather to gully, and there is no run. The first time I heard him use it was back in the 70s, sand dancing, and I don't know whether he coined it, but I thought it's
It used to be an old musical act. Stevenson by if you look them up, Wilson, Keppel and Betty used to do the sand dance.
Sand dancing.
Go look it up when you're not on comms. You'll see it.
Absolutely will. Here is Overton in now, and bowls to Mayers gets a short rising delivery. I thought he handled it very well onto the back foot, and just pulled the bottom hand away slightly, making sure that he played it with soft hand. Mayers remains on 19. I did say early on that he loved to get on with it. He's not going to be scoring 30 runs from 100 balls. That's not going to happen. He tends to like to score very quickly. Free scoring batsman. Faces up once more to Overton, and to this delivery he is off the back foot and pushes the ball up to extra cover. A rather confident man with a little bit of style too. He's not a stylish player, but every now and again he does get a bit of panache.
He opens the batting in T20s, doesn't he?
Yes, he has in fact opened the batting for the West Indies.
He did have a decent game with the ball as well, didn't he? Really some good spell right at the beginning, the 2 wickets that he picked up with the seamers.
He is a good player and can turn out to be a real good, genuine all-rounder. Overton is in once more and bowls to Mayers, who is hitting that over the forward square area down to the widest long on area rather, and that's going to go close to the boundary. Does in fact get there, and that's 4 runs. Short delivery, got inside it and pulled.
Yeah,
got it up to the wide long on boundary for 4.
The shot was hit aerial anyway, wasn't it? He intended it to be actually going on the over the top. So it's good anticipation from Mayers.
Yes, he's aggressive, likes to take on the bowlers, likes to pull too, and a back foot player predominantly, likes to ease himself on the back foot, and that's where his power comes from. It's not the kind of player that you would see coming forward and driving sweetly. First, just to lay on the back foot slightly, and if you're short and cuttable, he's going to cut. And if you're short and maybe bumping, he's going to get inside the line and pull. So productive over there for the West Indies, and also productive for Mayers, and a couple of boundaries there, and should be growing more and more confident all the time.
Yep. Warren says, did Stevenson christen Arno Nokia? I don't think so. Rabinair says, it's the Bishop torturing Pixies again. What were those shrieks rising from his right that he quickly suppressed? I'm not sure. I'm not in the studio today, so no one's been in, Rabbi, so I'm not too sure what was happening there. That's pretty much up to date there. Oh, here's a big change, so I'll leave it back to you, chaps.
It's a change in the bowling, Stevenson. Jack Leach has been coming on for the first time in the innings. You think it's good to bring him in?
Yeah, and he has picked up 11 wickets in the series so far, so he's going to obviously want to have good returns now. Good move, I think.
And I think his confidence will be pretty high as well after his epic knock, batting at number 10, almost sort of scoring a half century. Really good knock. Him and Saqib Mahmood's confidence will be really high as he comes in. Good first test as well. The last test was really brilliant for him. So
there's Leach in now, also De Silva. De Silva is looking to sweep. The ball takes the pad. There's a stifled appeal there by the keeper. And let's see what the umpire is going to say. They take the single. It was slanting down the left side, it looks from here. And there he was sweeping. And the lone slipper had to run after it. As the keeper was shouting, screaming, how's that?
Down the leg side, wasn't it, Stevenson? Down the leg side.
Ooh. So, Mel 23 comes into strike. 117 for 6. And he's facing up to Leach. There he is now. And bowls. And he's coming forward, looking to drive. Ball doesn't take anything, but drives more inside the line.
Foolish length.
Yes, it was. And the keeper didn't take that very well at all. It's a little bit of question about his keeping in this innings. It doesn't look as clean and as professional and efficient as he's done in the series so far.
Do with the awkward bounce on the pinch?
Might have been delivery that pushes him onto the back foot, that Mayers, and pushes it down to long on, gets a comfortable single. One more to his total, just one short of the quarter century mark, and the total has gone to 118 for 6. Brings De Silva now into strike. He is 1 of 23. Leach, left arm orthodox, round the wicket, moves in with a slip and a forward leg in the shallow, and turns it up on the onside. No aggressive intention there by De Silva. Gets it up to mid wicket, and there is no run. So they're still trailed by 86, the West Indies. This pair is very crucial. Moves in once more. Leach bowls, and De Silva is off the back foot and turns the ball up to mid wicket. Almost action replay. Can't score. So the over comes to an end. Good over there by Leach. Just a one run coming off it. And Mayer's going to be hitting strike. He's on 24. De Silva remains on 1. And the West Indies trailing by 86.
Jay Grover wants to know, he might have to be a bit more specific, he says, than Pentecostal. That covers several things. I live within a stone's throw of 3 Pentecostal churches, and they seem to agree on nothing apart from big hats on Sunday. Maybe you want to leave that one for now, Stevens. Farong says Jack into the attack should be very interesting either way. Jeff Perkins says, did Tony watch the sand dance live during the 30s? No, Jeff, I didn't, but I was aware of them, so don't worry about that. Jay also heard some kind of pixie scream. I really don't know what it was.
Here's the delivery that is turned behind square on the right side. The runs here for Mayers, well, they've just taken the single. They ambled the single.
I think the key here, Stevens, is like Mayers is a hard-hitting batsman. He should just keep playing his game. And Joshua De Silva has shown us in the past that he can hold one end. So it'll be good strategy for them to try and get slowly but surely closer to the England's score.
Yeah, that's critical. They've got 85 more to get to that total. De Silva is on 1. He is facing up to Overton, who looks to bring him forward. The ball is not lined very well, badly lined down the leg side. Good diving take there by Folks. The ball was dying down the leg side. So if that were a one-day, it certainly would have been called a wide. But of course, they're quite different when it comes to Test match cricket, as there is a slip of gully, cover square, extra cover, and the mid-off. As Overton once more moves in, bright sunshine. He's there now, passes the umpire, pushes up on the offside. That's De Silva, and there is no run. So it's such a lovely day here at the National Stadium. This is in fact the heart of the dry season, although it's been a little bit unseasonal. We've had some rain during the month of March, quite unseasonal rain. There is once more Overton bowls, and he's in defence. That De Silva pushes it back along the pitch. A bit of footballing skill there by the bowler. Who might have been your best in terms of boot to hand footballing skills among the fast bowlers that you may have looked at?
I think Chris Walks, he's actually been playing at a very high level, I understand, before he chose to pursue his international cricket career. So,
But then again, he's an Aston Villa fan, so he's not watching much good football.
Pushed up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But so many cricketers, of course, love the football, soccer, and some of the warm-up exercises. Many of the teams will play a little bit of soccer just to warm up. I never really loved the game. I just felt there was just too much contact with it, so I didn't play that very much. Overton is in once more. He's there and bowls to De Silva, who to this delivery is coming forward and turns the ball neatly down to fine leg, and the return would come in. He does get his second run. That's De Silva. He's got to 226, and the West Indies, they trail by 84.
And I think we're due a change. It should be Bennett going to slide into the commentary chair. Jason will take you through socials, and the Bear is going to be your expert summariser.
Thank you, Tony. Greetings, Bear, and greetings, Jason. Hello, everybody. My name is Bennett Olagasekaram. We are in the post-lunch session, day 2, the third and final test here in Grenada. West Indies following England's total of 204 in the first innings, batting at 120 for the loss of 6 wickets. What are your thoughts, Bear, on this post-lunch session?
Well, yeah, these two have settled in quite nicely. Getting those wickets at the beginning of the session was good. It was nice to get through Holder quickly if you're an England fan. The wicket looked spacey, man, and after this,
Jackley comes in, left arm round the wicket on a middle and off length, and Joshua De Silva looking very solid on the front foot and plays it gently away.
Any run lead in this first innings looks like it'll be an absolute premium, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Leach again. This one's on the leg stump, and he tried to play it on the onside towards mid-wicket, a little bit uppish there. Forward short leg certainly was in the equation, but the ball didn't carry it. Certainly bat and pad there is, I believe, Johnny Bairstow, is it right, Bear, at forward short leg?
I think it's Johnny B, yeah.
Ducklish comes in. This is a fuller length and driven comfortably straight back to the bowler. No chance of a run. 120 for 6. De Silva on 2 and Kyle Myers on 24. Jack Leash, workman-like over so far. Here he is, left arm around the wicket as he comes in. And this one is a bit shortish outside the off stump, and De Silva on the back foot, nicely cutting it away powerfully past the cover point area for a boundary, a welcome boundary after a while, Bear.
Indeed. These two have got to concentrate and get them near. I mean, we did notice yesterday the ball got soft after about 50 overs, and it became a lot easier to score. Unfortunately, when that happened to England, they only had 2 wickets left, and if it's happening now, and the West Indies have got 4 left. Maybe they can carve out a small lead. They're still 80 runs behind. It's quite a way to go.
Exactly, again, and this one's quicker through the air on middle and off, and gently played towards cover area. No chance. I'm genuinely happy for Chris Walks. He's had a very good game with the ball. Bear, what are your thoughts on his spell?
Yeah, I thought he finally got some just rewards. Oh wow, that's got to be out.
Feel on the Midland leg stump. Joshua De Silva looking to play across the line. Joe Root certainly interested. Jacqueline having a conversation there with folks. Joe Root's interested in that. They're looking to discuss to see if they're going to go up. Yes, they do go in for a review. That looked very close there.
That looked out to me, unless he got something on it. I mean, he went down for a full-blooded sweep. Unless he got a sliver of a glove on it. It looked to me like it hit him in front of just inside the inside of middle stump. Looked like it straightened enough to go, oh no, actually maybe not.
He was playing across the line there, and I think it was moving. It was perhaps going a little bit down the leg side, is my first impressions there.
Yeah, I think it's further across than we thought. And has he got any bat on it?
And the outrage confirms that there was no bat on that. It hits him right on the guard area.
Yeah, right in front of leg stump. Let's have a look. Is it going to be hitting? It's pitched. Outside leg.
Pitching outside the leg, unfortunately for England fans, and fortunately for the West Indies, Joshua De Silva survives. A very close, intense score there, and signaled not out as we expected down the leg side. So that marks the end of the over. 124 for 6. Over to you, Jason.
Ray Grover's with us. He says, "Hooray, Bennett's back!" And then adds, "Also hooray, Jason and Bear, obviously."
Thanks, Jace. I'm on the rum now. It's Friday afternoon.
Josie Jake says, "Now getting away from England with no wickets for 20 runs. They could get on to get 300 now. Well, they could if this pair stay there." And Mayers gets his eye in and his muscles loose. Confirmation that's the police jingle is what people think what the pixie screen was. And moving across to YouTube. Yahweh says, "Where's Gary?" Thinking face.
I don't know. I don't know if he's in tomorrow. He has to work, you know. We all have to work. Unfortunately, there are other things to do.
And Dara Zizi asked the question, "Why didn't Mahmood open the bowling?" It's because the perception is that he's better with an older ball, and that the other bowlers are better with a harder, newer ball. He's the reverse swing specialist. So he would come on first change in that scenario.
A change in the bowling as we come back is Ben Stokes. Right arm round the wicket, bowling to Kyle Myers. Defensively played. I get the impression that Myers is a lot more comfortable on the back foot, Bear. Will you agree with me?
Yeah, he seems to be hanging in the crease, doesn't he? Expecting the short ones. And he's quite happy to pull. He's a big lad. He's a big unit. I'll give him that. His arms are massive.
He is. And I like the fact that he's a bit of a utility player, right? Can open the batting, he can new ball, he bowls a good hard length with the old ball, and certainly, can come in a bit later on in the middle order as well. Ben Stokes, right arm around the wicket. Here he is on a good length, this time driving gently to the extra cover area. So just going back to Walks, Bear, having been given the mantle of the lead bowler, given Anderson and Broad's absence, England really sort of like him because he's like Mr. Reliable, isn't it? He had an absolute fantastic sort of season a couple of seasons ago, and he may have not even played had Ollie Robinson been fit for this test. Thoughts, Ben?
Well, he probably wouldn't have been after this ball.
Ben Stokes again. Shortish delivery that climbed up on him, and Myers was a little bit surprised as he went on the back foot. Uneven bounce there as he placed it gently back towards the extra cover area. No run.
He's averaging 91 on this tour. I mean, historically, how many times can you cheat? The flip side of that is how many times can you keep taking a guy who everyone admits they really, really like and thinks should do well, but doesn't, and at some point,
Ben Stokes this time on a foolish length, driven not convincingly though. It's a bit of an outside edge, a bit of a shot there on that occasion, going to the cover area. No chance of a run.
But if he keeps, not performing, his place is in jeopardy.
And he has not really contributed much with the bat as well. Although
I wouldn't say that. I think he's contributed some decent runs with the bat. I think his average is 40, isn't it, on this tour?
I think
with the bat.
He looked a better bat than with the ball in the first two tests. That's edged and gone past the diving Joe Root at first lap, and the ball trickles over to the boundary. That's a streaky edge, however, but Myers gets 4 runs for that shot. And England looking, there was an opportunity, but unfortunately didn't carry. It was going away from Joe Root as he was diving onto his left at first slip, and just another boundary as the scoreboard moves by another 4 runs. That's an interesting call there. Certainly Ben Stokes might have been interested with that, Bear.
Yeah, I'd have liked it to carry, but he's only got 1 slip. He's got a gully, just wide.
Ben Stokes again. Myers on 28, and this one again tentatively on the front foot. He's almost like not moving. He's waiting for the last minute before he sort of jabs his front foot across. Looks rather uncomfortable on the front foot as the end of the over. Myers 28, De Silva 6. West Indies on the first innings trailed by 76, 128 for 6. Over to you, Jason.
Just on that Myers comment beforehand, I think he fulfills the role in the West Indies side that Ben Stokes does in the English side.
Yeah.
He's very much a glue player. He's never out of the game. He can do something with the bat, with the ball, in the field. But he's very much going to be involved at every stage. In terms of the tweets, Jay Grover says, "Quick, Bears on the run." Stick him on tweets so I can say poo, wee and bum.
Yeah, but I'm not reading your tweets, Joe, you see.
Armchair Cricket Podcast came in and said, "Love my first ever stint as a summarise from Guerrilla Cricket. Looking forward to the next one. What sort of a total do you think England want to restrict West Indies to?" Answers?
Well, I think England...
Not on a postcard, but on tweets, please.
Yeah, well, I think England want to... However slim that lead is, even if it's like 2 or 3 runs, I think they really want to get West Indies out for no more than they got. Maybe they could trail by 15 or 20, but I don't think you want to be trailing by much more than that on this wicket.
I think it'll get much more trickier. Sort of back in. So I would take any lead as long as we get a lead.
Yeah, exactly. I think it could deteriorate. I think it'll be more up and down as the test goes on.
Jack Leach comes in, left arm round, a good length, and De Silva on the front foot, very watchful as he plays it back. So England, after being disastrously placed at 114 for 9, had a good recovery, the form of Skip Mahmood and Jack Leach, who went on to sort of have a good combination for the last wicket. Jack Leach again, on middle and off again, this time on the front foot, gently played. It's a shame that Sakib Mahmood couldn't get his half century back. 49.
Yeah, he kind of gave it away, didn't he? Right at the end of the day. It's a bit of a shame, but he had fun.
This one driven back to the bowler, and no chance of a run. Sorry.
No, I was going to say he had fun, didn't he? I mean, he swung and cut the 6s, some big shots, came down the track at Carl Maz and smashed them over his head for 6. I mean, hey, you know.
They looked very good, didn't they?
Yeah, they look comfortable, man.
Very good. They played some nice cricketing shots. It was very welcoming to see. Jack Leach, left arm around the wicket. And this one's played towards the car point area. No chance of run. 128 for 6. Myers on 28. Da Silva on 6. It trailed England by 76 runs. There's Jack Leach bowling his third over. Brought on a little bit late into the England attack. Jack Leach again, left arm around the wicket. This one's shortish delivery on the back foot. Plays towards extra cover area. Of the bowling, we have Chris Woakes, who took 3 wickets. The last 3 wickets to fall. I'm very pleased for him, having had a bit of a tough series with the ball so far. He's come back and proved his worth by taking 3 wickets. The other pacers, Sakib Mahmood, Craig Overton and Ben Stokes, 1 wicket apiece. Jack Leach, left arm around the wicket. This one's on the leg stump. Again, the ball popping up a little bit there, Bear. Some kind of interest there for the forward short leg.
Yeah, when he's trying to bowl that sort of middle and leg line, isn't he? So that if it slides on, there's a chance he gets inside edge, back pad. If it turns, he could beat the outside edge, possibly bowl him, might get an edge.
It was not the first time though that happened, so I mean there is
there's method to the madness, right?
Jason.
Yeah. Anne Lawson's with us. She says, being a cricket fan more than an England fan, I am loving the multinational commentary team. Brilliant move, Guerrilla Cricket. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Well, we try to get as many people in as we can. With a backbone of regulars.
Yeah.
Chris Wokes 3 for 32, and the other pacers a wicket each. We have Stokes again, right arm round the wicket, and this one's again very tentative outside the off stump, in his foot in sort of no man's land. He's not sure whether to go on the front foot or the back foot. Kyle Myers, certainly England will do well to test him on his front foot there, Bear. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I think they're trying to bowl that length that it could. Yeah, I don't think they fully trust the wicket.
Maybe
uneven bounce,
and that's causing a bit of problem. But certainly his stance looks like a very, very heavy towards that's it up Ishley, and he may be out. Yes, it's gone. Yes, England take the 7th wicket. Kyle Myers, this one a foolish delivery on the midland leg, and Myers taking one risk too many this time, trying to play that aerial over the mid-wicket area, and he spooned a catch to the mid-wicket fielder. So England break through the stubborn partnership and go on to take the 7th wicket. The fielder there, Saqib Mahmood, a very easy regulation catch, and Stokes strikes. Stokes wicket number 2. There.
Actually ended up looking like a really ugly and poor shot, didn't it? He's kind of got a little bit turned around. I wonder if it just went off the wicket and he closed the face on it a little bit too early, but it ended up looking pretty ugly, I have to say.
I think it kind of died on him there, and he was, again, the shot before, as I was describing, he was uncomfortable, and this one, I think he just wanted to get off the shackles. He likes to hit the ball, and Stokes, the man for all seasons, breaking through for England, the 7th wicket down. West Indies in a bit of a bother. They've got, I think, Azhar Joseph now. He is a very capable batsman. He looked very, very solid the last few times I've watched him play. So Joshua De Silva and Azhar Joseph now will look to sort of get West Indies closer to England's total. Kyle Myers, he's playing his first test. He was not picked in the first 2 tests. He was brought in instead of the spinner Perma. He brings in a bit of all-round capability, and certainly Stokes doing well to break through with that. There.
Yep, indeed. I'm going to play the jingle for the new batsman.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
That's a nice one there, Bear. So Ben Stokes continues bowling his 10th over, and he will be bowling to Azhar Joseph, right arm over. This one's outside the off stump. Joseph watchfully watches the ball go through to the wicket keeper. Joseph really kind of can sort of play good fiddle here to Joshua De Silva. West Indies trailing by plenty of runs here. England doing well to sort of come back and pick up that wicket. Joshua De Silva 6 or 42 back. A sedate knock from him.
Yeah, very sedate, isn't it? He's very watchful, and that's why getting Myers out is quite important. Let them, they're going to get there. They've got to get there with good effort.
This one played towards played between the covers, and the batsman comfortably crossed through for a single. I think rotating the strike, and I believe trusting each other, because Joseph can bat. De Silva will do well to sort of marshal the other batsman across to sort of get closer to 75. Is a lot of runs there.
It is a fair bit. But Roach can bat too.
She can hold one, can't he?
Yeah, certainly. I've seen a wallop it as well, and he had a good innings the last time. This is it. It's a completely different inning. It's a completely different pitch this to the other two, isn't it?
Ben Stokes, bit shortish. It's middle and off, and he plays it on the legs. I've noticed that De Silva, he's more comfortable playing it on the leg side. Even when defends, the ball's coming in on middle and off, he always defended towards the mid-wicket area. More of an onside player there.
Yeah, a lot of players these days though are, aren't they? I mean, it's so much short form cricket. There's a lot of bottom hand in cricketers these days, and they like getting across and just working it into the leg side.
And Stokes here, and this is the quicker one outside the off stump, and Da Silva on the front foot, watchful as he plays it into the covers, no chance of a run, and that's the end of the over. Jason.
Just a bit on Kyle Mayers. You said, Bennett, that he likes to get on with the scoring, and a lot of that is to do with his dismissal, is to do with having hard hands, which comes from hitting the ball hard, and that ball just seemed to stop him very slightly, and he didn't quite get it a full stride in, and that's why it's chipped up to mid on.
Exactly, and Jason, this Ben Stokes bowls a nice heavy ball as well, doesn't he, with the older ball?
He does. He seems to get a nice bit of zip off the pitch, and he has an effort ball which he seems to deliver with very little change to his actions. It's not immediately noticeable, and suddenly it's climbing just that little bit more than you expect it to.
Exactly. We're going to change the bowling. Saqib Mahmood. I think Saqib Mahmood has been one of the finds for England in this series, playing the last test. He came in and certainly he's proven himself as a very competent bowler and notwithstanding his batting. And very unfortunate. It just goes between the first slip and the gully. Joe Root. I wonder why they're not having another.
Why is there not another slip in? Exactly. I mean, that was straight through second slip. Second slip.
That's a new batsman in, and Saqib Mahmood bowling, and he won a few overs ago. Was just went past the slip as well. So England sort of missing an opportunity there because it didn't go to hand though. However, Azhar Joseph edging this one as he was trying to play on the back foot, going away from Joe Root. A boundary there. Wessel is moving 133 for 7. Joseph on to 5. Da Silva on 6. A marathon innings here, 6 of 44. Mahmood certainly looking very threatening out here, Bear.
Yeah, I think he's been. I thought England should have had him in Australia and should have. Was he in the squad? I can't even remember, Jason.
No, he was not in the squad.
Yeah, he was following in the A squad, wasn't he? I thought he should have been in the squad, considering
he was on the Lions.
Yeah,
Somebody should have got it instead of someone like Overton or Robinson.
Well, Robinson bowled well. I think Robinson's a fine.
Robinson proved his worth. I mean, in my view, I think Saqib Mahmood may have come up in the pecking order now after this series.
Yeah, I think so.
I hope he gets. And the thing is, he can bowl with a new ball on a flat pitch like this. To me, that as a fast bowler, that is the cream. Here he is. Shortish delivery. Didn't climb on him on that occasion. Joseph was trying to duck away, but almost kind of shot past him on the leg side. No damage done. Folks unable to pick it up, and the batsman scrambled through for a single. 134 for 7 by signal by the umpire.
Yeah, he ducked, didn't he? And it didn't get up at all. It's lucky it was wide down the leg side. It would have got hit.
And I think the pitch is so uneven that it depends on where the ball lands, isn't it, Bear?
Yeah. There are cracks running down the middle of it, apparently, and they're going the length of the wicket.
Correct. Mahmood this time hurries Joshua Da Silva on the leg stump, but is comfortable to the task. A keen tussle here between bat and ball. Mahmood certainly bowling at a quick pace. He has that X factor that England already knew that he had for over the years. Opportunities were not there for him to prove his worth. He had many opportunities in the ODI and T20 setup, but he's been given a second game in a row here after making his debut in the last test. Proved his worth with the bat, top scoring for England at number 11. Mahmood comes in, right arm over. This one's down the leg, over pitch a little bit, going away, and Folks collects. No chance of a run. Yeah.
Well, you're right there.
Just a bit of a.
You need a bit of water.
Doesn't need water. He needs rum.
Yeah, rum's good. It's Friday afternoon, Bennett. In fact, it's Friday evening. It's 6:30. Sounds well over the yard arm.
Mahmood ready with the next delivery, the penultimate delivery of the over. Bowling to Da Silva on 6 of 46. Here he is, right arm over the wicket as he comes in. Nice slingy, smooth action on the off stump. It's a bit like a Waka Yunis accent. He's got a very slingy action, and certainly has a nice bounce and pace. Certainly the quickest of the English bowlers that we've seen. Would you reckon he's closer to Archer's pace, Bear?
Nah, he's not up with Archer. Archer bowls consistently high 80s. You never know, because different parts of the world you get different speed guns, don't you? But I mean, no one's been particularly quick this series apart from Wood. If you look at the speed gun, Jason Holder's operating at 79 miles an hour. Most of the England bowlers seem to be operating at sort of 81, 80, 82. There's no one really slippery. Jaden Seals and Alzari Joseph, actually, when they got pumped up yesterday, were hitting 90 or just under 87, 88. But no one's been, genuinely rapid, apart from Wood. But he's broke down, so that's no good, is it?
This is a problem we have with the speedsters, don't we? Ollie Stone's down, and Joe Archer, and now Wood as well. But then Saki Mahmood, all these bowlers being out has given the young man an opportunity to impress, and he's grabbed it with both his hands and taken the opportunity, and certainly looks like he feels quite comfortable, looks very comfortable in his role. Here he is, right arm over, and a nice delivery there on a good length, and this time Dustin plays it back towards the bowler. Saqib Mahmood specializes in the older ball, however I'm sure he can bowl with the new ball as well. That's the end of the over number 49. West Indies 134 for 7. They trail by 70. Joseph on 5 and Da Silva on 6. Jason.
We've heard from the two-team trumpet. Gary Naylor has chipped in and said, I think a scoreboard captain would have had 2 slips for number 9 on 1, with the scoreboard showing 130 for 7. So he's not particularly pleased with Joe Root there. Going to YouTube, there's a couple of people saying that it's a crucial hour and a pivotal performance, passenger play. That's Crazy Chop and Yahweh, and just a few shout-outs on Facebook to Dave Carpenter, Hopeton, Hanscord, Vivek Kumar, Grey Hope, Kazal Sarkar, and Vijay Kumar.
Ben Stokes starts a new over, a fuller length on midland leg, and Joseph watchfully plays it towards the mid-on area. No chance of a run. I think these two bowlers, Ben Stokes also specializes in bowling with the older ball. He can bowl the bouncer, and along with Saqib Mahmood on the other side, will do well to sort of try and get the next breakthrough. England looking to sort of get the next one, as Stokes is the person in charge of the bowling at the moment. He's picked up a wicket already. Stokes comes in, 2 wickets in fact, and this one's again watchfully played, looking quite solid there with his defence, Bear.
Yeah, it's the balls that misbehave are the ones that are getting people out there. I mean, or you get enough of them. I mean, he's only fresh to the crease. He's only faced 6 balls, but a couple will misbehave on him, and then he'll start thinking about the wicket, and then you play a daft shot, and then that's why this test is not going to have a particularly high scoring test, and I think by day 4 it could be a minefield.
Indeed, and it took a ball like that to get rid of Brathwaite, right? The marathon man. Ben Stokes, that's the only way we got him, and again he's going for an adventurous shot outside the off stump, and the situation that West Indies are in, that was uncalled for. I think Da Silva going down and having a chat with his junior batting partner there, perhaps giving him some advice to say, hey, just take it easy, because we've got plenty of runs now to catch up. That was uncalled for, way outside the off stump there on a good length, and Joseph flashing very, very near to the edge of the outside edge there. We're very lucky to be there, I would say. Stokes comes in again, right arm over the wicket, a nice brisk pace, and here he is on the front foot again, played back to the bowler. A close call there, Bear, earlier?
Yeah, he's a number 8, likes to feel bat on ball, followed it, tempting him outside the off stump.
I think England will do well to come up with some innovative ways to try and get these batsmen out. Joshua De Silva looking very, very, very confident and comfortable playing his role as the one to stay there. England looking to break through this session. 24 overs bowled, 63 runs have been scored, and this one again he's not really going on the front foot, neither is he going on the back foot, but he's defending solidly. I think that's the uneven bounce that's cost him to do that, Joe Bear. Do you reckon?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think it's so up and down. You don't know whether to go forward or back. And it's the ones where you go back and it shoots along, and the ones that are going to cause you, LBWs. We've seen that a couple of times. And then you get forward, and the ones that jump, a couple of people have been pinged on the head. So they'll be seeing that in the dressing room, not be entirely sure.
Ben Stokes, this one a foolish length and driven, not with any confidence or any authority whatsoever to the extra cover area. No chance of a run. 50 overs gone, 134 for 7. We're just before tea here. And Joshua De Silva on 6. Azara Joseph on 5. Jason.
Our very own Hendo comes in with a few tweets. He says, "Is it me or does Jack Leach chase after a ball as if he's impersonating Groucho Marx?" There is a little bit of that comedy sort of waddling after the ball. He also says, "Those of you who enjoyed the Leach Mahmood last night wicket stand yesterday might enjoy a little thing I put together on Phenomenon a few years ago." Shameless self-promotion plug. And Joe Grover says, "Am I being mental, or can I remember Roach playing a few good knocks? Possibly the IPL, which would explain why I can't remember it."
No, he has played a few good knocks. He played decent. He held up an end in the first test, didn't he, for 80 or 100 balls or something?
He got 25 off about 70 balls. Yeah.
Jack Leach this time on Midland leg. Joshua De Silva on the front foot, a new over, and he plays it towards the forward short leg area. Bairstow staying in a very more of a silly forward short leg area, Bear, not a traditional forward short leg. Jack Leach comes in on middle and off. Joshua De Silva reaches out on the front foot, smothers the spin and plays it into the cover area. No chance of a run. 134 for 7. England striving here on the second day here in Grenada, the third and the final test for the Vivian Richards and Ian Botham trophy, as Jack Leach comes quicker one this time on the leg stump, and Joshua De Silva watchful as he plays it towards the silly forward short leg area. No chance of a run. Very unusual kind of forward short leg, not the forward short leg we're traditionally used to on a square area. A bit of a change on the field. We got a square leg, a leg slip this time for Joshua De Silva. Here is Jack Leach. This one's on middle and off, and De Silva on the back foot, and again comfortably playing it on the leg side is more comfortable and feels more secure. Johnny Bairstow trying to chat De Silva up, making him to lose his concentration, I believe, just under his nose there, right at the forward short leg area. De Silva is focusing now. This is the last over before tea, perhaps. Leach comes in, a quicker ball and loud appeal. Not sure whether it hit the pad first before bat. Bairstow hands on his head, but no chance of a run.
It was outside off stump as well, though. There wasn't a lot going for that one.
Again, this one's on the leg stump and played back. That's the end of the over. Quick over there, Bear. They just rushed that.
Yeah, well, it's spinner, isn't it? And Josh De Silva's just wants to be out there after tea. So it was like shouldering arms. You bowl 6 balls, I'll defend. Let's go off and have some tea. Which is what will happen now. Which means we're bringing in Dave and his tea time show. And I've got an intro tune I'm about to play for you, Dave. We will see you shortly.
Yes, don't go anywhere for tea time. We've got a special session for you now with the West Indies on 134 for 7. Keep it locked. We've got a special guest who's making his way from the Talk Sport studio in Grenada. He's going to be with us in a moment. And I think we've also got, all the way from Barbados, Ayana is with me. Hello, Ayana.
Hi there. Obviously not as happy as I was yesterday.
No, tell us about your emotions as you've gone through the day. Well, tell us how you're feeling right now with West Indies on 134 for 7.
I'm honestly disappointed. I really have not seen any application by the batters this afternoon. And I mean, England have been disciplined, very disciplined in that last session. And it's pretty disappointing to be 134 for 7. Josh De Silva is really the last recognized batter at the crease, and you would really like to see West Indies at least get to that first innings score of 204.
How many more runs can the tail enders, if I can call them that, what would be your prediction for their West Indies final score?
Well, honestly, I really can't say. Alzari Joseph, he has played some handy knocks in his career before, having 2 half centuries. And Josh De Silva, still very young in his career, having a high score of 95. You really think that this is the perfect opportunity to stand and raise your hand for the team and carry them over, well, at least to that target, and try to get as far as possible ahead of it.
Hello? Are you able to join us, Darren, on Guerrilla Cricket? Yes. Excellent. Thank you very much. Darren Gough is on his way to join us, everyone. Just confirming that. And our special guest on this tea time is the Dazzler himself, Darren Gough. Send us your questions, please. It's going to be quick fire questions. Only with us for the tea break. Darren Gough, who's come over just for 2 days commentary, leaving aside his duties as Director of Cricket for Yorkshire, and he's popped out to the Caribbean for 2 days with Talk Sport. That's all they can afford, and then he's going to go off on holiday for a well-deserved break, and I'm going to ask him quite how the last 10 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever it's been, at Yorkshire as Director of Cricket, going into what was possibly one of his most challenging assignments yet. And I don't know whether, as soon as we get the message from Darren that he's with us, and then...
he's there, David.
Goughy, welcome along, Goughy. Welcome to GorillaCricket.com.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great, Darren. Thank you very much for joining us. When you want something done, ask the busy guy to do it. That's what we were saying. And there's no one been busier than you in the last few weeks. Talk us through that experience.
Well, it's been an amazing period. I've worked in broadcasting for 13 years, and it all happened very, very quickly. Over the weekend, actually, where Yorkshire asked me to go back, they've gone through a bit of an issue, a huge issue, actually, over the past 6 to 12 months. And they asked me to come in, and to go into Yorkshire when they've just sacked 16 people, it was never going to be easy. But I went in there. I've really enjoyed my time there. It's been hard work. There's still a lot of work to do, but we're getting the job done. We're improving things. We're improving everything there is about Yorkshire as a cricket club, and we're all being educated on a daily basis. So I think so far it's gone really well, although it has been very hard work.
What's the biggest lesson in that education that you've had so far?
I think the biggest thing for anybody, I think in cricket in general, is a dressing room culture. A dressing room culture is a comfortable environment, and you've just got to remember, sometimes you will say something you think's quite common to say within a dressing room environment, but realistically it's not. You've got to think about who it might upset, and that could be around any area. It don't have to be just about race, it can be about anything. Dressing rooms are great places to be. We have lots of fun, and I've had some of the best times in my life within a dressing room. But also when you look back, you think sometimes we all probably would have upset somebody at some point within a dressing room. Any player that's played for a number of years would have probably at some point said something they shouldn't say, whether it's about people's looks or whether it's about people if they're a bit heavier than someone else in the side. So it's improving that culture and learning together and understanding, but people can be hurt, and you've got to improve that environment.
Well, to improve the environment, one of the big decisions you had to make was your appointment of the coach. And talk us through that process and why you've ended up where you ended up with a very, very good appointment.
Well, we have to, again, one of the problems we've had within cricket, especially cricket, I think it happens in all sports, is where a job comes up and it's been given to your mate. The cricket can't be done like that anymore. You have to go through a process. We did a blind sifting process where we got from a job spec I had to write myself. And if you didn't reach the job spec, no matter how big a name you were or how big a personality you were, you didn't get to the interview stage. So we went through the blind sifting. We ended up with an interview of 8 people. When 80 people applied for the coaching roles that were on show, 200 people applied for all the roles that were available at Yorkshire in total. I had to go through all those individually. We got down to a final interview of 7 coaches, a few known to the West Indian public, and we ended up with Otis Gibson, who was a terrific and the obvious choice. He was impressive in his interview. He's got a great CV. He got what was going on. He's got terrific experience of playing county cricket and coaching at the international level. So he was the perfect fit.
Congratulations on that appointment, Darren. I'm sure all our listeners across the Caribbean on Radio Jamaica, Radio Platinum 95, 97.9, etc. will applaud that choice of Otis Gibson. He's had a very distinguished record in county cricket. Was that an important aspect of the decision for you, Darren?
Yeah, of course. He had a successful county career, especially when he was at Durham. So he lives quite near, actually, to where the ground is. He lives about an hour and a half away. And the reason he was the obvious choice is, but he was so passionate about getting back involved in county cricket. He'd never coached in county cricket. He's been the head coach of the West Indies, been the head coach of South Africa, he's coached Bangladesh, he's been assistant with England twice, and he had a huge desire at this stage of his life to coach Yorkshire and coaching county cricket. So it was the obvious choice.
What target have you set him, Darren? What have you, what would success mean to you this season after everything that Yorkshire's been through?
It's just for everyone to get along, for us to be a very competitive unit. I'm in the throes at the minute of getting some overseas players. We've got Harris Ralph for the start of the season, who's very exciting, and the first 5 Blast games, the T20 competition. I'm just about to announce, hopefully in the next few days, a couple of more signings we've made for the Blast, overseas players. And we might be looking for an opening batsman for the first 6 county championship games. So there's a lot of work to be done this week, and hopefully we can get these over the line in the next 4 or 5 days, and because the season's just around the corner.
Well, Darren, you're known to most of our listeners as a fantastic England cricketer, but an even more fantastic, well, I wouldn't say even more, but just as successful as a broadcaster. You're a professional broadcaster with Talk Sport. You've had to put that on hold, have you? And you're going to come back to that? Will we hear you again on the airwaves?
I don't know. I mean, listen, I've got a huge interest in broadcasting. I've done it 13 years and been on Drive Time for 13 years, won numerous awards. I've been to 3 football World Cups, 2 European Championships. We've had a successful stint of doing commentary around the world, and now we're doing this series. Unfortunately, I'm not in the Caribbean, but I'm over in London Bridge in the UK. But I love watching England versus the West Indies. I grew up on games like this. So for me to be commentating on it, it's absolutely superb. I am interim MD of Yorkshire Cricket at this moment in time. We'll have to see how that goes. But broadcasting is something I hope to continue. And when the opportunity arises, and if people want me to do some of the commentary, I will always have a serious think about whether it's the right thing to do, because I love it. I love broadcasting, I love commentating, and I love watching cricket. So 3 big things in my life.
We would love you to come back on Guerrilla Cricket sometime. You know, Darren, Guerrilla Cricket was set up by fans. It was originally called Test Match Sofa, and our vision was to let the fans speak. They know a lot about the game, and not every ex-player makes a good broadcaster. Your comments, please.
Yeah, of course. It's like anything. Not every great footballer makes a good manager. So not every great cricket player makes a good coach. I mean, You're right. I mean, it's not easy. You have to know when to speak. You have to know when not to speak. You have to say the right things. Especially radio and TV, they're two totally different ways of going about it. I was lucky enough last year to work on the 100 with Sky in TV, and I think I left a good impression. I've worked in radio, which has been my real skill now for 13 years, and it's totally different because on TV, obviously you don't have to talk as much. In radio, you have to describe what the viewer can't see, because obviously the listener can't see. Because they sat at home, whether they're in the car listening radio, you have to describe everything that's going on. So they're two totally different skills. Some people are good on radio, some people are good on TV. But to be good on both, it takes a serious skill, and I'm still learning. I think you're always learning, but I really enjoy that challenge.
Do you think Nico is still learning that as well? Mark Nicholas, your host, he seems to have made it slightly difficult transition from TV to radio.
Well, he's an unbelievable broadcaster, and obviously TV is something he's been doing for many years, and he's one of the leads in that. Radio, he's worked with us now on various series. His huge skill is explaining at the start and building up the start of play. That's where his real skill is at. But he's been good to work with. I've enjoyed working with him. We are an odd couple. Most people do say that. We have Nicholas and Gough. It's the oddest couple you could get, but it actually does work. It does work, and it's worked for a few years now with us on TalkSport.
Well, it's all about partnerships, isn't it? Broadcasting, like cricket. You opened the bowling with Andy Caddick. You haven't heard him on the radio. What would he be like as a broadcaster? Would he be better than Steve Harmison?
Well, that would be interesting. I've no idea, actually. I've never heard Andy Caddick do anything like that. And again, I think it's about opportunities. And I think if people are given an opportunity, he might have been one of the best broadcasters we would have ever heard. But we'll never know, because I don't think I've ever heard him do any broadcasting, Andy Caddick, whatsoever. So there's a lot of people turn their hands to it now. I mean, a lot of in the football world tend to end up going into broadcasting before they go into football management or coaching. But he's a terrific bowler. He was a great partner for me. We suited each other down to the ground. He was 6'7", bowled and hit the pitch and swung it. I was a bit more skiddy, pitched it further up. He bowled well in the first innings. I tended to bowl well in the second innings. So we actually suited each other and we complemented each other quite well.
I mean, Darren, you've had a lot of opening bowling partners. Which ones would you choose? Which one would you choose?
Oh well, I think myself and Caddick were obviously, the longevity of our attack was pretty good. One player I did enjoy bowling with as well was Dean Headley, and I also like Dominic Cork. And if I could pick a dream four to bowl with, which I don't think we ever did, playing the same test match together, it would have been myself and Caddick, Dean Headley and Dominic Cork. I think that would have been an awesome foursome, but we never played together. During the inconsistency in selection in the 90s, that four never actually played a test match together, and I think we would have been a handful at times, but we'll never know.
Well, a lot of questions coming in from listeners, including my own wife, Darren, Amelia, who says, do you remember the party we threw in Sri Lanka, Amelia and I, and we were expecting like you and Athers to turn up, and the team bus pulled in. Everyone got out.
We've always liked to party. We played in a period of the cricket where it was very much about, obviously we all wanted to achieve the most we could possibly do on the cricket field, but we also enjoyed ourselves in between games. Now it's a bit different. I've been lucky enough to coach this England team and been to New Zealand with them, know quite a few of the lads personally, and it's a totally different game now. They either play Call of Duty or FIFA. You very rarely see them in a bar or around a bar. If they're going to do anything, it's room service. They might have a cold beer with room service. But back in my day, it was all about socialising, going downstairs and learning about the game in that environment. You didn't have to go in the bar and drink, but I think most people met down there at 7 o'clock, and ate together and had a drink together, whatever it be, soft drink or alcoholic, and that's just the way it was played back then. It's totally different now.
Do you think England cricketers have lost the art of socialising on tour?
I think it's just the way it's become. They call it more professional. I think that's the way the game is, and I think you only have to look at the physiques of some of the guys now. They are fit, they're strong, they've got longevity, so it's obviously the right way to go.
Oh, hold on, I've got to pick you up on that, Darren. We've got Mark Wood on the sick list. We've got Ollie Robinson, who didn't pass the fitness test, so maybe it's too much gym work, too much FIFA, and not enough what you used to do.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to say in that is that you only have to look at them, and the sports scientists will tell you that to get longevity in the game, you only have to look at the two England players that are not over there in the Caribbean at this moment in time. You've got Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad. They're probably fitter now than they've ever been. They're slimmer now than they've ever been. So it's if you could go back, I'd like to get a fine line in between where I was and the way Flintoff was and the way the guys are now. Somewhere in the middle is probably about right, I would say. So we probably did it too much in our day, and they now don't probably do it enough. So somewhere in the middle, I think, is perfect.
Well, one man that does like socialising is one of our fellow guerrilla cricket commentators who goes by the name of Grubby, Paul Howarth, known as the Grubster. Question from him: do you remember, Darren, a guy shouting "Head up, son" at you in Kandy in 2001? So furious were you that you took 2 wickets in the next over, turned the game and the series and the entire fortunes of England cricket. Would you like to thank Grubby from Guerrilla Cricket?
Yeah,
motivation.
Thanks Grubby, mate. I only got 9 in that game, so I think it was 9 wickets, wasn't it? 5 and a 4. I think Muller-Uthran stopped me getting 10 in the game. I think he hit me for 2 sixes over mid-wicket. Can you believe it? One of the worst number 11s in the game. He hit me for 2 sixes when I was going for 10 in the match. And,
Darren, one last question for you. I know the players are coming out. You said you were looking for an opening batsman. Ayana from Barbados, who's on with us now. 2 words for you? Craig Brathwaite.
He's definitely someone I've thought about. To play that way early season in England, it could be advantageous. It could be difficult, but he's definitely someone I've thought about. He's on my list. But there's some good players out there, and it's finding the right person for the conditions we will experience at that stage of the year. But he's having a terrific time of it, Brathwaite, at this moment in time, and it's been a pleasure to watch him just bat and grind the opposition down, which he has done.
Well, the first ball has just been bowled after tee by Wokes down the leg side for no run. Darren, it's been great for you to join Guerrilla Cricket.com and broadcasting across the Caribbean as well. We love listening to you on the radio, but more than anything, we wish you all the very best with Yorkshire for this season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darren. All the best. Back to the studio.
So we heard there from David Brooke, a very exciting interview with the former England fast bowler Yorkshire, Darren Gough. First met Darren Gough when Yorkshire toured the Leeward Islands, in fact St Kitts and Nevis. Michael Vaughan was the captain, and he's gone on in leaps and bounds. West Indies, they trail by 70 runs here, and if you wonder what's happening on GorillaCricket.com, on Platinum FM 97.9 and Radio Jamaica, and also on the other radio stations, it's live ball by ball, day 2 of the Apex Test match. 134 for 7. West Indies in a bit of trouble here. And welcome Tony and David. I have to start to also begin to question Jason's whole commitment in batting so far in the series. Outside of him playing in the Test match in Antigua, is woefully short from Barbados to now. He doesn't look himself at all in terms of the batting area.
David?
Well, I do agree with that, Werner. So I just realised I'm still on. Yeah, I was surprised to see him come in before Kyle Mayers. I mean, Mayers scored a double century at number 4 or 5, went up to 4 after that. And I understand that he bowled very well, but surely he should have come in before Jason Holder.
Well, I'll talk a little bit more about that, David, in terms of my thought process and the leader, Phil Simmons, his comments. Wokes comes in out the ball to Joseph. Joseph just turns this one on the onside and picks up an easy single. So West Indies get their first run after tea. Score goes up to 135 for 7. Both batsmen, De Silva from Trinidad and Tobago and Alzari Joseph from Antigua and Barbuda, they're both on 6, 52 overs bowled. The West Indies trailing by 69 runs. Sometimes we have to be careful, Tony and company, in terms of comments that we make. And Phil Simmons was asked a question, and first thing he said is that he's not moving Jason Holder from number 6. You know, you don't make comments like that, because if you look in terms of what has been happening, Jason Holder has been woeful in the batting. I make no excuses for that. Wokes comes in now the ball to De Silva, who's going to be as fighting. He's not going to give his hand away. Alzari Joseph is capable, as you would have heard from Ayane in the tea break. 52 overs have been bowled. West Indies struggling. England looking to be able to dent this pressure on as compared to the West Indies, who sort of let the gas up. And David, and Tony, I just wanted to look very quickly, because the cricket has been poor based on what we've seen so far. Outside of the 90-run partnership between Leach and Mahmood, the other partnerships have been 24, 23, 17, 14. And outside of Bradwet and Campbell's opening partnership of 50, we had another partnership between Carl Mayers and Joshua De Silva of 33. The rest has been 18, 13. The batting has just been woeful. And I know we're talking about pitch, but the techniques of some of these players have been certainly exposed. Ben Stokes is in now to bowl to Alzari Joseph, who is on driving for a couple of runs here, quite capable. He's an opening batsman when he first started his career.
Was he?
David, yes.
That's interesting. Doesn't surprise me. I was asked the question here, is he turning himself into a batting all-rounder? I think the question was asked because his bowling was disappointing in the first 2 tests. But do you think, like Wokes, he's been retained in this?
I have to stop you. Why was you? Because he didn't get wickets mean that his bowling was disappointing? I thought he bowled well. David.
Well, maybe it was the first test performance. But the point I was going to make was, I'll pause.
Here comes Ben Stokes in now to bowl to Joshua De Silva, who's on 6. Alzari Joseph picked up 3 runs off the first delivery from Ben Stokes. England pushing ahead here, 138 for 7. Sorry, David.
Let me clarify the point I made. I was going to say, do you think that his batting, like Wokes, has contributed to his retention in this team when you've got Anderson Phillip, very successful first-class season in standby?
I just think it's a matter of lack of opportunities and belief in the young man. You got to be in a system where you feel like you're wanted. And just looking in from outside, sometimes I don't get that impression.
Right.
You know, Samuel Badger was talking about fixing of West Indies cricket. David and Tony, we have to take out the insularity that is affecting West Indies cricket. We have to call a spade a spade. And as broadcasters, when we see people fail, we must be able to say that, hey, they can't make it. What is actually happening is that our broadcasters are trying to still defend mediocrity by pronouncing and still want to pick the same set of players. So it's not even across the drawing board. 139 for 7. I'll come back and explain that a little bit to you, David, so you'll understand in terms of where I'm going with the argument. 140 for 7. De Silva fighting away here. Now brings Joseph back into strike. It goes to 10. De Silva comes back into strike on 7. Let's look, David, as to Phil Simmons, the head coach, and our white ball captain Karen Pollard, who went to the T20 World Cup with an all-star studded team. I'll get back to that as Ben Stokes glides his way in, goes past umpires, and now to bow to De Silva, who is sneaking this one more or less on the offside to get another single. And he goes up to 8. The score goes up to 141 for 7. Now brings Alzari Joseph back into strike on 10. So far this over been 6 runs, and to get 6 runs off of over here so far in this test match cricket has to be pretty interesting. So maybe things are dying down here. We don't know yet. at the National Cricket Stadium. But let me don't talk too fast yet, because Alzarri Joseph is on 10, peeping through the grill there, and he's going for an elaborate drive. Ben Stokes sort of looked up to him and a few choice words.
That was a golf shot, that was.
Yeah.
That was straight down the middle of the 14th fairway.
Go on then, Vernon, explain yourself.
He doesn't have any interest in even looking at Ben Stokes, but Ben Stokes is getting away. I can imagine I hear Ben Stokes saying, "You rabbit, what are you thinking about trying to execute here?" But Joseph still stands there. He's 10 not out and the silver is 8. Any tweets?
Yes, we do. Quite a few. I'll say hi to Josie Oak. He's back from the pub. Did I miss anything? He says. What I'm also going to do is say a quick few hellos. Was at the end of the over, because we've got loads and loads of people with us on our partners at Cricket Tracker India. Barry Williams, Richard Blackwood, Steve Walker, Naeem Ali, Yazin Jamada, Bigga Douglas, Harsha Verma, Rohit Singh Bisht, Koti Kumar, Sujasu Kamar, and Mahi Faswan, to name just but a few.
There is a drive here from Joshua De Silva, just needing to just lean over and just find the gap there. Half volleys have to be put away. So coming back, David, Antonio, I was talking a little bit about the star-studded T20 team that went to the T20 World Cup, where the West Indies won one game. I'm saying you fired the selectors in Roger Harper and Miles Bascom. The captain and the coach has to go also. 141 for 7.
Well, that West Indies team that went to the World Cup, I think we said this before on one of the previous tests we've been chatting, Vernon, it was Dad's army.
Yeah.
It was Dad's army, and they sent him out there for one last hurrah, and they didn't have it in them to hurrah. So I think they shot themselves in the foot without taking younger talent, which I think is the point you're getting to. But that's about being brave enough to make those decisions. You know, they didn't take those decisions. They said they kind of bowed to, I suspect, player pressure and box office pressure, and the players didn't deliver.
You know, it's important that you said that. Here is a Joshua De Silva turning into the square leg area, getting an easy single, goes up to 9. Score goes up to 142 for 7. You know what's amazing, David? Andrew Fletcher went to the World Cup and didn't play a game.
Yeah.
They came back to the Caribbean and he got dropped.
Yeah.
you just bemused.
Well, I didn't understand that selection. I mean, the one that really killed it for me was Ravi Rampal. I mean, he hasn't played for West Indies for about 10 years. Did okay in the CPL, which people seem to treat as the new gospel. If you do well in the CPL, you get promoted. But I mean, he's a Derbyshire second division bowler these days.
We break for a while as Oaks is in now to bowl to Alzarri Joseph, and he comes across awkwardly but keeps it out.
Has somebody been feeding? I think someone's been feeding Chris Wokes raw meat because this is the most un-Wokes-like performance I've ever seen. This is the bloke who everyone says they'd like to take home to meet their mum, and he's been threatening to throw the stumps down. He's been snarling. What's going on with him?
He's found a good surface in Grenada.
Well, it must be that, yeah.
It's got a little grass on it, and he's enjoying it. He's got 3 for 34. Here is Joseph looking to turn that up to the short mid-wicket area. But like I was saying, David, those are the things that have to change. That's what's plaguing West Indies cricket. The other thing is we have to fix the base. If we don't fix the base of West Indies cricket, then we're wasting time with all of the talk. I know you want to send the team to England and all those sort of stuff there. We have to fix the base, and we have to find administrators who are going to care about the cricket, not talk about it and think about themselves. That's what we have to do. Wokes is in now to bowl to Joseph. Joseph gets one which he climbs on and pulls it to square leg for 4. That's a lovely cricket shot. And in fact, it's gone all the way for 6. Wow. That's a big shot. So you'll understand, David, only an opening batsman can play a shot like that.
Well, I've long been a fan of Alzarri Joseph. I don't want to sound like I'm not, and I particularly like his batting. He scored a lot of useful runs. He's only been given chances at 7, 8, 9. I'd love to see him work his way up the order and be and he could well be, West Indies. You've got a genuine all-rounder here, and this is his opportunity. I mean, they're only 56 behind, and if Joseph can get a half century here, and De Silva is very solid in defence, then every run is going to be really precious from now on.
Well, I think the objective of these two would be to bat all day for the remainder of the session for the afternoon. I mean, it'll be a cardinal sin if West Indies get bowled out today. Some 15 fours and 2 6s so far. The trail by 56 is Ben Stokes going to 55. Sitting out the ball to De Silva, and De Silva just works this one round to Jack Leach. I know somebody was asking a lot more earlier. I think it was either Bennett as to Jack Leach not coming into the bowling lineup a lot more earlier, but I don't think this is his track really. This is a seamer's track. I think Jack Leach will come into play maybe around about day 4, day 5. But we'll have to wait and see. West Indies approaching 150. Azari Joseph is on 16. And he waits for Ben Stokes. Goes past the umpire, now the ball to him, and he's on driving again beautifully. 150. Thinking about it, but he had to scurry back into his crease. And all of a sudden, the rush of blood, the gas running. You just hit a beautiful shot for 6. And so you fancy yourself that, you can take on the world. De Silva just reminding his teammate that, hey, remember our objective is to bat all day here in Grenada.
But you can't fault Alzari Joseph's commitment. Picked for that one-day tour to India, straight off the plane, back in the West Indies, volunteered for that 4-day match straight away.
Stokes in out the ball too. Joseph is driving up the mid-off, sneaker single. And Ben Stokes applauding the fielder at mid-off for his commitment. 150 up for the West Indies. They trail by 54. This will be welcome news for the West Indies. Just looking back at that on the screen, it just went past the left left side of Ben Stokes as he was following through. And West Indies bringing up their 150, something that they really need at this point in time, but they need more than 150. They need a lead in this game. Joshua De Silva is marching into this with a good stride, good head positioning, nice straight bat. And I could tell you one thing, Tony and David, Joshua De Silva is not going to give his hit away.
No, I was just thinking that. He's someone who really holds his own, and he's shown admirable determination. And also his role as the keeper, very good communicator with the players. We hear him on the stump mic.
Here is De Silva again coming forward with a nice straight bat.
No, he's made himself a very important part of this West Indies team, the man from Portuguese heritage. He's got his YouTube channel, but he's a good communicator, but I can hear his encouragement, to the players all the time. And whereas Ben Folkes' voice starts to grate after a while, I just like the way that De Silva does it, with a bit of humour and Trinidad and Tobago style.
Here is De Silva again coming forward. And like I said to you, David and Tony, Jamal Hamilton, in my opinion, is the best wicketkeeper in the Caribbean. The only issue with that, as we look around on the screen, is that the groundsmen are getting into position, and off they go. Gregory Brathwaite and Joel Wilson have called on the covers. Look at our friend sprinting. It's like a Usain Bolt to try and make sure he gets that important stump, and he's off at the other end to get the other one. In fact, he does this in record time. There he goes. Victory again, and he's made it quite easily.
Usain Bolt, the man from Trelawney in Jamaica, had some good news, Vernon, that they're doing a lot of work on the stadium at Trelawney in northwest coast of Jamaica.
I heard that.
And they're naming a stand after Usain Bolt.
Well, Usain Bolt deserves anything. So I'm really not surprised in terms of anything. What I want to see happening in Jamaica, which is not happening, David, is for Robert Lester Marley to be named the national hero in Jamaica. I mean, I think that is long overdue.
Long overdue.
Yeah, somebody needs to tell me why that is not happening. But we're back with the cricket action. Rain has stopped play. De Silva is on 10. Zara Joseph is on 17. Brathwaite 17. Campbell 35. Brooks 13. Bonner 4. Blackwood 18. Holden North. And Kyle Mayers 28. If we go to the bowling figures for England, I think they would wish if they could have maybe taken this pitch to Antigua or to Barbados. Chris Wokes 14 overs, 3 maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets. Craig Overton 11 overs, no maidens, 45 runs, 1 wicket. Sadiq Mahmood 13 overs, 7 maidens, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Ben Stokes 13 overs, 2 maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. And Jack Leach, who was bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs, no wicket. Anything, Tony?
Yes, Warren is saying commentators to blame for the stalled resurgence of the West Indies. Should we just say not Fred and move on? Okay, not quite sure why. Few people definitely on YouTube. Let me see. Suter, the last wicket partnership is haunting the West Indies, but yeah, that was a little while ago. Crucial next half hour, says Yahweh. Well, about that, yes, apart from the rain. Certainly seeing the West Indies were a bit without a plan when the two England players went a bit daft yesterday. So I think that's a bit of a question about how they bowled to Leach and to Mahmood. What was your thought about that, Vernon?
Well, like I said to you, when normally you see 10 and 11 coming in any level of cricket, the first thing you want to do is to bang the ball into the pitch. And I think the West Indies would have been very guilty yesterday of not being patient and putting the ball in the right areas. If you did an analysis in terms of how batsmen got out yesterday for the West Indies, for England, you would have had at least 4 batsmen. In fact, before Mahmood got bowled, there were 3 batsmen who were bowled, 1 LBW, and the other 3 were caught behind the wicket. So it showed you that you had to be putting the ball into the right areas at the right time. The West Indies lost their way, and it's still a good batting track still, regardless of what we're seeing. What we're just seeing is the deficiencies in techniques of some of the players being exposed here, and the bowlers are just putting the ball in the right areas, and the batsmen are just almost, you could say, their foot positioning. When you look at, very quickly, Tony, you look at the approach of Shamar Brooks. He comes on his toe and locks his knee rather than coming on his heel, so that he can be balanced, so he can go forward or back.
Yep.
So once his left foot doesn't go anywhere because he's locked his foot already, and that's been, to me, another the problem. The other thing is that once you bang the ball in short, the West Indies are not looking at the ball. That's why they ended up in a problem.
But yeah, if I think about, some of, well, I guess I'm thinking about some of the best West Indian batsmen I've watched through life. I'll even someone like, I don't know, I'll go back to Roy Fredericks or someone like that. There's kind of the movement, kind of a suppleness. I mean, what you're describing is kind of a West Indian version of Dominic Sibley there. He's just simply too wooden in movement, not lack of footwork, lack of flexibility of the knee to getting the head right over the ball. I mean, there's some very basic things there, but I think both sides, to a certain extent, have been guilty of making hay on the flat puddings of Antigua and Barbados, and as soon as there's a bit of spice in the wicket, they're being found out of it, which is what you're saying, and I think that is possibly true of both sides.
In fact,
we wanted a lively pitch, but all
along world cricket, Tony, we tend to see that once the wicket has a little spice in it, a lot of the top batsmen don't survive.
Well, I spent a lot of my life watching cricket at Lord's, Vernon, and I can promise you, and this is an endemic problem in England, and David will know where I'm coming from. We train our test batsmen in county cricket, and we play our county cricket in April and early May. I know, going to watch my team at Lord's, which is Middlesex, if it's overcast and it's chilly on an April morning, you're going to bowl, and you're going to probably roll the visiting team if it's Middlesex bowling. Fantastic bowlers. Middlesex has a very decent attack, but they're going to roll the visiting team for 100, 110, probably less. If Middlesex are in, I've seen them. I remember one game against Yorkshire, we've been 0 for 4 in the first over. So it's very, very hard to train, coach, or build technique and confidence if you're playing a lot of your first-class cricket in frankly suboptimal conditions. And England have suffered a lot for that, and the ECB has to carry the can for the way it's organised the schedules. So a lot of the problems you're describing, sir, are not unique to the West Indies. They are, as you rightly say, global problems, and I would absolutely say England suffer from it. But it looks like we're going to have some action, so we probably want to get back to that. David's disappeared just when that gets exciting.
We're back with the action, and the most successful bowler so far in the series has been Jack Leach, 168.3 overs, 74 maidens, 290 runs with 11 wickets. And I really think he just needed a break today.
This is a key part now,
in the second. Hello?
I was just saying, I think how Leach now, how he bowls it. We talk about county cricket, what Tony was saying, just to follow up what he was saying. Jack Leach takes his wickets on a raging Bunsen burner of a turner at
Hyderabad.
Yeah. I don't know about him being the Taunton
Tendulkar.
The Taunton Tendulkar. Taunton, is similar to Hyderabad. He doesn't take so many wickets away from Somerset, and obviously West Indies have left out their frontline spinner Pramod to accommodate Carl Mayers. Perhaps Shamar Brooks could have stood aside. If you have too long a batting order, sometimes people don't take responsibility. But it's interesting to see how Leach does now, and whether he's able to extract turn, because West Indies won't have that turn to as a frontline spinner.
Well, he's played some 21 test matches for England. We break for a while as Leach comes in out the bowl to Joseph. Joseph is playing across the line of this one. There was a peel for leg before, but I don't think that Leach was too much interested in that one. 79 wickets, with the best figures of 5 for 83, Jack Leach. So, by his standards, maybe not bad for a normal bowler who's getting a lot of beating, but that's okay. He's fighting away. Giroud believes in him. Here is Joseph thinking about a single. He just played that one around the corner, sent back very quickly. I think I'll have to try and organize Tony and send a Pillars energy bar for David, because with all this liquor that he's been drinking the last couple of days from Windrush, he's going to maybe need to be able to stay fit. I'll organize that one for him.
Well, in our experience, Vernon, I've got to tell you, giving him more energy is not necessarily what the doctor will order, but we'll see what happens if you do.
Tony, that's before the hamper has arrived. They must have been lost in the post. I placed my order, but they keep sending it to the bear.
You're tickling the ivories tonight, aren't you?
I am indeed. Can I give it a plug in a moment?
Here comes Leach in out the bowl to Joseph. Joseph is back and trying to get a little fancy. He just wrist played it up to the short mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah.
If you send him an energy bar, you'll turn him from Oscar Peterson to Jerry Lee Lewis. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure that's what we're going to want in a piano bar.
Joseph 17 punching this down the ground. A little bumping box match between Leach and Joshua De Silva on the non-strikers end. All good in the end. Joseph picking up his 18th run, and the score goes up to 151 for 7. 51 for 7. Joshua De Silva, the wicket-keeper, is so reliable. He's not going to give his hand away. In fact, at one point in time, David, the concept was to promote Joshua De Silva. There was a talk at the top of the order. And Hamilton, who I told you from the Leeward Islands and from Anguilla, who in my estimation is the best keeper in the Caribbean, it's just that he's just not been able to make the required runs that the selectors wanted him to execute. But that would have been the concept, really.
Well, I'd like to see De Silva batting at say 3 and keeping the gloves. I think he's capable of doing that. Or he could even open and keep the gloves because he's fit enough and young enough to do that role. And I don't think that Hamilton, as you say, scored the runs to make this side on merit. And Ben Foakes is the best wicket-keeper in the country by all accounts. Certainly, according to Alex Stewart, the director of cricket, didn't stop him, Foakes, from dropping a comparatively simple catch. Blackwood offered between lunch and tea. Okay, it wasn't costly, but no one's infallible. And De Silva's taken more than I thought he's kept very well. What I like about De Silva's place as the keeper is his role as the talisman and communicator. He does it in such a good-natured, cheerful way. Whereas with Foakes, you think you're talking to some junior sergeant major. You really resent taking orders from him.
Remember, Joshua De Silva also dropped Ben Joe Root on 34, right? He went on to crack a big one against us. So don't forget that. Everybody drops catches, so we're not being too hard on anyone. Here comes Wokes in out the ball to Joseph. Joseph is getting a little inside edge there, but most important thing coming forward is his Adidas bat.
That's my point, Vernon.
Anything, Tony? Hold on, David. Anything?
Suter who's backing me up said, give David anything energy based, and it'll be like a Gatling gun commentating. You're acquiring a much fairly accurate reputation, DB.
I really didn't know that the Pillars Natural Energy Bar would have caused such an interest. I thought I was helping David. Here is Joseph driving up to cover, and getting a very deserved single. Goes up to 19 and the score goes up to 152 for 7. Looks as if Dan Lawrence taking a shot there. Let me just go through the screen again just to make sure in terms of what's happening. But the West Indies piling on. The pressure more or less. It's been a good little partnership here between De Silva and Joseph. And you know, so Andy Roberts always used to tell me that one thing he concentrated on was when he went to bat, he wanted to make sure he made enough runs so that he could bowl. He could be able to bowl against the runs that he made. So Azari Joseph has to have the same attitude here. He's done that well so far. Here's De Silva back and just turning this into the short mid-wicket area, but he can't score. He remains on 10 from 67. And Azari Joseph 19 from 30. This is day 2 of the evening session at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada, Spice Isle. It's a jab-jab test match.
It is.
Well, Bear should know about the jab-jab test match because he let on earlier today, that, or is it yesterday, that his nickname at school before the Bear was the Jab.
Jab. Here is De Silva getting a length ball and looking to just punch it off right there. But David and Tony, just before I go off, like the reason why I said that most of the wickets today were gifted. It's not like there were any great balls that really got out batsmen today. And you could just look at some of the dismissals and you really see even Kyle Mayers. We got to the pitch of that one. You know, he's supposed to be able to clip that up over mid-wicket. He didn't. Wokes enjoying his spell here. 3 for 41, his best so far. Here's an on-drive up the mid-on. Tumbling fielder comes around there. And the Silver remains on 10. Yes?
Vernon, you may not have heard the Bear yesterday, one of the sessions, talking about the big love that's coming through to you from our listeners across the UK and across outside the Caribbean. They're really enjoying having you, Vernon, on the Gorilla Coventry team, and we wondered whether you could do some series that weren't necessarily involving West Indies.
No, anything for you, David. You made that possible. Here is good single sneaked away there for 153 for 7. Any opportunities to be able to make sure that I can push Platinum FM 97.9 and GorillaCricket.com and also West Indies Cricket 2020 and beyond, I certainly will put my hand up. I will come back for the overspill segment, Nigel, so you don't need to worry about anything. I certainly will be here.
Well, it's not down to me, Vernon, but I'd love to see you in the commentary box for the England versus New Zealand series. Test match champions coming to England as a precursor. They got the West Indies slot, you know, the one in May and June, the one that's reserved for West Indies these days, before the sort of big set piece of the summer, which will be the series against South Africa. Would either of those series interest you, Vernon?
And just call me.
We're going to need a change. I think that's going to be you, David. You wouldn't take over ball by ball?
Certainly, first ball from Leach is played down by De Silva, and there's no run. Tony was asking me about the odds on West Indies overtaking England on first innings, and I've got to check that on Sky Bet. Maybe Bear could help me with that in the studio. Bear, price on West Indies first innings lead, please, from Bet365. Down the leg side, there's a very optimistic appeal. It was really going down leg, and I'm not sure what Folks was appealing for there against De Silva, who's on 11, and Joseph is on 19. I've been waiting for this moment all day. Jacob, great to see you, and how have you enjoyed the transformation? Oh, you know what's coming next, and here comes Leach bowls and forward defensive. Maybe you'd like to complete the question for me, Jacob.
Well, Chris Wokes, perhaps,
answer.
David.
Yes, Chris Wokes. What a transformation. Maybe you just got inside his head.
Well, it's what we've always been talking about. As soon as Wokes gets a pitch with a bit of life in it, he can do wonders.
Leach drops that one short, and De Silva's got time to stroke it nicely onto the offside, but there's no run.
The problem is that when significant variation from English condition occurs, extra bounce or a flat pitch, Wokes becomes far less effective, and so he can't be played all the time overseas where there are lots of flat and bouncy pitches.
On drive to mid-wicket and there's no run. Well, before lunch I would have agreed with that assessment. His opening spell was innocuous in the extreme. I'll come back in a moment. Bear's got some information on that first innings score after this ball from Leach, who bowls to De Silva, who covers up, plays defensively. Bear, what's the news on the price of a West Indies first innings lead?
Well, West Indies first innings lead is evens. Tie is 50 to 1, and England 11 to 8 on.
Oh, that is Bear, I'll owe you the money. Could you just put me a £5 bet on that, please? On bet 365. You get my credit's good with you, Bear. Come on.
I don't think it's going that way. It's my account. I'm tempted to go the other way.
Should we have a little private transaction and get our own guerrilla exchange? Guerrilla betting exchange, Bear. It's suddenly come to me.
I think we need a license for that.
You and
then.
I and Jacob in the Bahamas on the proceeds. We just take 5% commission like Betfair do.
Yeah, we just need to set it up, get someone to write a website, and get a legal person to do all that. And I'm on. Yeah.
Might not be a bad idea. I think there are enough punters who listen to guerrilla cricket who might be interested.
Yes, welcome to Ajit. I'll come on to you. Wokes, it's Jacob's favourite, Wokes bowls, and that's played to mid-on, and there's no run. That was the voice of Ajit Skander there from the Armchair Cricket podcast. Welcome back, Ajit.
Hi, thank you very much, and hello to all the listeners of guerrilla cricket.
Well, it's very nice to have you on, Ajit. What have you made of, what do you think of that bet? Even money, West Indies first innings lead?
I think that might be a bit optimistic. I still think England will land up with a 20-run lead potentially.
That's why we should have a betting exchange, because I could take the money off you and Bear. Wokes bowls and Joseph it is who covers up, playing that very nicely. So before, just going back to you, Jacob, I haven't forgotten. Before lunch, innocuous opening spell from Wokes, 50 for no wicket, West Indies. What happened to him? Between lunch, since then, he's been a transformed guy. He's bowling a fuller length, and he's really hitting the deck, isn't he?
At least one of them was Holder, which was a bit of a gift.
Okay, this time Joseph advances down the track to him a couple of paces, but just plays that defensively. Joseph looking very comfortable here, and if it goes on much longer than this, Bear's not able to put my bet on. James, just a shout out to James and Josh in Spain. You've got my Gibraltar account over there, guys. Could you be putting some money on West Indies first innings lead for me with bet 365? Other bookmakers are available. We're very much about beating the bookies here. We don't side with any one of them. Wokes bowls and Joseph covers up, and there's no run. The fact that both Ajit and Bear are opposing my bet, as it were, is almost, giving me more power to my elbow, because I think it's I could be on a good favourable odds position here, James. So if you could, and Josh, listening to us in Javier in Spain, if you could just put that bet on for me, please, and then I can concentrate on the action and my continued interrogation of Jacob, who has got his favourite bowler bowling here, Wokes, and that hits Joseph on the pad. Now, I know you're a Wokes fan in home conditions. This is the first time he's turned it on in overseas conditions. What change have you noticed in him, Jacob, and do you welcome it?
The change is a very English-style pitch. Lots of live green grass. Duke's ball nipping off a pronounced seam, inconsistent bounce. These are the things that Chris Wokes does, and we know he can do. These are exactly the conditions we expect him to perform in. What we are yet
Let me offer a counterpoint. And
that's down to leg. Yes, please, Ajit.
Well, I just think somebody's told him stop being such a goody two shoes. He's your take home.
Stop
to
being
mama
such a
sort of
what?
boy.
Can you repeat that, Ajit? Stop being
goody two shoes.
Oh,
like stop being such a such a stickler for rules and so on. Be a little bit of a bad boy. If there's ever a chance, it's here. This pitch has something to offer for sure, no doubt. But then stop being such a nice guy. Go hit a few people. It's okay, right? He may have taken that seriously. Somebody definitely told him something. No?
In between the over here, I'll just get through a few tweets. Joe Grover says, I for one am a huge fan of the new sobered and measured Brook. Please do not give him an energy bar, in quotes. Ravinair says, David right now is like a kid post-sugar rush, as though he's ready for bed but is stubbornly refusing to go. Warren, Tony maybe slip David a couple of Bears jelly babies.
Leach bowls round the wicket, and De Silva plays that back defensively. It's 153 for 7. West Indies trail by 51 runs. Well, I won't be retiring anytime soon, because I've got from here I go to my other job at Jerry's Bar in Soho, where I'm playing the nighttime shift tonight. Latest licence in town, 3 a.m. licence. That's played out just behind cover point for no run. Yeah, they're giving me my old job back, Jacob. 10 years ago, I used to play there at Jerry's Bar, which is the oldest piano bar in Soho, in London, and the latest drinking license, 3 a.m. And Leach bowls and forward. So I had as long between this stint this evening and my last stint as Nkrumah Bonner had between his test matches, 10-year gap.
Right, good one. Now, coming back to, I feel De Silva has been very steady. He would always benefit from somebody who's a bit more adventurous batting with him.
Well, I think we'll see that from Alzari, Joseph Adjit. He's taken a single there. Let's see what how Joseph deals with Leach. Leach has had it all his own way so far. In his 7th over, only 0 for 7. I reckon, Adjit, you might see Joseph put bat to ball against Leach.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting that. I think he's been waiting for this. Something pitched up. Let's see what he does.
He's gone onto back foot, played a nice shot there. It's beaten the cover fielder, and on cue, Ajit, he heard what you were saying. He's got a boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, indeed.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Indeed, perfectly timed, both off the back foot as well as in terms of what was being said on the commentary.
Well, Ajit, I notice you're in your armchair. Is this the armchair that you do your armchair cricket podcast from? We want to know it.
Well spotted, indeed. This is exactly the armchair, which has also been with me the whole time from when I started the podcast.
Forward defensive from Joseph. That's the end of the over. With 158 for 7, I pass over to Jacob.
Yeah, O'Neill Harris says if you give Brooks an energy drink, you won't have commentary, you'll have a monologue. Jay Grover addresses me in defence of Chris Wokes. He says, Jacob, I've just been speaking to Chris Wokes' mum. She says you're a muppet. Fair enough. I'm sure Chris Wokes' mum does think I'm a muppet. He also says, I'm getting a proper Uncut Gems vibe from David here. And Josie Oak says, watching this, wondering how much the properties in the background are and if they do retirement visas.
Don't get right. That's a good point. Yes, Barbados. That's a reference to Barbados, who've introduced a visa for remote workers or hybrid workers. I wonder if Grenada would fancy doing the same. It does look a fantastic place to watch cricket from, and we've got, of course, Stevenson, Worm from Grenada with us on the team as Wokes bowls, and De Silva plays that comfortably up to mid-off, and there is no run. Jacob.
That's all up to date with the tweets so far, so I'll hold fire till the end of the over.
Well, come on, there's an opportunity to get on air straight away, Gorilla Cricket listeners. This is your time. Normally Jacob is editing his tweets, but now he's going to read out anything that you send in as long as it does not contain cuss words.
Well, across
the Caribbean, Wokes bowls, and that's played out by De Silva, and there's no run. We're very conscious that we're broadcasting across the Caribbean on Platinum 97.9, on Wave FM St. Lucia, and also on Radio Jamaica for the first time, not forgetting the West Indies Cricket Supporters website 2020. 17,000 listeners joined us for that last session. So it's a great privilege to be broadcasting into the homes of the Caribbean listeners with a great tradition of listening to the FM radio coverage, which is still very much alive and well, driven out by De Silva for no run. Of course, you don't have all the apps and the Netflix and all that. That people don't have necessarily the data, the bandwidth. So the radio is still very much the traditional FM radio was alive and well. Wasn't it interesting, Jake? I don't know whether you caught Ajit, one for you. Darren Gough's comments in the tea interval about how much he enjoys, radio commentary over TV. He likes both of them, but he's made his career on radio post cricket. Here's Wokes, and that's covered up by De Silva, and there's no run.
Absolutely. For me, I grew up listening to, I did not know at that point in time, Test Match Special on long wave.
Where was this?
Actually. This was while I was in India, and we had one of these huge Philips radios which used to broadcast AM from all over the world, and I was listening to England play West Indies in the West Indies. That was my first ever memory, and I was hooked from the first instance. I know I referred to one of your one of your, let's say, other services which people may not want to listen. They might want to just stay here. But in all honesty, it really captured the imagination. The way it's explained, it'll always stay with you. It's more evocative rather
Absolutely.
than
I remember
looking at
that's,
something on TV.
we just missed one ball, which was a defensive shot by De Silva. Do you know, I vividly recall my first time listening to guerrilla cricket, which was in Shanghai, and I was struggling there for any form of cricket, and it was an absolute godsend. I listened to the whole of guerrilla cricket's coverage of the India versus Australia series, how much I enjoyed that neutral series, and it was wonderful. Guerrilla cricket was my lifeline, and that's played out by De Silva, and there is one run. For two reasons. First of all, because BBC Test Match Special was not available, being geo-blocked, and secondly, because Hendo and the Bear and Tony were so much more entertaining than anything I've heard on TMS, and you didn't have to put up with the insufferable smugness of certain Jay Agnew. That's one for you, Will Dawes. You asked me to do that. There we go. I've slid it in for you.
Fair enough. No, I completely understand. The freedom of expression that is, that we follow here is much more. It's much more genuine. It's much more.
Not only that, Ajit, but the Indian Cricket Board, the BCCI, think so little of radio that they don't even sell the radio rights.
Absolutely, it's a travesty. I don't know if, for at least much part of the Indian domestic leagues, it can really benefit if people can hear what's going on the radio, for example.
You know, and even those of us with some time on our hands would find it difficult to stay watching a TV for 5 days, 4 days. Radio, take it with you. Leach bowls. Down the pitch goes De Silva. He's put back to ball there, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary. Great shot from De Silva. One bounce, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So we wondered who was going to make the first move in this Leach contest. It's actually De Silva rather than Joseph, who accepts the bait from Leach. It was just up there, and he's come down using his feet. Nice footwork, and De Silva showing that this West Indies batting is not over by a long way, and I really have got to get that bet on. James, can you confirm that it's on, please, on Bet365? We've got no communication from Spain. Leach bowls, and De Silva this time takes the single because the fielder's dropped a bit deeper now after that shot. So, yeah, could be some easy pickings. And this partnership beginning to build, and we all saw the partnership between Leach and Mahmood in the first innings, the highest scorers. And
Look,
this partnership
40 runs is quite a lot of runs. I still think they're one indiscretion away, but let's wait on that. But what I really like is that he took a single the moment he hit the 4.
Here's Leach, he bowls, and that's played defensively by Joseph, and there's no run. So still a 40-run deficit. It's a low-scoring game, this. I'm glad I didn't back the draw. Leach, it bowls round the wicket to Joseph, plays a nice-looking shot straight to extra cover, and there's no run. So yes, India matches on the radio, very difficult to find commentary because the BCCI thinks so little of radio that they don't sell the rights. Incredible. Down to they think it might cannibalise their precious TV ratings. That's no run there from Joseph.
To not beleaguer a point, it's only going to add. There are people who are doing their work.
Here's Leachy bowls. Of course, that's why our partnership with Quick Tracker that Bear organised for us is so precious, and we welcome all our listeners in India. And it'd be nice to be on Quick Buzz as well, wouldn't it, Ajit? Have we got, who would you like to see? End of the 60-second over, 164 for 7. Ajit, tell us about radio and who we should be partnering with in terms of the websites in India. We've got a lovely partnership with Quick Tracker. You got know anyone at Quick Buzz who could help us with there?
I'm sorry to say no, but that is indeed a very good opportunity. And if you could find somebody associated with a site like CrickBuzz, that would be a really good break. That would be a big break, I dare say. But also it would be a very good one because they have a reasonably good reach. And you could start off by making small segments. You could maybe match summaries and stuff like that.
And lunch and tea.
Absolutely. And then it would go
Travelling
from there.
with Brooke international.
Wow.
Taking it overseas to the Maidans of Mumbai.
I've done a lot more broadcasting, Jacob, in Caribbean, in the West Indies than I have here. I never get the opportunities here. So I've actually done the first class tournament and a few test matches, quite a lot of test series over there. They haven't got the same hang-up about having to be an ex-player. I mean, when you hear Gareth Batty, Jay Dernbach on Talk Sport, I mean, really, is it any surprise that all those Caribbean stations are dumping Talk Sport and coming on to GorillaCricket.com?
You have a good point.
It's Overton into the attack, and he plays out to mid-wicket. Let's have a jingle, Bear. Let's have our Overton jingle. It's pretty a nice little ditty. Must be heavy metal, knowing Overton.
Craig Overton was banned 3 times for saying something that was naughty. Kicked off the pitch was quite an incident.
Well, there are 2 Overtons. I still don't know which one we've got playing for England. It's
Right.
one of them.
This one is Craig.
Which one?
Craig Overton.
Right.
Craig Overton.
He is. He bowls to De Silva, plays a nice shot to just down to mid-on, doesn't quite time it, and there's no run. Let's look at Overton's figures. Ajit, can you help me out here?
Sure.
Craig Overton's figures, please, in this Test match.
So he's bowling his 12th over, and he's conceded 45 runs and taken an all-important wicket of, John Campbell, the opener, who was sort of set. I dare say he's been a bit mistreated, or at least maligned, as far as what we think of his performances. But I think he has a crucial role yet as this Test match goes on, because
tucked away comfortably for a single by De Silva.
In this game, as well as I dare say even in the second innings, not just the first innings, I think he'll be given the task of bowling dry for a period. With his pace and with what he brings, he sort of hit the deck bowler. I think he's going to be able to sort of bowl dry for a period, try to make sure with the approach that England are currently taking, the other pacers around him, for example Stokes or even Vokes, might run in hard, even Saqib Mahmood run in hard, try to give it their all from the other end while this guy bowls dry from one end. I think he has an important role in this game.
And there's Pilfrey LBW looks confident, and Gregory Brathwaite doesn't look too interested. Bear is very interested. Over to you, Bear, in the studio. No,
I dare say it's a bit high. Bear is shaking his head. I think rightly so. It looked a bit high to the naked eye, right? Never mind.
Massive inside edge as well. He's smashed it.
He's really smashed.
He had the leather off the ball there.
Indeed.
165 for 7 now. 39. Gap closing all the time. Here's Overton. And that's played comfortably by Joseph. Won't get a signal though. It's a bit of fielding there. And there's no run. Ajit, can I just ask you about Armchair Cricket Podcast? And in particular, do you carry a feed of Gorilla Cricket's commentary? And if not, would you be able to put that up in time for tomorrow's game?
I could try. So basically, we are a podcast that we talk about cricket. We are more like test match fans, and we are a fan podcast. And in terms of putting up Guerrilla's feed, I think we can have a chat, me and Bear off air, and we can see what's possible.
Joseph.
Marvellous. Overton, bit of aggression there, runs down the stumps and gives the hostile stare to De Silva, who looks not remotely concerned by that. End of the over.
Jay Grover on Twitter says, I know Dave and I have had a falling out, but I'd proper go and see him play in Jerry's bar. I might have to steal his kidney to afford a round, though. He adds, not a threat there, just that no one would give me tuppence for my kidney. Warren says, rare footage of David tinkling the ivories, and attaches a photo of someone playing a burning piano. O'Neill Harris, I have to say, this is the cleanest language I've ever heard on GC Radio. The Bear hasn't been in much. Jay Grover continues that, saying that I was a bit harsh on him, saying that he would swear on Twitter. He hasn't sworn since the pastor came on. He also said clot. Yes, Jay, but I know you too well. We've been on the receiving end of your foul-mouthed abuse before.
Jay, here's Leach, he bowls, and nice little delicate shot by De Silva, no run there. Jay, if you make it down to Jerry's bar in Dean Street, Soho, you haven't got to worry about the price of a round, because I'll be buying you that first round, Jay. It'll be an absolute pleasure to buy you. Actually, drinks are very reasonably priced there. It's a real old-style dive bar. Here's Leach, bowls, and De Silva defensively, no run. I haven't actually renewed my Groucho membership, because of the pandemic, I moved out of London. Didn't see the point really. Private members club when you're not in London. No point at all. Leach bowls, and that's given a bit more air, but De Silva is looking very, very solid. Wouldn't you say, Ajit?
Absolutely. No, I was also talking about this previously because he gives you this sense of calm. All around him is so much hustle and bustle. He just calms down, buckles, and just hangs on at the crease for his team.
This one he plays quite ristily, but no great force, and that's Mahmood who does the fielding.
When you look at him, he looks like a man built for a rear guard, somebody who can hold one end up, and on a situation where you're sort of slightly behind the 8 ball, he's a good guy to have.
Down the leg side, not a great ball there from Leach, but and De Silva curses himself for missing out. A wry smile there. That was a 4 waiting to happen, but he didn't make contact. Leach got away with that one. Let's see what he does for this last ball of the over. He comes in, bowls, and this one is just squirted around the corner by De Silva. They comfortably take a single, 166 for 7. Jacob, over to you with social media.
Chris says, all hail David Brooks for speaking truth on the insufferably smug Jonathan Agnew. Jay Grover says, Darren Gough just phoned. Wonder what Dave's problem with TalkSport is. I think he might sue. And O'Neill Harris says, that scream from the bear was hilarious. That's all on Twitter. I'd also like to point out that were it not for the magnificent effort last night of Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood, the West Indies would currently have a 52-run lead, but they are currently 38 runs in deficit due to those heroics.
Was that a personal comment there, Jacob?
That was. I'm just enjoying the fact that Saqib Mahmood and Jack Leach did that. I'm still happy about it. It still tickles me greatly.
Yeah, no, we enjoy all your comments. That's defensive by De Silva. Jacob, tell us a bit more about yourself. You're the man from Devon who's now up in town. Is that right?
Formerly of Cornwall due to university. But I am born and bred in London and now have returned to the motherland.
So do I detect a certain relief that you're back in civilization?
I liked it down in Cornwall, actually. It was beautiful and peaceful. Not like up here, now I have to deal with the bear on a regular basis. No offence, bear, I love you really.
Overton bowls, that's pull shot by De Silva. Doesn't really get hold of it. It goes to deep square for a single. Does that mean that possibly you could be visiting Sydenham Towers in the near future?
In the English summer, yes. I believe the bear is recruiting me as a studio managing type for the weekends when
that would look good on the BBC application, Jacob.
Just for the weekends in the summer when Bear does not want to have to come to Sydenham.
Enjoy. All I can say to Gorilla Cricket listeners, enjoy the contributions of Jacob while you can, because there's a man destined for the BBC.
Thank you, David. Hopefully not being insufferably smug.
Well, that seems to come with the territory, but I don't think you'll suffer from that. Joseph advances down the pitch, plays it to the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, you'd have to change your style to fit in with the BBC. You'd have to develop a level of smugness, which, I would go to... Do you know, any one of those BBC commentators, Henry Moran is my own unlistenable Henry Moran, who gives smugness a whole new dimension. He's taken it into a PhD level. He's the doctor of smugness, and he does women's cricket. He thinks he's running right down, and that's bowls the ball and short, and Joseph ducks under it.
I saw this coming. The way these two batsmen have been approaching the game, I saw a couple of short balls coming. I dare say England might actually start another one of those short ball barrage sort of spells where.
Ajit, who would you rather be facing now? Short ball from Overton or a short ball from Broad?
Definitely short ball from Broad. No respect whatsoever.
Overton,
I would say
yes,
Overton.
And that's appeal for LBW against Joseph. It's down the leg side. Brathwaite shakes his head. There's going to be no support for this, surely.
It's a bit high.
Overton wants a review. His route.
He was right up against the stumps. That's one thing going for him, but I think it was just too high. He's a big guy. He's a tall guy. Joseph.
Overton. They are going for a review. Well, that's astonishing. And I'm not even going to dignify this with any comment other than if Root can be persuaded by Overton that was going to hit the stumps, then, well, I don't know what. I mean,
I think it's at least umpire's call on height is the problem. it looked like it was fairly central. It was all in line, but it just looked too high. Although it's kept lower than I thought, but that's definitely going down.
I've got to slip away a little bit prematurely, guys, because I've got a piano stint at Jerry's Bars. I've been advertising that, trying to get some people in. Jay, I look forward to seeing you down there. We're open till 3 a.m, mate. So anyone who mentions guerrilla cricket to me gets a drink at Jerry's Bar. Over to you. Back to the studio, Bev. You won't mind me handing over a couple minutes early.
I'll jump in early, and Jacob can jump in a ball
sliding
early.
over to ball by ball anyway, so that works.
Yeah.
And the DRS is coming in, and it looks to confirm. Wow, that's quite a way going down, and we were pretty convinced of that. David almost immediately said going down, and that's a pretty poor review from Joe Root. Who'd have thought I'd ever say that sentence?
That's it, though, isn't it? That's England's review's done. Or did we not use one earlier? And not lose
we
it?
see 3 men in DRS t-shirts, D, R, and S. Yeah, that's all of England's reviews gone, and that was a bit of a waste. As Joe Root looks forlorn behind his mirrored sunglasses.
Well, I think you've got to go to your keeper on that. It did seem to jag a bit, didn't it?
As Overton in for the final ball of his over, and that's defended off the back foot by De Silva. I don't know who's meant to be on tweets. That's the end of the over with 168 for 7. Is it you, Ajit?
No, not me. But before I say my goodbyes, if I can give a shout out to my club, Kiviv. My club is called Kiviv. It's in the Netherlands. We are based in Amsterdam. Just a shout out to all my friends.
What do you do
from my cricket club?
What's your role? Batsman, bowler?
Yeah, I'm an all-rounder. I bowl leg breaks, and I mostly bat around 6 or a bit lower.
Okay.
And I captain one of the teams in the lower leagues.
Okay. Highest score, best bowling figures?
Best bowling figures, I think it's around 6 for 30, and
That's
my highest
good.
score is 91.
Ah, there you go, perfect.
Very nice.
Nice.
Well, I'll pull double duty and get some socials in. Jay says, when Jacob gets trained up, he will leave us, just like they all leave us. No, don't worry. Despite Brooks' predictions, I will probably not actually end up working for the BBC and intend to carry on with Gorilla for many more of my days.
Excellent.
So I hope you're not sick of me, because I will be back. As just speaking of people coming back, here's Jack Leach returning to carry on his spell, and that leaps a bit off a length, and Joseph rears his head back as we're joined by Ross Legg. Hello, Ross.
Nice
Ross.
Hello,
Nice to meet you, I believe. I don't think we've been on before. As Leach whirling through his overs, down the pitch comes Joseph. That's skewed in the air, but it's short of Saqib Mahmood at point, off the outside half of the bat, and there will be no run. But key there is no wicket either, despite that risky shot.
Nice blinds, Ross. Even.
Are they the adjustable kind, Ross, as Leach is in, and that's driven pretty sweetly off the back foot by Alzari Joseph. Saqib Mahmood is herring after this. I think he'll cut it off. Yes, he has. Flicks it back for whoever that was. I think it may have been Root even, and they'll get it back into the bowler's end.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph is just so much fun to watch. You have no idea what is going to happen. Every single action he ever takes is almost like he's done a coin toss before he actually makes the action. Heads, I'll be well behaved. Tails, chaos.
Yeah, give it a good slap.
There was some turn there for Jack Leach, but turned right onto the middle of Joseph's bat, which is not where he wants it to go, as he loses run up there and has to turn, set himself again, stuff a step, in he comes, flatter and faster from Leach, and that's played backward a point by De Silva for no runners. There's a man back there.
Leach with this little towel in his back pocket that's like a little shaved rabbit.
That's a new perspective on me, I've got to say, as in comes Leach again, more air, and defended forward by De Silva, straight back to the bowler, dot ball again. What do we think of De Silva so far? 21 off 102.
He's batted stoutly. He needed to do this probably.
As in comes Leach again, and that again turns, but again straight into the centre of De Silva's bat, played defensively this time. That ends the over with West Indies 171 for 7, trailing by 33. I bet Brooks isn't laughing now about his bet.
Well, no, I bet he isn't as well. I'm on social, so I shall crack on. Anna Forsyth says Henry is the one of the few she can tolerate on TMS. She likes Finney, of course, if he's on air. Henry and Alex Hartley on air's relationship is enjoyable, and we have to go somewhere for women's cricket until the Guerrilla Cricket World takeover is complete. We need a women's crew to do. Well, we don't need a women's crew to do women's cricket. We need some money. Otherwise, I'll be doing this full time. I'll be in here all the time, and no one will be paying me a bean.
As in comes Overton's short ball, which Joseph ducks under, even though it was swinging down the leg side. Still some swing in this ball, 66 overs old, but it's possibly gone a little soft, a little flatter, as we saw in the first innings as well.
Yeah, I don't mind this from England, really. I think this is the kind of way they've got to work it, right? Only 13 overs to go to the new ball. May as well throw it into the dirt and see what happens.
Better than the West Indies spin from both ends tactic, although I think that would do with over rate. As Joseph, well, you would say walks, but almost sprints down the pitch as if he was going for a run, and then placidly defends that ball short of the length. I think he was trying to get to the pitch of it, and Saqib Mahmood it over cow corner, as that shall henceforth be known, but just got it on the rise and defended it down. He was
an awful long way down the track, wasn't he? I think Overton was
about halfway down.
I think Overton was trying to say he's on the dangerous part of the pitch or whatever.
Oh, and that's Fuller from Overton, and a drive wafted by Joseph, and it's beaten the outside edge as it goes through and thuds into the black gloves of Ben Folkes.
Yeah, all swing no ping, that one, really, wasn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely so.
I've often seen the opinion that Folkes with his glove, if he wasn't so professional, would be so village. Turns up with his new black gloves. Look at these lads.
It kind of looks like the JK out of Jamiroquai.
Ooh, that's a good shout.
As that's clipped off the hip by Joseph. It may even have hit him on the hip. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. Dan Lawrence is out there at deep square leg. Yeah, it's a leg bite. I think that's caught him right on the point of the hip. It can't be pleasant, even at Craig Overton's pace with a hard ball.
No.
Yeah. Does the JK kind of comparison mean that Folkes is going to be referred to as Space Cowboy? I mean, I take that as a cricketing nickname.
Space Cowboy, a good one.
As Overton in again and again short. Oh, that's skewed off the edge of the Silver's bat, I think, and off his pad as well. But
he's rubbing that.
He's been stung there, but it fell short of the slip. Folkes always reminds me of BoJack Horseman, but I think that's just the teeth.
What cricketing nicknames have you come up against that have just made you laugh? There was a guy in my cricket club when I was growing up called Three Bridges, and his nickname was Plank.
Plank. It's the root of the nickname that matters, though, isn't it? How did he get the nickname Plank?
As that's Fuller from Overton, driven by the Silver, but only as far as Folkes, so no run.
He was thick as a plank.
Ah, right. Okay.
the team just gave him the nickname Plank.
Okay,
so Three Bridges now of YouTube fame.
Yeah, it is Three Bridges of YouTube
fame. They're quite
fame.
popular on YouTube and the TikTok, as I'm reliably informed by the kid.
Yeah. There's
the kids. You're one of the YouTube.
I am the kid.
Both of you two are the kids, exactly. Or is TikTok even younger than you guys?
Yeah, TikTok's older than me. Yeah, I'm in my 30s. So.
Just a little. I mean, it's just about my demographic, but still, it's more the sort of teenagers these days. Gosh golly. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 172 for 7.
Shall I get some tweets in? Josie Oak says Overton has been taking lessons on DRS from Stuart Broad. That is true. O'Neill Harris says the bear has his beer. The run must be done. The rum isn't done. I think you mean the rum, not the run. I'm just switching between the two. I might have another big large run before the day is over. O'Neill. Jay Grover says, oh, for heaven's sake, I don't even have a telly and now I cannot unsee the shaved rabbit.
As Saqib Mahmood will return to the attack for England with figures of 1 to 23 to 13.
Yeah, I don't mind this move actually. I think this is the right one from England. I think you saw yesterday when it was meandering with kind of Bonner and Brathwaite bowling, which it could have done with a bit of oomph. So hopefully Mahmood provides said oomph.
As in comes Mahmood, and there's some oomph from Joseph as again he steps a few paces down the pitch and just defends on the front foot. this time.
Well, he's got some gumption, hasn't he? I'm sure Mahmood will try and slip in an swinging Yorker at some point if he's going to do that, which would be interesting. Who else? There was a tweet I had to agree with here that's now gone. Oh yes, Nuna says he was very impressed with Finney during the Ashes, but Aggers is a bit of a twat. Yes, I had a spat. I've had a spat with Aggers.
Have you?
Yeah.
As in is Mahmood again. Joseph walking down, that time flicking attractively off the leg, straying a bit too straight there, Mahmood, and they'll just get one run.
Yeah, did he refer to you as the C word?
No, he threatened
multiple emails.
He actually threatened to sue me.
Oh, right, okay.
What for?
Well, it's a long story. Goes back to the Sofa days when we were the cricketer. The cricketer took on Test match Sofa. He quit, and then I don't even know if I should say it on air because he might threaten to sue me again if someone hears it.
Yeah. I'm honestly not surprised.
Allegedly, there's a lot of allegedlys in there.
As in comes Mahmood, and that's Fuller and swinging, but driven straight from De Silva just for no run. I'm not surprised that defamation lawsuits abound at Gorilla Towers. I feel like we must have a dedicated in-train.
So here's a short allegedly. Allegedly he got someone to say something that we found out that he got them to say, and then he was saying something. I don't know, something was going on a year or so ago about some cricket commentary. Oh, and he was defending something. It was when. Oh, hold on.
He was allegedly defending something as Mahmood comes in, and again some in-swing, possibly reverse, with this age of the ball, and that's skewed off the inside half of De Silva's bat to Dan Lawrence at short mid-wicket for none.
And then when the BBC did the Cricket Social, it was essentially what we do, but and of course they were all big and having given us such a hard time when we went on to the Cricketer. You know, the BBC were bigging it up and all this, you know. So I called him out, and I was quite angry.
To be honest,
said a few
I'm
choice
surprised.
words, and then he threatened to sue me.
I'm surprised we don't get sued every day. As Mahmood is in and De Silva drives, but straight back to the bowler. I mean, surely we violate some sort of law, but maybe we shouldn't get onto that. People might realise and then do something about it.
Well, on the Aggers front, the England team gave him a little pin, didn't they? And said they compared him to, I think Ben Stokes said he's the Richie Benno for kind of the England players in terms of that comparison. I thought that was very grandiose and very kind to Agnew.
That's extraordinarily kind to Agnew. Richie Benno, I don't know about that, man. Richie's legendary.
We're getting into defamation again there. As Mahmood comes in, full on the toes and flicked off them by De Silva down to deep fine leg with, I think that's Alex Lees down there in the sunlight looking terrifyingly like Joe Denley, Ghost of Christmas Past. But I think it was Alex Lees. That ends the over, 174 for 7, and we'll get some tweets before Bear can get us in any more legal hot water.
Yeah, well, Warren says, aren't you paid by rum, ting and kebabs bit? Well, yeah, people do send me stuff, and that I am very gracious for that, but they don't pay no rent, is what I am saying. It keeps me fed, and that's very nice. And Warren did send a massive kebab on the first day of the first test for 4 people, which sat in the fridge for 3 days. I ate most of it. That was good. Jay Graham says, we're just about to bury the hatchet with Dave, but he left. It's all right, but I'd have to say to Dave, Jay's up in Sheffield. I don't think he'll be making it down to Soho tonight. Well, I think Jay is referring to who is the Gangster of Love. I think he's referring to you there, Ross.
The Gangster of Love.
Gangster of Love, yeah.
I mean, I'll take that. I mean, I'm not really sure what that means, but if I'll take the Gangster of Love.
Yeah, that sounds good, man.
It sounds like a really late night radio show.
Well,
you are listening to Gangster of Love.
Yeah.
Here's Luther Vandross.
I've got to ask, Ross. Please tell me, do you at least bowl leg spin?
No, I do not. I'm one of the few people in I don't like cricket club who doesn't bowl leg spin. I'm the opening batsman and part-time wicketkeeper, and I bowl some pretty dirty off spin.
You're a disappointment, honest.
So
with a name like
that.
Then again, my name is Jaffer and I bowl absolute trash. As that's short from Overton, and De Silva gets on top of it. manages to pull it down towards Jack Leach for the fine leg.
England,
just for a single.
England kind of run out of ideas here, haven't they? Need a wicket.
Yeah, I think the ball is a little bit soft.
Yeah,
I think the pitch does misbehave a little bit when the ball's a little bit harder, but here it does flatten out a little bit. And I think if Alzari Joseph, who bats like a cat on a hot tin roof, could survive for 57 balls and look relatively comfortable, I think it's okay.
As Overton in again. Well, Joseph has trotted down the pitch to a short ball and well leg side of it, then slogged the ball shot between two close fielders, and it bounced in front of a deeper fielder at a sort of cover point, and just a single, but well, cat on a hot tin roof indeed, Ross. That is filthy.
Overton's face there was like, what the F?
But I don't. This is what I don't get. Like, there's some bowlers like Jimmy Anderson who can turn around and judge a player by the shot that they've made.
As Overton in again and short down the leg side. That might even be a wide, actually. Is that?
No, this is a test match. Get out of it, Jacob.
Well, I know, but that really went down the leg side.
No, it wasn't that
That
far.
was not realistically playable.
Yes, well, it's got to be a lot wider than that to be a leg side wide in test match, man.
I don't think Overton has the right to ever look at a batsman and kind of judge what he's doing on the cricket field. I think Overton's like a competition winner here playing for England.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I have to agree. I don't think he's test match level. But he's kind of won his spot by getting his figures in the county. I mean, that's the problem. If you have a sort of promotional thing going on.
That is again short, but keeps lower than I think Craig Overton intended, and that is pulled off the hip line by De Silva for a single.
I mean, if you have a county system that, supposedly you're supposed to pick from, and he's one of the top 2 or 3 bowlers every season in the county season, the ones that you aren't constantly in England camp, then I suppose you have to take a look at him.
Yeah, and I don't mind that at all. I think it should be a meritocracy, but there is also a bit when you've tried him a couple of times and he gets flailed about. He's a little bit one-dimensional.
As Joseph steps away, there's an appeal and it's given. Gregory Brathwaite has given it. Joseph has edged. He's stepped a mile outside leg stump, gone for a cut shot. He seems to have edged it. He is walking, so he must have done. And Ben Folkes takes it behind the stumps. That is 177 for 8. And Joseph is gone.
I'm telling you, if we weren't going out on Caribbean radio, there's a particular jingle I would have played, but to save sanity and arguments behind the scenes, I'm not going to.
Well, there's
I think I know which jingle the bear has. I didn't know we weren't allowed to do that on Caribbean radio.
Well,
but,
I mean, technically it's our show still, but we'll just get in an argument with Vernon, and I don't want to get in an argument with Vernon. He's a very nice man. And this is the last test we'll be doing this, and we'll be back to normal afterwards. Normal service will resume.
Well, the bear will be back uncensored, unrestricted,
yes,
X-rated bear.
I'll probably go OTT on the first day when I'm free.
Have you considered bear starting for when you are not allowed to say these certain things? Starting a sort of temporary fan website page of a brand which I won't mention, but a sort of subscription service where we can tune in and watch short 15-second clips of you swearing.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a nice idea. Maybe I'll make some money that way. Who knows?
I enjoyed the fact there we were talking about how bad Overton was, and then he's managed to get that wicket. Alzari Joseph premeditated that shot. If you watched the ball before, he practiced that exact shot and has got so far. He's literally standing on the wide crease mark, and he is so far away from everything really that it's a dreadful
it's a
piece
poor,
of cricket.
yeah, this is it. It's a poor choice. You're 30 runs behind. Everyone is a premium. I suppose, kind of in a way, he's got away with it up till now, and he made 20 odd runs. So
a valuable 20.
Valuable 20 runs, but you still need,
Probably also an element of trying to push the scoring a little bit before the new ball comes along. Try and tick off this deficit, or at least get within 10 before the new ball comes along, and hope that you don't get cleaned up.
21 a 21 lead here could be invaluable, really.
On the other hand, if you then get out just 10 overs before the new ball playing like that, it does your team absolutely no favours, because now Roach has 10 overs to get in, of which he may face 30 balls to get in before a hard new ball and the pitch starts misbehaving again.
Yeah, I mean, I do love Test matches like this because it's a real slugfest, isn't it? You've got two teams that are relatively ill-equipped to play at the highest level of the game.
Yes.
And they're almost like punch drunk. You're watching two guys outside of a nightclub, and it's like, all right, let's see what each one of these guys have got, and pretty evenly matched thus far.
Yep, two pretty average. I mean, I think if England had their best bowling attack, possibly might have edged. No, I don't actually. Hadn't said that. It's nonsense, isn't it? Those pitches too flat. I don't think.
Not even Stuart Broad could do much on those pitches there, as that's down the leg side, and Roach goes for it, but misses it. Luckily for him, that's the end of that over. 177 for 8. The West Indies trailing by an unspecified amount because BT have helpfully removed the graphic by, but it's about 20. 30. It's 20. It's 23. 23 is the number. Doing my maths in my head, and we move to Twitter before I embarrass myself.
Okay, I'm going back 11 minutes. Anna Forsyth says, "Yes, please. Let's talk about Ben Folks' horrible gloves. It's so disappointing when he otherwise looks so good, both in keeping style and general looks." Jay Grover says, "I prefer the fetuses to the kids." I presume that means he means young people. He says, "Non-controversial opinions 101. Agnew is a bit of a twat." Yeah, shock news. So is Vaughan. "I am shocked and dismayed that a twat could come from Yorkshire. Such thing is impossible." That is not true, Jay. Of course, we all know that. The People's Republic of Yorkshire has many twats. Warren, can I get sued for comparing Agnew to Flintoff and Bradman? I don't know. Tweet him. He blocks a lot of people, apparently. Ravi says,
after that last discussion about Yorkshire, we're off the air on West Indies Radio now. Thank you, Bear.
Well, this is true. As Ravi points out, the youngsters really don't know music. Some people call me a space cowboy. Some people call me the gangster of love. It's the Joker, isn't it? Is it the Joker? It's the Joker, isn't it?
As Mahmood is in, and that's De Silva walking across a little bit and getting it out into the leg side. No run. That looked a little bit spicy.
Isn't that the song that the policeman's ear gets cut off to in Pulp Fiction? Is that the Joker? Or is that the other one? I don't know.
Can't remember. I definitely think there's a bit of a. I don't think there's a bit of a reverse swing out there, Jacob. I think there's a little. Mahmood's getting the ball to talk.
Yeah, it does look like he is, and that is what he's in the team for. He is adept with the reverse swinging ball
and older balls in general.
What we can see on screen there is the spaced cowboy.
as that's played out into the offside by De Silva quite nicely through the extra cover region. There are two fielders converging to try and cut that off. They do, and they'll just get 2 runs from that. De Silva will retain the strike.
What I love about that man they showed on the boundary is if you read the banner on his hat, he's still wearing his Happy New Year hat.
Yeah, well, he probably still thinks it is the 1st of January.
He may well be still on that trip, but
he's been going ever since. As Mahmood turns at the top of his mark, in he comes to De Silva, and shorter that time, down the leg side, pulled behind square. Craig Overton at fine leg, loping round to collect, and there will just be the 1 run there, I believe. Yes, it is, and Roach moves on to strike against Mahmood. Toe-crushing Yorkers incoming.
Yeah, that's what you'd have thought, wouldn't it? Roach faced 1 ball, and
I think it was nice earlier to see Wokes pick up a few wickets. I think it was. It's been a pretty thankless task for him on this tour, bowling on pretty flat wickets. He's been pretty decent with the bat, but picking up 3 for in this innings when we really needed him to. I think that is hopefully does him a world of good.
Yeah.
As Mahmood turns off his mark, he's waiting for something now, but he's hands on hips, double teapot style. Don't start on Wokes, or suddenly David Brooke will sprint back from Soho just to ask my opinion. He's recognised that I've been a critical of Wokes. Oh, there is the toe-crushing Yorker, and Mahmood appeals. I'm not sure why. I think it's gone out the middle of the bat as that's been dug out but it was in there.
I think he thought it hit the foot before it hit the bat. Obviously, the umpire didn't agree. I thought it came out of the bat.
Let's have a look. As it swings quite viciously at the middle of the bat. He's smashed it. Dear listeners, he has absolutely walloped it.
There's nothing else but bat on that.
Yeah,
Good job we didn't have a review left. It might convince
To be fair, if it's Joel Wilson, you might as well give it a go.
Well, you know.
Interesting appeal there by Mahmood, but exactly what we thought would happen, and possibly a short one now. No, again full and swinging. That is some reverse swing there. Well, that's going from Mahmood. It's curving inwards and full, fast, and Roach has done well to dig that one out.
Yeah, I think Joel Wilson sometimes thinks umpiring is quite like running a tombola at a church fair.
Possibly, yeah.
If you buy a ticket, you definitely will win a prize.
Yeah, as in again comes Mahmood. Surely not a third in swinging Yorker in a row. He's gone for it. Oh, it's beaten the bat. Oh, it's not a Yorker. It's just a slightly fuller of a length delivery. Full of a good length. And whoa, it's a peach.
That was a good over.
That has beaten the bat of Roach quite handily, and not really good enough to nick that.
I think if you're looking at a player to like pick up, if we've seen Overton, we've seen Wokes, we've seen Fisher, we've seen Mahmood. Mahmood is up in the top, right? I think he's ahead of Fisher now. I think he should be ahead of Overton.
Yes, definitely. I reckon.
Well, your bowling attack at home is now probably one of Broad and Anderson, if not both. Wokes. If you're playing the spinner, one of Broad and Anderson, Woke, Mahmood.
Yeah, Wood's in there, obviously.
Stokes. Yeah, a fit Wood / Stone / Archer, but who knows. As Overton, in, short, defended, no run.
Yeah, I've got a bit of probably an unfair theory on Archer. I don't think he'll play Test cricket again. I think England will want him to play Test cricket again.
Prevailing wind.
But I just very much think that you want to. If I'm Jofra Archer, I'm doing the kind of Tamal Mills approach. I'm kind of going, do you know what, I'll play the shorter formats a little
I
bit.
think everyone thinks that, but I think that's a bit unfair on Jofra, because what Jofra says, he's desperate to play Test cricket again. So I think everyone's kind of put those words in his mouth. It may be medically that may be the case, but I don't think that's necessarily what he thinks.
I hope not. I think he's a fantastic asset. But I just think when you get that kind of injury, surely there is a bit of going, do you know what, go and bowl 25 overs in a day, which they'll have to do for England more than 5 times a year. How sustainable is that?
Yeah, maybe use him rotationally with Wood, Stone. So, he played 2 tests in a 5-test series. Wood plays 1, Stone plays 1. Maybe you give them a rest for 1, depending on the pitch. And the other thing, we saw in New Zealand, if it's a flat pitch, don't force Jofra to run in and bowl all day. You've got other bowlers for that sort of stuff. As that's down the leg side from Overton. The last one was pulled for a single down the deep fine leg. This one left alone down the leg side. Folks diving athletically to collect.
Right, okay, so I've got some tweets to get through. So if England are without Wood, Archer, Robinson, Curran and Stone, it might have been a good idea to save Anderson's iffy calf muscle from bowling 90 overs in Barbados and Antigua. Possibly for the summer, but then he'd have 2 months or more to recover.
As that's defended into the leg side by Roach, and there was a dive from short leg. I think it's Johnny Bairstow in there under the helmet, thinking maybe he could have got to that, but it was just wide of him and went to the fielder at a short backward point.
Yeah, I think Bear on the Anderson front. I think I will not be surprised to see Broad and Anderson both in the first Test match.
Oh God, no, I wouldn't. That's, I kind of think there was a bit of logic in this, because I think England, Vernon's not going to like what I'm going to say, but
that's tucked round the corner, Roach for a single.
England saw this probably as an opportunity where they might be able to get away with, not having Broad and Anderson, and therefore it's an opportunity to give some people new blood some games. However, with the bowlers they picked, that doesn't necessarily look like there's any logic to that, because Mahmood only got a game because someone was injured, and same with Fisher. But
to offer a counterpoint to that, Bear, I think the reason they thought they could get away with it was not a kind of insult to the West Indies' credibility as a test team, but more speaking to the fact that the West Indies has, over the last 5 years, been the only place better to bowl seam by average, as that's played into the leg side by De Silva for no run. The only place better in the world than England over the last 5 years to bowl seam by the average of the bowlers who have taken wickets there. So
yeah, and I think they thought
you can kind of get away with leaving Broad and Anderson out because your other seamers are meant to be in friendly conditions. That hasn't worked out.
Well, yeah, it hasn't worked out. And plus, I think both these batting liners, as I said, are pretty fragile. So they probably thought, well, if we collapse, they'll collapse, and we can give someone else a go. But they picked the wrong resources to do that, really, didn't they? I mean, they still went into the first test with people who bowled in test matches before. They haven't tried out Parkinson. Although, from what George was saying on our podcast, clearly Collingwood doesn't rate him because he was not even asked to go to practice on the day before the game. So that can't be good for him. And it'll upset Gary immensely.
You'd have thought he would have got a chance in the second test match.
It does seem muddled thinking from England in that I was mentioning this earlier in the series, especially in that first test. Why leave out your two great to bring in new talent and then not bring the new talent in?
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, that's the point, isn't it?
But Parkinson's a difficult situation because he would have played in this test if it was flat again, but it was for the seamers. Jack Leach, you've been criticised endlessly for not backing him. Now you've got to back him if you think he's good enough, which apparently they do. So they were kind of forced to play Leach for at least 2 of the test matches and getting through a lot of overs. So where do you play Parkinson?
Well, exactly. I mean, England hardly ever play 2 spinners. I mean, the next chance he'll get will be on a tour in the subcontinent somewhere if they're going to go with Leach as their main spinner. I'm not sure Leach is, I've been bigging up Leach as the next Nathan Lyon. Maybe he's a bit too old for that now, but I see something in there with a little bit of potential, and if he nurtured him and played him enough in international games, he could learn the international game better. Because I think it is a massive step up from county cricket.
I think it's fine.
And you do play on all sorts of different surfaces, and you've got to learn to bowl on all those different surfaces, and some of them will take spin, and other days you won't be able to get a lot of spin, but you can find a way to keep the runs down and bowl a line and be useful to your team, and then take wickets in the second innings because you're a spinner. But you've got to be able to keep yourself in the side. And I think actually with Ben Stokes in the side this summer, I think Leach will probably play all the tests because we'll have a balanced attack, because we'll have Stokes as the 4th seamer. And we might as well have a spinner just in case, because if you've got 4 seamers anyway and you've got a spinner, you can rotate everybody reasonably well anyway. I think last summer with Stokes out, I've said this many times on the show, with Stokes out, they thought they lacked balance because they didn't have the 4th seamer, so they decided that, well, most of the time it's green seamers in England because that's what we deliver, so we're going to have to go with 4 seamers. And so they went with 4 seamers. And therefore,
it leaves Parkinson in a very awkward position.
Yeah, of course it does, but that's England, isn't it?
In a very awkward position because, he's been brought to this tour, and this was probably his chance to play. If this surface had been flat, he would have played.
Well, no, I think he'll go on other tours, and then we'll play a tour.
That would have been his debut.
Yeah, but he'll get a debut somewhere in Sri Lanka back.
Yeah,
well, we're playing
Bangladesh
I just mean,
my point is that when's the next time? I think we're touring Pakistan next year. But this summer, foreseeably, he's not playing it at all in the summer, most likely, unless Leach gets injured. And will he play in Pakistan? Will we play 2 spinners in Pakistan? Australia have just done it to some good effect, but will we trust the spinners enough?
I think
you'd hope that Parkinson returns better than Swepson did, but England are definitely a team that say they're data focused, but only when it suits them.
They do indeed, as Mahmood is in, and that's played into the offside. Joe Root, I think that is. Looks like it's Crawley, I think, running around to collect it, has missed it, and Wokes will get it in instead, and they'll get a single, bringing De Silva on strike, I think. Be due a change at the end of this over, I believe. It's a bit of a reshuffle, more than a change, as we will bid farewell to Ross. Bear will slide over to the ball by ball. I'll go to socials. And we'll be joined by Stevenson, live and in living colour from the West Indies, as Mahmood turns at the top of his mark at a point where the feed has seen fit to just slow down completely. But he's in, and that's defended by De Silva, no run.
Yeah, I think on that data point, England are very much, when it comes to selection, quite flawed. You see when old Nathan Lehman holds up the little cards to Morgan to remind him what's going on, but when it comes to the selection, they kind of have this bit where they go, no, we're data driven, we're very much trying to win these games, and we've got this rotation policy, but when they only ever use data to justify a decision rather than letting data actually influence their decision, and I think there's quite a stark difference in what they're trying to do there.
As in comes Mahmood.
Shot.
And that is a good shot from De Silva into the leg side. It's running away from the chasing fielder, and it will be reeled in, however, as Stokes hurls it back towards the centre strip, and they'll get through for 3.
Yeah. Right, let me get some tweets in between. Jay Grover says, I didn't read his gummy tweet. No, I didn't see that, but he spent 18 quid on a jar of gummies. I presume this is CBD capsules that I was having. It didn't out, but gave him the shits. So, I'm sorry about that, Jay.
It's not meant to do much except do that. It's
exactly. It's just
anti-inflammatory.
Exactly.
Jay.
Just get the real thing, Jay. It's so much better. That's all I have to say about that.
Too many muscles. As Mahmood again double teapotting at the top of his mark. In he comes now to Roach. In slow motion for me, I'm afraid, but Roach has defended that, it seems, and there will be no run.
My other thought about Broad and Anderson, Ross, is that actually the tour to the West Indies is probably one of the nicest tours you get to go on, and therefore you'd be most upset that you don't get to go out to the West Indies and just chill on some beautiful islands, even if it's only for a month. And you kind of feel, having done all the service for England over the years, you know, just on that basis, you should be, you know, even if they're not going to play you, just say, boys, you're not going to play. Come and have a holiday, or maybe they don't want it.
Come as a consultant to the beaches of Barbados.
They probably wouldn't want to do that anyway, though, would they?
As Mahmood for the penultimate ball of this over, in he goes to Roach, and there will be no run resulting from that penultimate ball as Roach has defended it.
Yeah, I think I saw Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson were playing golf at St Andrews today. So, I mean, it's not like they're too hard done by, is it, really?
No, I mean, you know, they will have a very pleasant retirement, I'm sure, and lucrative media contracts await, especially for Broad, etc., etc. Being not nearly as northern as Jimmy, he can get on the BBC, you see.
Yeah, well, the Tailenders is a pretty big success, isn't it, really? So,
As that's again defended out by Roach, that will end the over at 186 for 8. 8 overs remain for the new ball. The West Indies trailing by 18. We bid farewell until later to Ross the Bear, who will take you through on ball by ball, and we're joined by Stevenson from the West Indies.
Goodbye, chaps.
Goodbye. See you later, Ross. Nice to have you. Good evening, Stevenson, if you're there. Are you there? Stevenson.
He will be shortly, no doubt, in suit and tie, in full regalia.
Maybe he's had to go off and officiate a wedding. I suppose it's only mid-afternoon now.
Another one.
Yeah. I cracked another beer.
We were enjoying yesterday the thoughts of Stevenson going, do till death you part, blah blah blah. Do you now kiss the bride? You may now kiss the bride. Okay, everyone out. Second session's beginning.
Yeah, exactly. That one is angled down to long leg by Just De Silva, single, and there is no run. I don't even actually have to check whether he's in the room. Everyone seems to be there. Stevenson is there. Stevenson, if you're there, please come on. You are supposed to be on. It'd be nice to have you on. You're going to take over on the tweets?
I am, yes. And Ross says he's available to stay if we're absent of Stevenson.
Come back in, Ross. You might as well. For the
I'm
time
here,
being.
chaps. Don't worry. I'll pick up the slack.
Yeah. Okay. If he turns up, we'll switch you in.
We'll boot you out.
Yes, we'll boot you out.
That's all you want, really, isn't
Exactly.
it? That's what you want.
Jay Grover, I didn't realise the depths of his latent tautology was the last tweet I was at, I think. Jacob?
Yes, I've got it. I'll get stuck in at the end of the over.
Another dot ball for the second ball of the over. Overton is in. Third ball. Down leg side again, and Roach gets inside it. Goes through to the keeper and there's no one. Of course, you're joining Jack and Max doing the IPL stuff on the Wednesdays.
Yeah, it's one of those. The IPL we've seemed to have found a bit of a niche there. I think Western media struggles to cover it in the detail that I think it deserves to be. It's a fantastic tournament, and I hope yeah, very much looking forward to the partnership between Guerrilla Cricket and the Cricket Podcast. It's been very good.
Are you going to be coming in the studio? Where do you live?
I'm in the Herne Hill, so South.
Oh, you're not? Yeah, you're just round the corner, mate. That's down leg. Another short ball. There's a leg slip. They're going for bit of leg theory to Roach, but it's a bit too far down leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think it should be really enjoyable. It's just Max and Jack have jobs that they can completely switch around or whatever, but mine's a little bit more challenging. But I'll endeavour to be there.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So, as you said earlier, you've got to pay the rent, haven't you?
Yes, very damn true.
Mm-hmm. Right. I tell you what, Grenada looks unbelievable.
I know, doesn't it? It absolutely looks stunning. Roach is in. Oh, now that's just gone past leg slip. Probably Stokes, isn't it? But he is place her for that, and Roach played the shot. I'm not sure it carried to him. It was wide of him, and he dived across. There have been some edges that have gone just past. I mean, earlier on, I think there was one that went through second slip, and we had one slip in. And I think in the 3 previous overs, a ball has sort of squirted through that area. 3 overs in a row. And we still didn't put an extra slip in. This is different. It's leg slip. You can't put more than 1 leg slip in, really, unless you want to start getting no balls. If you want a long leg, anyway.
You'll definitely see some people on their knees, won't you, in the 4th innings?
Yeah.
Oh, the Hobbits return.
Short.
We've named them first Hobbit and second Hobbit.
Does that make Johnny Bairstow Gimli?
Well, there was a debate over who was
yeah, it could be, I
Bilbo
suppose.
and who was Frodo and who was Sam.
That's pulled down to wide mid on, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, no, Grenada it's absolutely staggering. When they go to the drone bird's eye view, and he's got the sea right next to it. Yeah, I mean, there's massive questions to be asked why there's kind of 150 million pound stadiums kind of dotted all over the Caribbean islands, but there's also the bit of it's great for cricket fans.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, that's what it's
I'll
for.
rattle through some tweets as Jay Grover says. I didn't realise the depths of my latent tautology, childishness, until I were told not to swear on guerrilla cricket. Weakling Child says, I wonder if the Windies are trying to the same false sense of security and pouncing with 10 and 11 that England tried yesterday. Fascinating game.
Well, yep, that's just defended by Roach, and there is no run. Vern, do you want to switch your camera off for a minute? You're on next session. Thank you. Just plays around with my picture that goes out on the internet, which I've all got set wrong anyway, but you know.
Yeah, I think I'm enjoying the fact that with 7 overs to go, or 6.5 overs to go, England are still attacking here. They've not reverted to, you know what, let's try and hold up an end and dry up the runs. They've gone, we need to take these wickets. I think it's a positive intent.
It is, and it's the right move too. That's
where's the leg slip? Where's the leg slip?
And instead they get 4 runs this time. It's angled in at leg stump, probably a little bit too down leg, and Roach just gets inside it, gets a little bit of bat on it, and it goes very, very fine, and it's down to the boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
There's nothing that folks could do about that one. And now they're only 8 runs behind, 12 by 12 runs. David will be very excited if he went evens on West Indies to get an
The money's
lead.
coming in.
Well, actually, the tie would be interesting now, because the tie was 50-1. And there's a good chance.
Get in on it, there. Get in on it.
Well, I wonder what it is now. Let me have a look. It'll probably be a lot shorter now. There's only 12
Yeah, it's
runs
interesting. So with I Don't Like Cricket Club, which is our amateur team based in London, we've taken to putting in a leg gully.
And Mahmood is in. And it's defended on the back foot. Solid enough by Roach out to the offside, and there's no run.
And leg gully, you kind of think, you know, who's ever going to take a catch there? Last season, someone gobbled up a catch at leg gully. The scenes of an amateur cricket team when a plan like that comes off, unbelievable.
Oh yeah, totally, absolutely. That's like, I remember I playing in a game. We were it was third 11, but we were Premier League third 11. We had 1 wicket to get, and there was only about 8 runs in it. And the guy edged, and I was at third slip. I got a one-hand, nice little, just pouched. I don't really go into slips very often, and I certainly don't catch them very often. It was such a good feeling. I legged it off like bloody what's his name? The leggy, Pakistan
Imran
leggy.
Tahir.
Yes, Imran Tahir. I was legging it around the field like a
South African leggy.
Yeah, South African leggy, yes. Defended square, behind square on the offside, out through point. There'll be a single.
Did I just see that right? So Jack Leach, left armour, right?
Yep.
He's just picked
He
it up
throws
in
with
the
his
field
right.
and
He
has just
throws with his
launched
right.
it flat into the gloves, by 35, 40 yards? Like, beautiful throw.
Jack Leach throws with his right. He is actually he's a right-handed fielder, but a left-handed bowler and bat.
What? He is a cult little shaven bunny rabbit, isn't he?
Yes, exactly. Mahmood is in, and that's a nice lead behind that is Mahmood. It's played up to mid-on, there's no run.
Don't think we can call him a bunny after last night.
No, he batted really well yesterday.
On the daily roundup last night on the podcast, I was saying to Jack, he's got a Test match 91. Underestimate him at your peril.
Yeah.
No, it might have been against Ireland. But
Who's going to say that? Who's going to say that?
So about that game. So the first time I'd ever been invited to a corporate box was the last day of that Test match. I turned up and then I was there for an hour and a half before they'd all been bowled out. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Woke took 6 to 30 or something.
Mahmood in, clipped off middle stump really by De Silva. Sweetly though, down to long leg and get himself a single. Retain the strike. Yes, he will indeed. And back to the old tweets.
Jay Grover says, maybe not have Muppet captaincy with Jofra. Oh, sorry. Captain's Yorkshire, so obviously can do no wrong. We are a firm but fair people here and renowned for our open-mindedness, flexible view of life. O'Neill Harris says...
back to the reform.
I've got something stuck in my throat.
O'Neill Harris says, I don't think Vernon is listening. He may have gone away after the multiple clats. Ravi Nair says, don't we think that with Anderson and Broad we might have been 2-0 up? No. 2, shouldn't we have dropped Anderson and Broad for a home series rather than an away one? No. Jay Grover says, oh no, Stevenson, I didn't proper swear, I just said flat and it was about Vaughan and Agnew, so it doesn't count.
Well, we have a change of bowling and it is going to be this man.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
We go a bit gooey-eyed over Ben Stokes when he comes on to bowl or to bat.
Yeah.
As that jingle implies.
Heavily strapped.
Yeah, very heavily strapped.
His knee, you mean?
Well, it's his knee, his thigh, who knows? He's around a wicket. He's around a wicket to Josh De Silva. I'm not sure that's the wisest thing. Probably wants to get him off strike, actually, which probably does. Which will bring Roach on strike. They trail by 9.
Stevenson's here.
Hello, Stevenson.
Goodbye, Ross.
Bye, Ross.
Been an absolute pleasure.
That's okay.
We'll
see you again soon.
So, Stevenson, what are we thinking of the lightly injured Ben Stokes round the wicket, bang it in halfway down ploy, which works so very well in Australia?
Can you hear us, Stevenson? Yeah,
He's on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Stevenson. Press the button.
Push the
button. There we go.
There we go.
There he is.
It's very tight, isn't it, Stevenson? We got 9 runs, 2 wickets, and an old ball that's 6 overs before a new one, as that's defended by Roach out to the leg side to mid wicket, and there is no run. You feeling?
But great credit, of course, to Roach. He's always done such an outstanding job for the West Indies in the lower order, and today is proven to be absolutely no exception. Again, Joshua De Silva, he's playing pretty well, very stoutly.
Oh yeah, well we're big fans here of Josh De Silva because Josh De Silva plays for Wimbledon Cricket Club. As Stokes is in, defended back down the track and there's no run. Sorry, Old Wimbledonians, which Jono, one of our members, sponsors. He's the man who owns Woodstock Bats and he is sponsoring Josh De Silva. And we've seen a lot of Woodstock on the TV, so he's very happy. But he has played really well this series. I think he's kept good. And he's held the team up at times as Roach is forcing that off the back foot out to the covers. Looking a bit more comfortable. There's no run.
I think Alzari Joseph would chide himself, and maybe the coach will chide him too, for a rather irresponsible shot. He's a much better player, quite frankly, than what we got dismissed, and that was rather pathetic.
Yeah, he kind of gave it away, but do you think they were just trying to get the runs before the new ball came? Although you could say they could just hang around and they probably would have got runs anyway. Roach defends again on the crease, on the back foot, and it goes out to the offside. It's very notable that when the ball was misbehaving, and I think when England were batting and West Indies were batting, when the ball gets to about 50 overs, it gets a lot easier to bat. I think you don't get so much misbehaviour with the up and down on the bounce. There's not so much pronounced movement off the seam. The odd one hits the cracks, and presumably the cracks will only get bigger as the game goes on, and therefore the mispronouncing, the bounce will get worse. And again, Stokes can't believe it as that whistles past the outside edge of Roach, who's squared up defending on the crease. Through the keeper, and there's no run. Seen Roach do this a lot though. He's a sturdy
let me just whack some tweets in. Aidan says being England's spinner is similar to the keeper debate. There's only one spot, so if the people in the spot hold it or the selection panel keeps them in, it's hard to break it. Parkinson could possibly have played Test 2, but it's a big gamble given the history of Barbados. Jay Grover says Bear makes broadcasting history by being the first man to suggest that his problem, or Jay Grover's problem, is the lack of drugs. Neymar Butland says, has anyone done the end of the over Overton a la Airplane, Captain Over and Roger, etc. Hours of fun?
I'm sure we've done it.
O'Neill Harris says, Bear, you were in the slips with your tiny hands?
Yeah, well, you see, I wasn't normally in the slips, but it was right at the end of the game, and someone said, you go in third slip, and it came straight to me, and I pouched it. And
I'll get some in between balls.
We shall do that. Saj Mahmood is at the end of his run-up. They're looking at something. 5 more overs to a new ball. What have we got? We've got 40 minutes left. I think England will probably get, 8, 9 overs in and that. We should get the new ball tonight. Just about, actually. Might get a couple of overs with it.
But this is a very critical period. They would want to dislodge the West Indies before the end of the display.
Yes, absolutely. Mahmood is in, and Josh De Silva defends that out on the onside. There's no run. And you kind of think if they can get Josh De Silva, they'll think they've got a good chance of it. But Josh De Silva has been very solid. He's faced 126 balls for his 34. He's looked pretty comfortable most of the way through.
It is a learning experience for him, I dare say. It really is. And as he gets more experience and confidence, he would want to translate that sort of performance to something bigger. It's about time he gets a Test 100.
Well, I don't know how many tests he played. 9, 10? Is that about right? Didn't he make his debut in England last year, didn't he, in that final test? When Shane Dowrich got injured, as that's defended up the track and down. Was that last year or was that 2020? That was 2020, wasn't it? Has time gone that quickly? It was. He made his debut in England in 2020. Because last summer, it wasn't. So, how many tests? Do you know how many tests he's played, Stevenson? No.
I'm gonna get that coming up for you shortly.
Can't be a massive amount.
Yeah, it was 2020, 21. Yeah, thereabouts. He's still early. He's still young. He's 23.
Yeah. He looks a bit like Andrew Strauss under the helmet. As that one is clipped, but he's obviously right-handed. Nicely by De Silva. Out to deep mid-wicket. And there'll be a single. Bring a Roach on strike. Mahmood up to 137 clicks. So what, about 84, 85?
Yeah, but technically he's a fine player. He just needs to convert those average scores and get up to the 70s and 80s and possibly into the 100 zone. But he's a technically good player.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Much like a fair few England players, I imagine, as Mahmood comes into bowl, and that one's short. But with the old ball, there's not so much exaggerated movement or pace or bounce off this pitch, and Roach can get in behind it comfortably enough, defend it, and there's no run.
So he's into his 14th Test match, so that's relatively young, and he hasn't scored a Test 100 as yet. but not too many keepers get a Test 100 before the 15th or so Test match anyway.
Well, yeah, and he's also batting at number 7, and we all know West Indies are very similar to England in terms of batting collapses and struggles with batting orders, and a lot of the time you're trying to fight to keep your team in a game at number 7. So that's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. So it can be hard. He got 95, didn't he? Was it 95? I think he got against, I don't know if it was us or in Pakistan? Bangladesh, wasn't it? Was that when Karl-Mau's got his 200? And those two batted out and got that fantastic victory. I mean, that was a victory and a half, wasn't it, Stevenson?
Oh, it was.
Wasn't
Quite
it
memorable.
just, man? I mean, that was amazing. I think everyone was following that going, nah, can't do, can they?
Yeah, it was really pulsating right through. It was a fantastic Test match, wasn't it?
Roach faces that. Oh, no. He's been hit on the pad or the foot, I think, but it's definitely tailing down leg side. And there is no appeal. A bit of a toe crusher there from a move to end the over. Back to the tweets with Jacob.
Jay Grover says, another person from Herne Hill, his second cousin, oldest friend / family, and 2 other mates live there. He was going to pop into Gorilla Towers, but Hendo said he'd have to pay 250 quid to get through the door. No to that. Vikram Parmani from Bhopal, India says, hi all, came to know about the channel yesterday and already a fan and follower of it.
Why, thank
you very
tuning in
much,
Vikram.
every day. Welcome, Vikram. Joe Grover says, oh lord, not the shaved bunny rabbit again, I need to sleep. Mayank, with less than 40 minutes left, England have bowled only 75 overs so far today, that's extremely poor. Jeff Perkins has mocked up a poster for our Bear fan website involving his swearing. Want some abuse from a naughty bear? Our Ursines are standing by at swearbear.com. You can check out the full poster on Twitter. And Jay Grover says, I still wish to know Pentecostal denomination Pastor Stevenson is. I need to know if I can impress the big-hatted church lady.
Okay, that's pull, that's a deep square leg, and there is no, sorry, there's a single. What am I on about?
So what denomination are you, Stevenson? So that Jay can have the answer to his question.
It's Pentecostal. There are different variants, I must admit, here in the Caribbean and in fact worldwide. But basically they adhere to similar doctrinal issues.
Fair enough.
There you are, Jay. Now
there you go, Jay. You know everything you need to know. I think part of the reason for the slow over rate, I mean, John Campbell got hit on the helmet twice.
Pre-review.
There's been a lot of reviews. Who got hit in the chest? I can't remember. Was it Shamar Brooks got hit in the chest as well? Stokes in again, and Roach once again hops across the stumps, fends at it, and once again misses it as it goes through the folks.
Just going back to Joshua Da Silva, played in the very first Test match. That was the second Test in New Zealand back in 2020 at the Basin Reserve. He did get 57 not out in the second innings, so it was a good start, rather good start to Test match cricket.
Stokes is in, and once again he leaps wide and bowls from wide of the crease. It's too wide for Roach to be bothered to play at, and there's no run. West Indies trail by just 7, 2 wickets in hand, and every run is going to be vital going into this second innings. And if I mean, the West Indies hope now they can get a lead. They can get a lead of 20 or 30. God, that could be really, really useful. And England won't like that. But having said that, at 67 for 7 yesterday, England, to get to 204 and realise that they're going to get out the first innings not too adversely, and getting the chance to bowl last on this wicket could be interesting, as that's the defended square by Roach out to point, and there's no run.
Well, the lower order of the West Indies lineup, they've come into play again. Notice they've got to come and rescue West Indies. It's almost like a trend these days.
It's it's not just a trend for the West Indies, Stevenson. It's very much a trend for England too. As Stokes comes in, and that's flashed at by Roach. It's through to keeper. There's no run. I mean, we cover all England games, so we cover the Ashes, but the Ashes start at midnight in England, roughly, most of the time, and they go through till 7 o'clock in the morning. So to cover them, we have to be up all night. And when you're up all night and watching your team getting absolutely walloped, basically, every day, it's not much fun. And it's hard to stay and concentrate and be up all night. But England have been poor for the last year or two. Our middle order and lower orders pulled us out of the fire many a time. As that is driven square by Roach out towards the boundary. And they'll come back for 2. And the thing is that it doesn't always happen, does it? I mean, you can't expect your top order to fail and your middle order to pull you out all the time. The reason your top order is your top order is they're your best batsmen, and if they constantly fail, there's a good chance you're not going to get a reasonable score most of the time.
No, I agree. I do understand that your top order would not click all the time. Now that's understandable. But quite frankly, when it becomes consistent, where your top order is failing, then you've got to become rather worried about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are, Stevenson. We are. we have been for years.
We very much are. Exactly. I mean, this is a constant conversation, isn't it? I mean, I imagine you have it in the West Indies all the time. It's all about who's the next cab off the rank, or who's the next person to fill those shoes. I mean, if you pick on stats, we've probably got a team. We were talking about this half an hour ago. If you're picking via stats, then someone like Craig Overton should be in the side because he takes a hatful of wickets in the county championship. But to me, he doesn't look like a test bowler. So something's going wrong somewhere lower down the ladder where you're not getting the players who can step up to the level that's required for test cricket if you want to be winners, I suppose.
I think there's some things that are not going right in both our countries, in the West Indies and also in England.
Yeah. Leach is back into the attack. He's around a wicket. He's firing in it towards leg stump, and just De Silva just defends it comfortably enough out to mid wicket. There's no run. New ball due in 2.5 overs. West Indies 5 runs behind. And Leach is in, and that was on the stumps, but it's slow now, and De Silva can go back and play it into the leg side, and he gets himself a single.
The Bear and Jacob, I just wanted to make a correction very quickly with Stevenson to let him know that Joshua De Silva has 3 half centuries, 57 against New Zealand with 1 test, 92 versus Bangladesh from 2 test matches, and 54 versus the Sri Lanka series.
So Vernon, what's the correction?
You're saying that he made a 54 not out. So I was just making that correct against Bangladesh.
Oh, I got I said 57 against New Zealand.
Yeah.
No, you're 54, but that's why I corrected you. No problem.
Thank you.
There was some statistical confusion, and we'll be due a change to Vernon at the end of this over anyway.
Well, Vernon is
to his heart's content.
Meticulous about everything you see, and that's a good person to have around.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
He'll make a fine economist.
Leach is around the wicket, and it's defended into the leg side to mid wicket, and there is no run. And West Indies trailing by 4. Roach is on 10 off 33, De Silva 37 off 131. 200 for 8, the West Indies. Leach around the wicket, swept, it's gone up in the air. Is anyone going to be out there? No, it's gone over the man on the 45 who's on the 1, so they'll get back for 2. And trailed us by 2. David will be soon sending us a WhatsApp message or something saying, I told you so.
And then another one saying that his Spanish friends didn't put the bet on.
Yeah, my bet is that his Spanish friends didn't put the bet on.
They were having a siesta, David.
Exactly. It's about that time. Oh no, it's probably evening actually.
It's always about that time in Spain, but
is around the wickets, and it's defended into the onside. Out to mid wicket, and there is no run. Last ball of this over, then we're going to have a switch. It's supposed to be Stevenson, you're supposed to take over on the ball by ball. Jason is going to come and do your socials. I'm supposed to carry on summarising, but Vernon may want to come in and take over from me, as he was. You wanted to come in for the last session, did you not, Vernon?
Sure. Give you a break because you've been going almost all day.
Exactly. Well, I've been sitting in this seat all day. I haven't been on air all day, but I've been sitting here keeping an eye on you all. At that point, I will switch over to Stevenson, joined by Vernon and Jace. You can come on now, and you three shall take everyone through to the close.
Certainly. Thanks again, De Beer. Jason. Stevenson, you on ball by ball?
So it's going to be De Silva taking strike. He's on 37. He's faced 131 ball. It's been something close to a marathon. Spell the umpires are just looking at the light meters. Obviously, it's getting a bit darker. And I think they're satisfied that we can continue. And it's De Silva will be taking strikes. Stokes would bowl very well. Really wonderful player for England over the years. Wonderful, outstanding all-rounder. Moves in now and bowls to De Silva, who's onto the back foot and pulls. Gets it down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. They will in fact come back for the second run. The return is going to come to the... No, they won't come back for the second run. Just a one. The total has moved on by 1 to 203 for 8. Roach now comes into strike. This is a very, very useful stand here between these two. De Silva seemed to be oozing in confidence, growing in confidence. Both he and Roach, of course. De Silva, the better batter of the two. He's a little squared up there. That's a Roach. Well bowled by Stokes. Beaten all ends up. Ball goes into the glove of the keeper. Total remains on 203 for 8. So this is a very important period, Vernon, coming to the end of the day's play.
And England behind in their over rate so far. Ben Stokes having a go at Joshua De Silva. Maybe playing some sort of mind games with the young man.
They trail by 1, the West Indies. Stokes is in again and bowls to Roach, who to this delivery is coming forward. And, well, Stokes would be very pleased with his performance in the bowling department. He has bowled tidily and has bowled a lot of guile too. He's an experienced campaigner who's Stokes, the kind of player that just about everybody would like to have on their team. The one that is just outside the off stump, the ball dying, just dropping at the ankle there of the keeper. And the total remains on 203 for 8.
Stevenson, I just
sorry, of course, my network here just seems to be a little on the slower side.
Yeah.
So I would certainly want to apologize to viewers and listeners. Stokes once more bowls to Roach, which is coming forward and drives well. The ball goes square up the wicket on the offside. That goes into the boundary for 4. Lovely. Came forward as a confident drive. And the ball not just peeling from the outer edge. It went square of the wicket of the offside, down to the boundary for 4. So the West Indies, they have now overhauled England's total, and they now lead by 3.
Any tweets, Jason?
I don't really know where we are, so I'll just ping in a couple about the over rate. Drago says, where are we? Well, sorry, my angle says with less than 40 minutes to go, England only bowled 75 overs so far today. That's extremely poor. And Mog says, no excuses for the slow over rates, banning them from the game. And I also added something to this. It's a damning indictment of England's over rate. The new ball will only become available after places have finished for the day.
I just thinking, just wanted to put you on the spot, Jason. I know you've been looking at the day. Could England have tried maybe Dan Lawrence, who bowled well in the second test in Barbados on this track?
I think they've thought that pace is the way to go and banging the ball in and getting the variable bounce. I don't think they've necessarily explored the options of getting movement from the spinning ball. And so they would have, and with Lawrence probably being the biggest spinner of the 3 options that are available between himself, Root and Leach, I think that's an opportunity missed, perhaps.
Turn neatly down to backward square. They will come back for the second. The return comes into the keeper, and the batsman had time to cross for 2. Neatly closing the wrist on the ball and just turned it nicely behind square. 2 more to the silver. He's really looking good now. He's gotten to 40, 209 for 8. Here is Leach, who is up the back foot, is the silver, and hits that down to the cover area. And sort of continued on the run, the momentum. Got a single. He's now moved on to 41. Roach, who is 16, comes into strike. So the West Indies have overhauled the English total, and they now lead by 4. Any that we get will be invaluable. Each is in now and bowls and comes forward, and just seeking to push the ball out in front of him. Roach playing with soft hand. He remains on 16, 210 for 8. Roach settles over his bat once more in earnest concentration as Leach once more left arm orthodox, round the wicket, bowls, and takes the ball on the pad. There's an appeal for let me fall, not with any great sense of conviction though. As Leach again gonna go back. He's just about there now and bowls into his 12th over, and he's coming forward as Roach. Head right over the top of the ball, bat and bat close together in the approved manner. Looks more like a number 3 batsman rather than a lower order. What great maturity and experience he brings to the West Indies team. 210 for 8. Leach is in once more to Roach. Roach comes forward, opens the face of the bat, glides the ball down to non-existent gully. And the lone slipper running across to his right picks up, and that completes the over. 12 overs bowled by Leach. None for 26. Roach is 16. The silver will be taking strike on 41. West Indies 210 for 8.
The reason, Jason, why I'd asked you about Dan Lawrence as compared to a Jack Leach today, I find that Jack Leach is bowling a lot more slow as compared to the 2 test matches that he would have played in Antigua and Barbados, and not getting the sort of grip. But if you looked at Dan Lawrence was getting the ball to rip and bounce, which to me would have been even more effective as an off spinner here.
I don't disagree with that. I think the one problem with Leach is occasionally that he does bowl a bit too quick and flat. He's got better as the series has gone on, but I still think that he doesn't give the ball necessarily enough air and give bowl the right length to draw people forward all the time.
Out comes the new ball.
They keep go ahead.
I don't know, Stevenson and Jason. I see England trying to take the new ball with the umpires already checking with the bad light. Is this a good move, Jason?
I think this is a plan to get off the field. I think that they've decided to cut their losses perhaps for today and to come back tomorrow. I think this is a gamble to see whether or not the umpires will accept the light. If they do, then they'll play with the new ball. Otherwise, they'll be very happy to go off, I would have thought, at the end of a tiring day, and lick their wounds and come back tomorrow refreshed.
Well, the umpires just shown that the new ball will be taken, and the new ball taken after 80 overs, scoring rate of 2.62, and so the red cherry is going to be hurled down late in the afternoon. 210 for 5. The silver, quite appropriately, will be taking strike. I think it'll be better that he does that rather than Roach.
It might not be a nice
what it is to open the innings too. So here is the first delivery of the second new ball as he moves in, moves to the silver, and difficult tape for the keeper. 210 for 8. You probably will have to skip in for me here. For some strange reason, my internet slowed up quite remarkably. So I think I'm a little bit delayed.
But that's okay. Just take your time. Yeah,
right.
Just take your time.
Just keep listening. 41. Here it moves in once more and bowls, and to this delivery. He's coming forward and driving up to mid-off. Good confident shot there. Gets it up to mid-off where Stokes is fielding, and there is no run.
I think Stevenson
Stevenson
and Jason. Sorry, I was saying I think Stevenson and Jason, England themselves, like the West Indies, have been caught in the trap and they've gone off the board in terms of the lengths that they've been bowling on this pitch. Also,
here once more he's walked in, bowls and coming on, gets a boundary. In fact, that's the Silva. So 4 runs. The ball that was pitched just on about the leg stump, and he came forward and clipped it nicely behind square, and the ball rushed very quickly. Nice balance, beautiful balance. It's not the easiest shot in the world to play. If you're unbalanced, could go through to the keeper. Bowls, comes forward and drives. That's the Silva, and we'll get a comfortable single. So the runs are coming, not fast and furious, but at least good enough for the West Indies. They now lead by 11, 215 for 8.
That 4 ball was a gift from Wokes. That was served up very nicely on leg stump and very nicely clipped by Desiv, who's edging in on his 50 for the game. Just a boundary away.
So here's Wokes now to bowl to Roach, and Roach is coming forward, just pulling the bottom hand away rather suspiciously. Ball goes back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Total remains on 215 for 8. We've just got to give high commendation for Roach here, who's batted stoutly with great acumen and determination. 46 deliveries for 16 runs. As Wokes turns on from the top of his mark, begins to move in, begins to lengthen and strengthen those strides there now, and Roach is coming forward and looking to drive. The ball takes the inner portion, it seems, of the bat and dribbles behind him. The bowler holds his head, grimacing as if to say, hey, that was very close, but no harm done. And so that completes the over. 81 overs gone in so far. Roach is 16, the Silva will take in strike, and the West Indies 215 for 8. They lead by 11.
Anything, Jason?
Yes, Jay Grover says, Jason, you are wise in the world of spin bowling. Could you explain to a layman what the expect speed has on spin? I see the presence or lack of it being criticised in the same breath. What I will say is, whatever pitch you are playing on, there's an optimum speed to bowl to get movement out of the pitch. And too often I feel that Leach in particular has bowled just a little bit too quick for the wicket. And that is not giving the wicket opportunity to grip the ball and spin. And the slower you bowl it, as long as it grips, the more it will spin in general.
But remember, Jason, he's your leading wicket taker on this tour so far with 11 wickets. So on those flat tracks, you have to give him credit.
Oh, I do.
Moves in to bowl to De Silva. De Silva is coming forward and drives the ball out to a windish mid-off. Thought about the single. De Silva sent back by the Roach quite judiciously too. Total remains on 215 for 8. So not a lovely sight for the West Indies top order. With Bradford going for 17, Campbell 35, Brooke 13. He looked rather good on Bona. Didn't come off this time, he went for 4. As Overton once more is in now and bowls. And De Silva is driving back past the bowler. The runs here for him. As to whether this is going to go all the way, and no, it's going to be stopped. Just pulled up just inside as Wolf retrieves, and they come back for the second run. Nice drive back past the bowler, straight. And
the good thing about that, Stevenson, is that he was leading with his head on his shoulders, so he got into good position to stay over the ball long enough, especially on this track in Grenada.
Yes, nice balance. Overton again is in and bowls, and De Silva leaves that one. The ball curls away and kept behind the stumps. Left alone there by De Silva, quite wisely. So he's inching to that landmark. Is De Silva. He's 48, 141 balls to get there, but that doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that he plays a stout, genuinely crucial innings for the West Indies. Overton is in again and bowls And De Silva is again leaving that ball almost action replay outside the off stump. This one had a little bit more carry to it. As the keeper just moving around to his right, flicks it rather smoothly, nicely. 217 for 8, De Silva is 48. As the day's play meanders to a close. I don't know how best to describe this day's play. Overton again, 2 for 56, moves in to bowl to De Silva. De Silva is coming forward and whips that in the mid-wicket area, airborne. This is going to go very close to the boundary. Does it have sufficient legs together? Yes, it does. 4 runs. Well, he gets his 50, and he gets an appreciative round of applause from not only his teammate, but of course appreciated here by the rest of the West Indies fan base. Not too many England spectators will applaud, but it was a lovely shot, pitched up, and he came forward and lifted it nicely over the infield and went down to the boundary for 4. Fine half century by the young man.
I think he will enjoy this one. This has been a real special knock for him. His 4th half century for the West Indies.
This time he's driving up to mid-off. Nice, beautiful, crisp shot. He's in there. He's been in there for quite some time now, so obviously he's seeing the ball rather big as the proverbial breadfruit. He's been there for 144 balls. So we'll be very, very happy with his
200 important minutes, Stevenson and Jason with 4 boundaries.
Yeah. And you're sure right, it's not just the amount of ball feed, but how long you stay there and back, especially at very critical times. Really, really important. And this innings has been a very important one for him, his own personal pride, and also, of course, for the West Indies. We've overhauled the English total, but the work is not over. I think they understand that too. Here is Wokes, in and bowled, outside the off stump. Ball leaving the right-handed Roach, and Roach was going after that one. He must have chided himself for doing that. That was pitched way outside the off stump and kept curling away, way swinger, and he was lured into it. Almost, well, verging on a wide. And he still went after it, eyes lit up.
Well, once you see a half volley, Stevenson and Jason, you feel like this is his time to be able to put back the ball, but that was curling away.
Moves again, 3 for 48, in and bowls to Roach. Roach gets one down the leg side. Good diving stop there. Take rather. Such a difficult take it can be when it's the cherry is new. It's got swift carry, and then having to hurl yourself in spectacular fashion to your left. I've seen many of those gone a begging. So here once more is Wokes in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump in a rather stylish manner, much more prudent than a couple of deliveries before. So Roach remains on 16, 221 for 8. I think when he walks off, whether it's before the end of the day's play, that's Roach, or at the end of the day's play, he would feel that he's done great service for the West Indies. Wokes again in, bowls to Roach. Roach is getting a wayward delivery down the leg side, and again good diving take down the leg side. Now it's a sort of keeper's nightmare, you see, when keepers got to be throwing themselves spectacularly, and especially coming to the end of the day's play. I don't think any keeper really wants that at all.
The good thing about Ben Folkes as the keeper is he's a tall lad, therefore he's got a better range and he's got great feet movement as well. So
Yeah,
that extends his distance.
movement.
I think
Here is bowls, leg stump line again, leg stump. Turns it out to forward square, and there is no run.
I think Wokes guilty of pushing the ball, Jason, and not relaxing with his wrists. You could see him trying to get the ball to induct Mahmood was getting some late reverse swing. And this new ball is swinging, but I just think that Wokes is just trying a little bit too hard and not landing in the correct areas.
Yes, its direction has not been good. There is both in and bowls, and he's jumping into a back defensive shot. Here's Roach, just pushes it up on the offside. So the over comes to an end. 83 of them gone. And the West Indies with Roach and the Silva just hanging on there. They would certainly like to see the close of the day's play, and if they do, I think they would feel that they've done very good service for the West Indies.
O'Neill Harris and Jay Grover make the point that De Silva will probably be thanking our own John O'Gordon and his Woodstock cricket bats for that 50, which of course gets him his money in his pocket as well. And with John going out there earlier this week to deliver 4 bats to him personally.
Overton is in and bowls, and the Silva comes inside the line of the ball and turns it neatly up to mid-wicket. Gets a comfortable single. Just seem to be scoring much freer now. Is the Silva. 222 for 8. The West Indies now lead by 18. Roach is 16, comes into strike. This is a rather frustrating period for the Englishmen. But of course the West Indies had their time of frustration. A delivery down the leg side, and Folks again having to dive across to his left.
I think the feature, Jason, and Stevenson of Joshua De Silva's innings is being able to pick up singles, something you don't really see today too much in modern day cricket. And you have to keep rotation of the strike all the time, and he's done that excellently, along with the 4 boundaries that he's picked up so far. 28 singles in his knock to date.
Here is a delivery squirted between the second and third slip, and that goes into the boundary for 4. Well, Roach would want to say that I played it with soft hands. The bowler would want to say, hey, I got a genuine outside edge. Whatever the case is, yielded him 4, he's got to 20, and the West Indies, they pushed on to 226 for 8.
I thought that was a good control shot there, Jason. He got in line, squared up, and played with soft hands. If you looked at him, with deliberate shots indeed. Well played, Stevenson.
I thought so. Well played.
Any opener will be happy with that. That's the balls you get with the new ball.
50
difficult delivery this time. One that was into the rib cage area, and pulled the bottom hand away. And meanwhile, he turned the wrist over it. Well played. There's a great deal of dexterity in his batting here. Roach, who's gone to 21 with that single down to fine leg, and the total is gone to 227 for 8.
And the 50 partnership, Stevenson and Jason, for the West Indies. 50
yes, of 89 deliveries. So it wasn't slow, painstaking going necessarily. Here once more is Overton to bowl to the Silva, who is onto the back foot and pulls up to mid-on. They hustle for the single and just manages to get there. The throw is not the best in the world, but I think the response for the single was rather quickly decided. 228 for 8.
You do wonder very little bit whether or not Roach should be taking more of the strike now towards the end of the day. There's only 4 minutes of play left, and trying to protect the batsman who's likely to score most runs. I know it's a difficult situation when you've got number 8 and number 10 at the wicket to have a night watchman, but
Overton to Roach. Roach is in defence. Efficaciously pushes that ball out on the outside for the bowler to run around to pick up. So 7 runs coming off that last Overton's over. And at the end of it, Roach is 21, the Silva is 54, 228 for 8. And I guess Roach would be saying, hey, I'm playing as competently as my partner, the Silva. It doesn't really matter which one of us would take the strike.
He's a senior pro, Stevenson and Jason. So he won't like too kind to your comments. He will tell you that, listen, Jason, I'm an accomplished batsman. You know what I mean? So you've got to give me the benefit of the doubt here.
I'll be sure to tell him when he comes to Surrey later on this year for the first 5 games of the domestic county championship.
Right. Well, Powell Wilson has brought out his light meter again, but it seemed to be okay. So here is Woke in, bowls to the Silva, who turns the ball up to mid-wicket. Can't score. Dot ball. Total remains on 228 for 8. Roach's player rather outstanding innings, and the Silva has shown great maturity and great skill. I think he's got a good future ahead of him. Early days to say great, but good based upon what we've seen with the glove and with the bat. Here once more is walked in and bowls to the Silva. The Silva is coming forward and driving up to extra cover. He just seems to be looking better and better as his innings grows older and older.
And he's quite young too, isn't he? What, 22, 23? So he's got potentially got a long
23.
future. In
23, he's got a lovely future. Not too many West Indian keepers started that early. He made his debut at 21 thereabouts, so he should have a pretty extended future. Walks is in once more and bowls to the Silva. The Silva is leaving that alone outside the off stump in a rather sagacious manner. It was tantalizing, but decided to leave it alone. Well, good judgment there on his part. Total remains on 228 for 8.
Jason, I would have pulled the Wokes out of this attack and brought in Mahmood based on how Mahmood bowled, because I think Wokes is just off the line here. Wook looks a little worried, as if like, hey, you asked me for the new ball, why are you not delivering?
He's there again now and bowls to the Silva. The Silva is studiously back and across in behind the path of the ball and pushes it back along the track for the bowler to pick up rather easily on his follow through. So he remains on 54. That's the Silva. Total remains 228 for 8.
It's a difficult thing because based on the performances in the innings so far, I would actually gone with Mahmood and Wokes because they've both bowled well, and Overton's been the containing bowler in a sense.
Wokes to the Silva. The Silva is onto the back foot initially, and then transferred the body weight into the front foot. Just poked it out on the outside, and there is no run. So the West Indies lead by 24. Every run will be, I'm tempted to say significant, but I will go one step higher in intensity and say every run is crucial. 228 for 8. Silva taps away, looks up and sees that Wokes is running in to bowl to him, and he leaves that alone outside the off stump. Ball touching down, and then there was a bit of lateral movement after having pitched. That completes the over. So Wokes, good over there, 3 for 48 of 20 overs, and the West Indies 228 for 8. And again, umpire Wilson brings out the light meter.
Joe Root also having a word. The partnership is now 51 of 97 balls. I think that's it for the day. Is it? He went to the batsman. He's checking again.
Yes, he's getting. Did they have a light reading yesterday, or is this the one that's going to define it for the rest of the match?
I think this one will define it. I really don't see them. It's now what? If we check by our watch, it should be 5:30, right?
Yes. By the times of play, this should be the end of the last over anyway, I think.
All right. So Greg Rubato just gone to the next end. I don't think it will make much of a difference, but they would know the parameters they're looking at. Roach and the Silva. I think we'll have to go and bat again. Maybe we might just have one more over.
And that's what it's looking
There's
like.
5 overs to remain.
Right. So here is Overton in now and bowls to Roach. Roach plays inside the line, and saw the manner that former number 3 batsman the West Indies do, and that's of course Richie Richardson, who didn't have the flamboyant left alone like maybe a Desmond Haynes, put the ball up, put the bat up almost shouldering arms. He just played inside the line. Richie felt it was a less energetic thing to do. Here he is once more, Overton in now and bowls to Roach. Roach is leaving that alone. The ball curls away nicely, but it wasn't the sort of direction you want. You want it to start maybe just about middle and off. and going further away. That's when the batsman is in trouble, because he doesn't have a second line of defense when the ball is going away from him. When the ball is coming into the batsman, there's a second line of defense because the body is there. Waist swingers can be so difficult to play. Overton turns once more. The number 32 jockey is merely on his back. He's in now, and he's there and bowls to Roach. Roach is coming forward rather easily and competently, and there's a big broad smile on his face, as if to say, I'm happy with my performance, I've done rather well, and no arrogance, but just this measure of sense of fulfillment on his part. He's done a great job for the West Indies. 21 not out. Here is Overton once more in and bowls, and he is playing at that one outside the off stump, the ball curling past the pushing blade, and folks behind the stump collects. Total remains on 228 for 8. So this should be the last over, shouldn't it, Vernon?
Well, I would hope so, but I also want to ask you very quickly, Stevenson, because you're the man in Grenada. I heard you this morning saying that they can pack at least 17,000 in the stadium. When is the last time that you saw maybe even 8,000 in the stadium? You'll have to give me an analysis on this.
Here once more is Overton in bowls and opens the face of the bat, glides the ball down to third man. This might have sufficient legs. It does. 4 runs. 4 runs to Roach. And these are rueful runs here on the part of England. And that was pitched outside the arch stump and got it through the cordon, and it went down to the third man boundary for 4. So, yeah, just going back to that question, I can't remember. Might well be the World Cup matches in Grenada, but I can't remember us having any great crowds thereafter. Here's a delivery that is squirted out behind square on the offside by Roach, and there is no run. So he's got to a quarter century mark. I think it's about time that they make this one of the landmarks, maybe especially for lesser batsmen. 20, 25, 50 is a landmark.
Light meter comes out again, Stevenson and Jason.
This is quite a lot, isn't it?
It is. I think England is at fault because they're behind in the over rate. It's now 5:34, and really the calling really should be on. And I think if he offers to the batsman, well, maybe that, I see the umpires that they're indicating that it might be spin to complete the overs, but don't know if Joe would want to be too much impressed with that. That's it for the day.
Yep, they don't get the offer anymore. The umpires are the determinants of what is fair play conditions, and so they've said it's not fair anymore. If you're going to bowl pace, if you're not going to bowl pace, then maybe it would be fair.
Not going to bowl spin.
And Joe Rutter said, "No, we'll go off. Thank you very much."
We'll go off. Well, it's the same bluff that you talked about, Jason. You sort of knew that is what they wanted. That's why they took the new ball.
Yes.
I think they would have taken a new ball anyway, because that's the right thing to do, given the wickets have been taken today. So either way, it was the right choice.
Well, 86 overs have been bowled in the day's play, and the West Indies, they've gone in at 232 for 8. 232 for 8. There have been 10 extras. Brathwaite was likely for the Stokes for 17. Campbell was caught for Overton 35. Shamara broke likely for to Mahmood for 13. Kuma Bonar was caught for Volvox. Nice combination there for 4. Jermaine Blackwood likely for the work for 18. Holder didn't score today, just the 3 balls before he was caught bare stop the bowling of Wolf. Kyle Mills caught Mahmood bowls Stokes 26. Joshua De Silva not out. He's batting stoutly very well. 152 balls, he's not out 54. Zari Joseph, he was caught for ball up Overton for 28. Kamal Roach not out 25 or 63 deliveries. And after 86 overs bowled in the day's play, the run rate being just 2.69, the West Indies 232 for 8. Well, Wilkes is at 3 for 48. Overton 2 for 71 of 20. Mahmood 1 for 39 of 18. Ben Stowe, I thought was bowled very well, 2 for 40 of 16 overs. 2 maidens there alongside it, and Jack Lee, both 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 26.
And what I would say, Stephen and Jason, is that partnerships has been the key for the day. So this partnership with Kemar Roach and Joshua De Silva is the highest of the West Indies innings so far, of 55 of 103 deliveries, with Joshua De Silva 30 from 40 and Kemar Roach 25 from 63. We had an opening partnership of 50 with Brathwaite and Campbell. Campbell 31 from 46 and Brathwaite 17 from 56. And then the third best was 49 with Zari Joseph and Joshua De Silva, 28 from 59 and 18 from 70. So runs have been, if we look at the 2 days have been completed in Grenada, and if we, so far we have had 18 wickets that have fell. Runs have been hard to come by, and partnerships have been key. But one thing Jason was talking about, if we look at the lower order of both teams so far, from 8 to 11, they're the ones that have been holding up their teams here. So we saw it in the England batting lineup, and we've seen it now again here in the West Indies batting.
Oh, absolutely. But full credit to these two players in De Silva and Roach. De Silva scored 54, 152 balls, and Roach 25 of 63. And just looking a little bit concerning the stats, it's showing that in terms of control, De Silva a great percentage, 84, while Kemar Roach, one could understand, being 62. So it shows that both of them did bat very, very well indeed. And when they come back tomorrow, God willing, they want to put more pressure, obviously, on the English team. Now, if the West Indies can get a lead of 50, 60, 70 runs on a pitch that's been a little up and down here and there, then they would want to fancy themselves very much in this match.
Well, I'm a little scared, Stevenson, because West Indies will be batting last on this track. And this track has shown that the new ball, once you get the new ball and you put it into the right areas, things could be dangerous. So the West Indies will have to be a little bit more disciplined in their approach in the second innings, really, because I don't think England are going to let up. England want to win. Joe Root wants a victory. And so the West Indies are going to have to bowl in the right areas. They've got to be patient also. And it'll be interesting to see how this track plays on the third day.
I think equally we could say that the Englishmen were rather disappointed, even with the new ball, albeit not any long spells were bowled. But they did not put the new ball in the right places with the second new ball. So I think the effort was not as good as they would have liked it. I think they'll come back tomorrow, God willing. They'll slept well and, chided themselves accordingly and, just give each other, assess each other quite well. And we probably would see a rejuvenated English team coming in tomorrow and really steaming in and trying to dislodge the remaining team.
Absolutely. I just want to pick Jason's brain, and just bowl this googly here. I would have also gone for Dan Lawrence, Jason, because you just never know what could have happened. This crowd, both Roach and Joshua De Silva, you never know. One might have just bounced off at the top of the glove.
Yep, he seems to have a golden arm for breaking partnerships, so I think he should have been tried at some point. What it's turned into is effectively a one innings game now. If West Indies don't get a significant lead of more than about, say, 35, 40, which they've almost got now, if England come out and knock over both the wickets remaining very early tomorrow, it's pretty much 50-50 or 55-45 with the West Indies very slightly in favour. And that's good for the game. It's going to be a fascinating days to play tomorrow.
So any predictions, Jason? Because I think this will be over in 4 days.
I agree. I think it won't go past 4 days. The way the wicket, we've taken 18 wickets in 2 days. I'll be very surprised if it goes past 4 days on this. We'd have to get bowlers tired and not bowl very well, I think, on this to go any further, or a superhuman batting effort.
Stevenson, you feel the same way?
Oh no, I don't know if the Englishmen would put their heads down and bat. Old-fashioned cliche, put their heads down and bat. Bat for the entire day and pile the pressure on. But it looks more like a 4-day kind of encounter here. But again, don't forget, this game of cricket is one of glorious uncertainties. I hate to make predictions.
The Bear, you got other predictions, The Bear?
Well, I'm with Jason. I don't think this goes well. It might sneak into the morning of day 5, but you can't really see it. I can't see the pitch getting any better. And if it gets worse, it's just going to be harder to bat. The new ball is everything. I think, well, the new ball is not everything. Up till about 45, 50 overs, the ball does the talking. After that, it becomes a lot easier. And both teams have struggled when the ball is new-ish and have made hay when the ball is old. So they've lost all the wickets and the tails have done a job. West Indies ahead. I agree. If they can get 50, 60 runs ahead, it's an invaluable lead, although they will have to. Clearly they'll have to bat last, and the pitch will only deteriorate. So it's going to be a close one thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends on Sunday.
Well, folks, I really feel very honoured to be on track with Stevenson, Wilton, Jason and the Bear and all of the other folks here on GorillaCricket.com, and to be spearheading this effort here in Antigua and Barbuda and the wider part of the Leeward Islands, Platinum FM 97.9, and we've been able to team up also in St. Lucia and in Jamaica, Radio Jamaica, and the West Indies Cricket 2020 and Beyond Facebook page. This has been a huge experience for me, and I want to thank David Brooke and yourself, the Bear, and all of the other guys who have welcomed Stevenson and myself and all of our guests. This is really indeed a pleasure for us to be able to make sure that we have radio cricket coverage in the Caribbean. I think this is something that Stevenson and myself we're committed to, and we want to change the whole landscape going forward.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's good for us. We get to get the West Indian point of view from over in the island. So, you know, it works both ways, Vernon, and it's good for all of us. I think that's a fair thing to say, isn't it?
Yep, I can't disagree with that.
And on that note, I think we have to wrap up because I've got to go home and deal with family. So I'm going to say good night, and we're going to turn ourselves off, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm not on tomorrow, but Tony will be running things. I'll be on the other end of the computer, no doubt, and we'll be on air about 1:50 GMT. So until tomorrow, have a good evening all, and we'll see you later.
Yep, see you Sunday. I'm not on tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away.